all of higher education is built on a K-12 legal platform. So I don't think too many people really know that. So when higher ed, like when we had Neil in here the other day, and higher ed doesn't know what to do, it defaults back to K-12 structures. So do professors have academic freedom? If that's a big question mark in higher ed, then the right question to ask is, do K-12 teachers have academic freedom? And the answer is no. So what's that mean for professors? We don't either. Correct.
It's a mirage.
It is a mirage. It is a mirage built around contracts and policies that were created by institutions, which means it can be uncreated by institutions. And when it gets uncreated, it defaults back into the K-12 model. Anyway, okay, so we'll start higher ed, then we'll come back into K-12 legally. She's disagreeing with a lot of that, which is perfectly
disagreeing with all that.
It's being in the, right? Because higher ed is so ivory tower insulated, but just seeing the legal structures tend to default back into K-12. Okay, so we're going to start there, but we want you to write down a couple of things first.
Yeah, let me ask you to think back to a couple of situations or events that immediately come to mind. And I had focused it around higher ed. You could be a faculty, a staff, a student, a partner with higher education, a nonprofit that works with higher education. But think about one, a success that immediately comes to mind that you have experienced. And the second one is a challenge or a frustration that you have faced within your career. So usually those just pop right up. You know, I know for me, my frustration will pop up first. Don't think of the others, but jot those down.
So let's go success on blue and challenge on orange. Yeah.
Yeah, I like that.
Okay, can I recap? So you're asking us to write something in our job?
Yes, something, it can be your job. It could be you've experienced as a student. Okay. You've experienced as a staff member or someone that's a partner with higher ed. Could be P12. But
orange is one of the challenges that I've experienced over time working in higher ed that sort of feels like it's an important challenge to understand what's going on in the world right now. Blue is something that feels like a success, like the institution was surprised you in a positive way of working in things. Think deep, there are successes. The fact that we get paid is a success.
This is true. I'm a positive. I think there's those pop in faster.
Okay, does anyone need a writing instrument? There's a few markers laying around for those that need markers. Okay. All right, take a minute and write down some of those. We're going to collect those, and then that is going to give us some feedback that we can bring forward into this first part of the meeting.
So if we're K-12, should we be thinking about ours, or should you want to think about
With higher ed?
Well, yeah, any interaction you've had with higher ed.
So you're in higher ed right now as a student. So minimally, you know this. Yeah, Alexis, same for you. Just think of the higher ed that you've experienced along the way. Not like as an employee.
Oh,
Okay.
Should you say 3 parts?
Oh, if this is doesn't matter. I was actually thinking just one, but you could put 3. Yeah.
How you doing? Need about 30 more seconds. This is super hard. It's not graded, not that good. It doesn't really matter much what you rate down.
But is it?
We know you're perfectionist, so.
Yeah.
Okay, as you're finishing up, if you turn to the partners, whoever you're seated next to, or jump up and run around somewhere, and just share one of your successes, one of your challenges, and let's just kind of hear what others have to say as well. That way we kind of know if we're unique or if everybody's a little different or if we're together.
So we're trying to get one of you like I just like I mean they would take out
Oh, you're like.
Yeah. Yeah, right. I have a website. I mean, yeah, it's
Well, that's all. No credit, I would say. That's third. My whole last.
Okay, about another to share, and then we're gonna start pulling back together.
Yeah.
Get permission for them to want to.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. We'll enroll in the last funding for it. The state legislatures rolled back the funding for higher ed over the past year.
Regarding to constantly moving, the threshold for compliance. We have dates for focus on this. The 30 days, change those. So we've kind of settled, but they still mess with them for every now and then. We don't know what we're gonna be graded on going into the year.
Right now, it's tough.
You know, but that's why like
Like I had a lot of argument like when government goes down, but a lot of women because it's like and Trump out for that. And then
Yes.
Oh, yes.
I know for instance,
Big chunk. They should need the time off. If you don't get like all big bill over the chunk.
Yeah.
You've gone, so.
Well, I'll think that's something.
Yeah, that's. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Wrap up, consolidation.
Yeah, it's a constant, but yeah.
Yeah. I do want to thank out these. If you learn to hand them over, I'd love to pick them up and just start to organize them as we're doing some sharing. So we can loop into the things that are happening in your all's world. Thanks. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, awesome. Oh, enrollment, awesome. Love it. I know all about it. Well, at least for Kentucky, I don't know every other state. Okay, awesome. I'm gonna sort these as we dive in. But we thought we would dive in, so we're gonna start with higher ed right now. And that is the higher ed sheet that Mary John passed out earlier. So you guys were here. How many of you were here for the AI session yesterday? 2 days ago?
Yeah.
I don't know.
It was yesterday.
Yesterday?
Yeah, always go to those.
Dr. Nash.
With Dr. Nash.
With Dr. Nash, great. And then we had one the day before.
Yes.
Yes, exactly. Okay. That just gives you a sense of, oh, this might be big. It might impact us. So as Mary John has articulated here, like perhaps one of the most transformative trends currently reshaping higher education. And we can sort of talk about some of the things going on there. I definitely think that is also the case, but I also feel like it's very easy to get lost in the technology. So I want to try to tell a little bit of a story from my own background, give you some context, whether or not that's helpful for you, whatever. Here's what we're both old enough to have seen the internet unfold. This strikes me as very similar in the early days to what the internet was. If you can put, for those in the room who can put themselves back into like the late 90s, at that point, we're similar to where we are now with AI of broad realization setting in, like this thing is going to be a thing. If you can remember at that point, here's what the internet looked like. Information was organized. So Yahoo, do you remember Yahoo?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. You didn't just search with Google. Google didn't exist then. Yahoo, Apple, Lycos, Alta Vista, exactly. Those are all very early search engines. But at that exact time, Yahoo was still thinking all of the world's information could be categorized. So you remember when you go to Yahoo and then there was like a big list of topics and you would click a topic and then you would find a subtopic and a subtopic and a subtopic. And that's how like you would search the internet. Obviously Google was like, no, it's a completely disorganized place and we need to be able to deal with all that disorganization. All right, that is only to try to put your head back in the same space. But it did become very clear that, wow, this is a fundamental change in how information works in the world. How information works is very important to how schools and universities work, because essentially we are information organizations. So when you change the fundamental architecture of information, it is going to have profound effects on all organizations based on information. So, but it also didn't have profound effects tomorrow. So these things take some time to unfold. But if you can put yourselves back and think like, okay, what did universities look like in 1990 versus what do universities look like today? You can look back over that 35 years and say, there were profound changes. The internet did have profound changes. I mean, online learning is a big thing that happened along the way. How learning management systems function is a really big thing. How student information systems function is a really big thing. Massive big things that have happened. I think with AI, we will see the exact same thing, but we won't necessarily see it tomorrow. It will take some time over the course of the next decade, but you will see these really big fundamental platforms begin to emerge. Those things will start as they always start on innovation curves with early adopters, right? And the innovators trying out a new idea. Like there's a K-12 school in Texas right now that is running AI as its teacher. So they have a teacher for 2 hours a day, and then they spend 6 hours a day with AI. Okay, they're crazy. We all they're the crazy ones. They're way, way over here on this innovation curve. They're way over here as a early adopter innovator. They're going to make tons of mistakes. It will be messy. But if they find some things that do work, another school will follow suit, and another school will follow suit. So that's the kind of stuff. So right now, I'll be paying a lot of attention to who are those groundbreakers, but the vast majority of institutions don't want to be groundbreakers. The vast majority of institutions want to wait for others to figure it all out, and then we'll jump in later. And that's where most of you are going to reside with AI, probably for the next 4 or 5 years of like a bunch of crazy stuff is going to start happening, but not at your place. Just like for us at UK with this doc program, Mary John can speak to it. This was the first global program at the University of Kentucky, and that was in 2010. And so, right, all this internet amazing stuff is happening in the 90s. UK has our first global doctoral program in 2010. Those are the kind of timelines that we'll probably see. But in that exact same way that like, wow, the internet really reshaped how we do doctoral education. We'll see that same kind of fundamental reshaping of how AI will play out. Yeah. All right. That's me. A little rant on AI, but
No, that's a good rant. So, to me, you know, from a dean's perspective, so coming into UK in 2009, moving as dean, then I was really, it was new to me to have a doctoral program like this in EDL.
we were crazy.
And not only in EDL, but then, you know, you communicate with the other deans and other colleges, and there wasn't anything like this work. And so I was always like, well, teach me more. I've got to learn more so I can talk about this to others. So it was really impressive. And then my big awakening was in 2018 when I stepped down as dean, because I was going back to faculty and I was going to teach in this program. So it took a while to kind of ease back in, but you know.
We had a lot of fun in the early days teaching Lars how to teach online.
Yeah.
Why are you paying to see that?
It was in that thread. I remember it really well. Yeah, but it was wonderful. We tried to blend in our experiences, expertise, and welcome in a new format. So.
But simultaneously for Lars, just on that particular story, he has really good relationships with people all over the world, and in South Africa, the universities look very different. The University of Pretoria, where he had very close friends, they had 3,000 students in their principal and superintendent kind of program, because there was only a few programs in the whole of the country. And so he was watching them start to really leverage technology to try to reach the thousands across South Africa. So not only was Lars seeing like these young professors trying to push him, but he was also seeing that, oh, this can actually solve completely new problems that we weren't able to solve before. So, so credit to him for jumping in as far as he jumped in. Obviously, online teaching, right? It's a different kind of thing, but
it's fun together. It's great.
Yeah,
you know, and the students really make the difference. So
yes.
Anyway, in my opinion. But moving on and thinking about faculty roles, how many of you are in a faculty role or would like to be in the future? We don't want to scare anyone else away from faculty. Potentially, because that could be, as you finish your doctorate and as you're moving forward in your career, you have so much to give back. So let me talk a little bit about the changing faculty composition. One of our upcoming students that will be finishing up next year, Tanya, who was here at the beginning, her dissertation is really looking at tenure and non-tenure track faculty. So she's got all the data, but from my experience, what I wrote down is one of the most frustrating experiences of my career, 30 plus years, happened early in my career. Like after my first year hired as an assistant professor, I didn't quite understand that I was non-tenure track, not tenure track. I mean, I knew that, but I didn't realize it until my position was turned into tenure track. And guess what that meant? It was advertised nationally, and you're competing for your own job that you think you're doing a good job in, and that's true in multiple positions these days. But back 30 years ago, a non-tenure track position was really something that the faculty would demand if it was an important position to turn into tenure track. So we didn't have a lot of non-tenure track. It was just a stepping stone to a tenure track position. Now let's move forward 30 years. By the way, I did get that job. And then I went the next year to go to another university. But screw you. Yeah. But it was stressful and I didn't like it. But thinking now, in terms of faculty and how tenure and non-tenure track, and those of you may really have experienced this as well, it seems like tenure track positions are, and we know from the data, becoming much less. And oftentimes tenure track positions are turned back, they're actually turned back into non-tenure track, part-time, adjunct, that sort of thing. Why is that, do you think? What's happened over 30 years that's caused that problem, that issue?
Well, one of the things is that the legislature is dropping their funding for higher ed.
Exactly. So we're living on a lot less. So that's part of it. But anything else that you can think of? That's the main reason. But from our perspective in higher ed, but in some ways, it's kind of brings about really a change in dynamics because we're able to hire faculty in different types of title positions like clinical, research, others that bring a wealth of experience that we didn't necessarily have. As someone like myself that began my career at age 28 with 2 masters, a doctorate, moved right into being a professor, I had to go back and get experiences. So that's why I wanted to start the K-20 Center. It was really for me to learn about schools.
I started at 28 in this job, and I had only 1 year of teaching experience. So along the way, we got to build that high school from scratch. And I was like, well, hell yeah, sign me up, because I want to know and learn deeply that side.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's, but what I am noticing now with our clinical faculty members, our tenure, tenure, of course, are still there, but we have multiple lines that have worked in different types of positions and bring a wealth of experience for our students that we probably didn't have before. And we always thought of, if you're moving into if you're doing a PhD or an EDD 30 years ago, then we're pushing you right on into higher ed. We love that. So we want you to be just like us. We want you to publish with us. We want you to go to the best universities as a faculty member because that reflects back on us. Yeah, so I'm just throwing that out there. But it was a wonderful kind of if you had those types of mentors for you, it was automatic. You were going to be moving into but you had to move. That's the other thing too. We don't like to hire our own. You have to move into another university, but we will prepare you well for that position. That was the older model. We still do that, and we're still engaged, and we love to do that as faculty members. But what we see now is it's much broader. We want you back into universities with students based on your experiences. but you won't be in necessarily a tenure track position. Those are much more difficult these days, unless you follow the old path of publications, lots of conference presentations, networking at your national conference, and you have mentors at your university that are pushing you forward and talking to their network of colleagues around the US. So I don't know, I'm just throwing that out there for you to think about. That's kind of some of the changes in faculty composition. Of course, also, we now know that in terms of PhD students and EDD for the most part too, but that they're not necessarily working in higher ed. They're working in industry, nonprofits, all kinds of organizations that connect and work with children and adults and, you know, others. So, and then new faculty roles, and mentioned those to you already. So we'll keep that in mind. But for me, that was one of my most frustrating experiences. I couldn't control it. I like to control things. And you can't control when a position changes from a non-tenure track to tenure track. But now it's the opposite, right? To non-tenure track.
Just to give you a statistical sense of it, for principals and superintendents, right? So not doctorate programs, but the principal and superintendent programs. About 13% of principals and superintendents are prepared at research universities, something like that. So that obviously can do the alternative. 87% are not prepared at research universities. At those research universities, clinical faculty are accounting for probably about 40% of the faculty right now. So even at the research universities, clinical faculty are about 40%. So not quite half yet, but getting closer and closer to being half clinical. Some institutions are half and half. So UT Austin, for instance, is half tenure line, half clinical in their ed leadership equivalent. So all of which is to sort of give you a sense of the vast majority of jobs in these worlds are not at research universities and increasingly not in tenure track positions. I would feel very comfortable saying 75% of the jobs are not tenure track. So I don't, you know, obviously I'm in a tenure track position. I'm thankful for it, but I also encourage you not to get fearful of that. One of the great parts about higher ed is it's getting more flexible. Previously, the job was the job, and you had to do your P&T, promotion and tenure, to this very specific thing. I think the higher ed that I'm seeing is more open to how we solve problems, more open to how we hire people, more open to how you show value. And so, you know, if you can show value that's clear to the university, you can really define some of your own journey. So while this sort of shift away from tenure track positions is not amazing, because obviously lifetime employment is awesome and you can get a tattoo, which I did when I got lifetime employment. So it's not amazing. I know, they missed it. It's not too late.
Oh, no.
So that shift has its downside, but it also has an upside. If you are entrepreneurial, if you are creative, if you're comfortable being uncomfortable, those are all very opportunistic spaces right now.
Yeah, that's good. And I just wanted to throw out there as well, that as you're thinking of your dissertation, your committee, and the work you're going to be doing, also think about the publication, or I'm going to say as publications, plural, that you may want to have from your dissertation, because we not only work with you through the dissertation, but also I have 2 students right now that graduated in May. We're working on publications off of those. And that's critical if you're moving back, if you want to move into a tenure track or any kind of early position, those publications, extending your work is extremely important. So we're here for you for that as well, not just helping you through the doctoral program. So just throw that out there for those of you that are interested in moving into universities permanently as a faculty.
Yeah, visas are still the coin of the realm. So that is not, I don't see that changing. I think visas will continue to be the fundamental driver of what value means, you need to then really embrace that data and try to show your value. Publications, presentations, all the different ways. I mean, I helped to build this thing, so I want to talk about that on my Vita.
Yeah.
You shouldn't be afraid to put stuff on your Vita.
And it's always nice to have a mentor, or I had someone that my spouse for 40 plus years that was a little bit ahead of me in a different discipline that would always say, you got to publish that, you know, do this, do this. I go, no, I'm going to work in schools. No, you need to publish this and get this out. So someone that's always nagging you, if it's not yourself, it's great to have someone kind of, because I would have been working in school, community, university partnerships my entire career if I could have. But yeah, so you want to be balanced is all I'm saying and all of that. Okay, well,
All right,
over to
so
you.
I'm gonna go super quick on career aligned models because not too much is in the, I don't see a lot of that here on the sheets. I see a lot of finance stuff. Let's jump to finance in a second.
Okay.
The career aligned models, I do think that is a really emerging field right now. I personally, the micro-credential thing, I don't think is working on the whole. So I don't think it's really worth your time to really try to think too much about micro-credentials. I can tell you the graduate certificates in our department are sort of a complete fail. And so, sorry if you're in one of those right now, but we like them. Instructional learning, digital learning, assessment, educational leadership. All of these like are great little learning packages, but they don't have value in the market. You know, the degrees have value in the market. And so these micro credentials have really struggled to get value in the market. And so I think higher ed has really struggled to make that meaningful. What is meaningful though is credentials aligned to career workforce jobs, particularly those right out of high school. So many institutions are having a lot of success right now of being credential based right out of high school. I think dental hygiene. Like dental hygiene is the one I always like mentally picture of like, it doesn't take very long to get a credential in that. You can do, if you got a couple dual credit classes under your belt, you can get that done in a year, no problem. And so like that is a very fruitful space. And you see community colleges in particular leaning heavily into those more technical domains. The community colleges don't have as much competition in those technical domains, right? Like we at UK, we're not competing for dental hygiene right now. And so I see the community colleges in particular leaning more heavily into some of those career-based pathways that are coupled with a little technical certificate, but these broader like graduate certificates, that stuff has really not worked yet.
So financial. So you say a lot of this, yeah.
Well, so here's a whole pile of finance. All right.
Yeah, well, let me just mention, I know you probably, those of you in higher ed are living this experience much more than perhaps I did in my career, but as a dean, we moved into responsibility centered management, and you all are familiar with that. So every
They're probably not.
well, every tub has, you know, every department has to earn the resources as opposed to what I was used to and what we did in higher ed when we had much more of a secure funding from our states. Was much more of a traditional approach. Oh, well, this is your budget last year. This is what you're getting this year, you know, unless you make the case for additional funding that you need. And you could do that. But the opposite is occurring now. And it's for colleges of education who have a lot invested, and we really want a lot of doctoral students doing well. And we don't have as many undergrads that are bringing in all those student credit hours. It's a little, it's not as I guess funding wise as helpful, but it does keep us in an R1 producing doctoral students. So in other words, I think that sometimes we're not arts and sciences. We don't have huge, you know, courses generally that generate a lot of student credit hours. So our university has all, from medical campus, we are also from agriculture, we're a land grant, we're all here together. And in the past, the traditional model is that we all supported each other, what we did well and did the best. But now RCM is kind of pitting us against each other in some ways. So, and that's true across the US. It's not just here. And, we still love all of our colleagues and other colleges. I'm not saying that. It's just that the funding has changed for all of us. Michael.
California has now shifted to a student-centered funding formula, wherein only 7% of the base allocation is on enrollment. The other 30% is based on matrix that you have to hit. For instance, if they're able to get a job within the first 2 years.
I see.
And all of it, those are lagging indicators. So you don't get those funding until you hit those matrix. So the reality is right now, you have to make deal with the 70% that you get on enrollment with the rest of all your programs. So you have to make that up in terms of other revenue sources that's not student enrollment funding.
Yeah, right.
Grants and
That's very true in research universities in particular. We've always done that in a sense, not tracking our students as well as we should in terms of employment. But definitely grants have contributed a great deal. And we were able to get even more, past. But yeah, I hear what you're saying. So resource allocations, and you've just experienced this as a department chair. And
Yes.
So
Yeah, it's real for us. We have a similar model in Kentucky. Right now, we're in an era of the big getting bigger, and some of that is being driven by underlying financial models. So what Michael was just talking about, many states are adopting that performance-based funding for universities. Okay, we have it here in Kentucky too. In that model, you get rewarded for success and retention and graduation rates and all that kind of stuff. Okay, so who has the best graduation rate in Kentucky? UK, by a margin. All right, so fine. So then UK is going to win the game that the state has created. Right, so that just makes UK even a little bit bigger. So now we can hire another advisor. So now our graduation rate gets a little bit better still. And so we're in this era where the underlying financial models are sort of driving big gets bigger kind of models. But the small gets smaller.
But the flip side of that is our regional institutions are suffering because the state's financial model, we are doing really well with that as a research university. I don't know if we had anything to do with actually creating that. Seems like we did, but in many ways,
Historical documents say it.
yeah, yeah, I'm sure they do. But if you go to some of our regional institutions, they are really suffering. It's difficult in terms of funding, in terms of attracting students, and some of those are that do what others.
Are you worried about what we're about to say about?
That's not real.
The other thing,
The state of Florida has been doing performance-based funding since 2012. And it's gone through multiple iterations, but we saw at the beginning, the big got bigger. And it was our model punished not only if you were the bottom three and you didn't meet a certain threshold, you had funding restricted, taken away from your budget that year. And you had to submit an improvement plan to get that money back. That has gone away, but I work in a regional comprehensive.
yes.
And we've had to completely almost abandon our mission to play politics for this metrics thing. And I would say there are things that we've done that I don't necessarily agree with that get us points in the metrics because they look good, but they're not really serving our students and kind of kicking the can down the road. So it's not just getting the money, it's changing the institution.
And there's a lot of that, unfortunately. It's become a gamesmanship, model where you can game the system. Yeah, there's no doubt.
Yeah.
So, yes.
Well, and I feel like this is a way that we're following K-12
Yeah,
in like, we have to have, we're not to the testing point yet, but that's what,
Discussed.
exactly. It's getting discussed in Virginia too. And that's what but it's the same general concept, whereas, funding is following these metrics and I feel like that's an example of what you were saying, Justin.
Yeah, and then so think about where does shared governance fit in this model?
It does.
It does not, does it?
I'm glad you mentioned that.
Yeah, so we don't, I just noticed when I served as dean here, that the deans had a dean's council. We came together, we made decisions together, and provost would listen and the president. But as universities follow this model, it becomes much more of a top-down approach because they don't want to hear our ideas. So it's more like presentations and that sort of work. So I don't know, we tended I wanted to represent our faculty, staff, and students and get our word and what we wanted and our goals out. And we could do that under different shared governance kinds of structures. But that doesn't work well with the funding formulas, So anyway, I'm just saying it all fits together, and you kind of look at higher ed and the direction we tend to be moving right now. Tends to be more, and I don't know corporations that well, but I think we're moving more in a corporate kind of structure.
Corporate model,
So less
efficiency,
yes,
effectiveness, lean, flat.
things we didn't believe in.
Yeah.
We don't want to be cost effective. We want to do the best job, whatever it takes. So
Yeah, but at the same time, private for-profit companies they churn out products. Our product is the degree, the diploma, and that's 80% of our budget is labor, instructional.
right, exactly. Absolutely.
Well, when you're on finances forever, so let's try not to. It is always important to see the underlying demographic shifts. Neither one of us really spoke to the demographics, but there is a demographic thing happening that is partly driving some of this. There are fewer kids to go to college, full stop. And that is its own sort of underlying challenge. I think it's, for me personally, useful to be cognizant of history. So I like to think about an institution like EKU, for instance, right here. There's a regional just south of here, about, 40 minutes. EKU actually started out of this college, the College of Ed. Why? You guys, what was EKU at the beginning?
Teachers
A
college.
teacher's college. Correct. This institution, the University of Kentucky, was really not doing a good job of responding to the market around education. The College of Education was getting frustrated with the university around that. And ultimately, a dean of the College of Education left to become the founding president of Eastern Kentucky University. That, though, is good history in an era of growth and more students and more revenue growth, everybody can be everything. But in an era of declining revenue, declining enrollments, everybody can't be everything. So who are you? Why were you created? What's your role? Those, I think, are important questions, especially as, like, Florida, for instance, has decided to put the teaching degree, the teaching license at the associates, right? So you put the teaching license at the associates, you have undermined the entire foundation in some ways of your regional universities' beginnings. So those are things to be cognizant of, like, why did EKU exist? It started around teachers, but if you move teaching to an associate's over the really long term, I don't really know if we're going to need that university. That's not to say anything specific to EKU, just that in a general kind of sense, right? Those are the kinds of questions that are on the table.
Yeah, and then I guess, before we have you share some of your reflections of these, we might just highlight, the emerging evolution of student support services that are occurring, mental health focus, which is needed very much so, and that's throughout all sectors of our country, diverse population support, financial literacy, we know, and lots of global partnership strategies these days. When we were developing international partnerships, University of Victoria, University of Oklahoma, we developed a master's together and we exchanged students physically. They came to Oklahoma, Norman, and we went there. Now, of course, it's all internet and using that. There are some major international partnerships that we all belong to, and we need to be more globally minded. And then we've already talked about some of these others. So let's take just a minute or two and you'll turn to your person and share how these shifts are kind of manifesting in your institution. How are your leaders reacting to them? How are you reacting in your position? And you can think P12 too, if you'd like. We'll spend just a second and we'll have a few that we can kind of ask, and have you kind of report back. But that was good to know about Florida.
Big one.
Yeah, it's in response to a teacher crisis. They don't have,
Yeah,
we don't
we're
have
all
enough
facing
teachers. And so they're trying to get people who already have degrees to not go back and get a teaching degree, but to get this enough years of education to start by.
Oh, we have in Virginia, it's called career switchers. And I didn't think about it being that, but it was. And then really argument this have adopted.
AI technology.
Yeah.
We gotta spend 2 weeks probably.
I'm saying that we still have credits, the degree, but it's a thing that's like somebody. The specialist faculty. And now it's like.
Selection. I did an invitation. I got a fortune. Yeah. A third. Well, third right. I like this. So now.
Yeah.
Smell it. My phone. Yeah.
Even if I like, meaning a workforce. That's what it was from. And she goes, organization is to see them look at.
About 30 seconds. We'll ship you.
That's Like, yeah, that, like, super fun.
Yeah, I will get credit. We'll get credit for calls. We're 6 years. But there's 3 Thank you.
Yeah. But as far as like. Yeah. And yeah, so I was just, so, oh, yes. Yeah, and like at the whole or like really. I don't.
It's that, like.
I think I realized there. I got more around my, for my counselor. I got like.
Well.
It's for.
College.
But yeah, like the light health.
All right, come on back if you're wrapped up.
You got the employment.
Let's, so anything super like, oh, I feel like I gotta share with the room emerging in the conversations that you want to just shout out into the space? It's okay. We're all friends here. We all work in these crazy messed up industries.
Yeah, Michael.
Yeah, so Bethany and I were just discussing some of the things that our institutions are doing is really about how to rethink the enrollment and marketing your institution, getting new students. What we've been focusing now at my institution is recruiting more of the non-traditional students,
Yeah.
Adult learners, people who may have started college way back when and decided to take a different path in life, and now they want to come back. They have the opportunity to finish their degree, so there's a lot of that. In Bethany's situation, they're trying to diversify their student enrollment in recruiting more different deaf and hard of hearing students, so that they could, because one of our fundamental problems is because of online learning, and I know it's also the same in my institution. The question now becomes: do we invest in a lot of our plant facilities, knowing that there's going to be a lot more hybrid learning, and therefore, when you're trying to recruit resident students or even commuter students that are in person, because you have these deferred maintenances that are so bad, students are not going to want to go there. So it's a self-perpetuating problem.
Right. Very much so.
I love the trying to think about new spaces. I want to transition in a second with that, but jump in who have it. Benny?
I was just thinking that as Jenny and I were talking, that I was really grateful that I'm working on my PhD now, and I will hopefully have it in the next year or so, because then it's done and I'm better prepared for dealing with all this stuff.
Yeah.
So, it's not just dealing with it, but leading into it.
I'm
Leading
working on
into
that.
it. And I know, so let's transition into one that we've got both red and blue cards on dual credit, dual enrollment. Like, okay, so opportunity, yay, amazing. Also, maybe undermining the financial structure of the whole system.
That was the opportunity.
Oh,
You're an
good,
opportunity.
good.
No, we've been, dual credit's been very, very successful at my community college.
Oh, good.
And we've definitely seen also that for the dual credit students, their chances of transferring to U of L, so these are local, like got a greater Louisville. We have seen definitely, like, there's a high correlation between the dual credit student that eventually ends up, and part of our mission, somebody can say, well, you're losing. I mean, part of the community college mission is transfer. So
Yeah.
the transfer intermediary, so that's one of our core missions. So we see that as a success.
Yes.
The retention rates are high with all dual credit. Now, a lot of faculty are pushing back that they feel like high school teachers now. We get that. I mean, I'm not saying there's not issues there, but in terms of student outcomes, it's been successful and financially successful too.
To Michael's point about institutions thinking about other populations, there's this massive population that is compulsory in high school. So for us in Kentucky, you have to stay in school until you're 18 years old. And so we have really high high school graduation rates. We have really low college going rates. What the heck, right? Like, this is an opportunity, problem, all of those things mixed into one. So that is amazing opportunity space for a community college that might be struggling with enrollments, like JCTC, Jefferson Community Technical in Louisville, where Viv is working. So you have this opportunity to partner, right? There's a deep partnership. You have to, as an institution, be willing to partner. And how much you want to partner versus how much you want to control is some deep fundamental questions right now. And leaders, myself included, are trying to work through that. So even UK's relationship with KCTCS right now is one that I'm somewhat involved in, about how do we want to partner with each other in this new reality where the first year of college is now in high school. That is the just embrace it. Like, this is where we are. The first year of college is now in high school. That has a ton of implications, right? So, like, obviously the community college teachers are like, I feel like a high school teacher now. We at STEAM Academy is a high school here in town. We got to build from scratch for this outcome. 90% of our kids access college while they're still in high school. And then about 85% of our kids go on to college when they finish at STEAM Academy. Okay, so you can custom build. Now, that's not 100, so still bothers me, right? Like, I'd like to have 100%. But that compared to the average high school in Lexington. So the best high school in Lexington for college going is Lafayette. If you know Lexington, like, that's right now, it's not maybe the one you think of. You might think Henry Clay, but anyway, Lafayette is the highest college going rate. And it's like in the 60th percentile, 60%, right? So that's the best a traditional comprehensive can do. When you custom build the high school model, you can get 85%. Now, there's a lot of reasons that we might be getting to 85, selection bias, all kinds of things. But I feel very confident that most high schools could get 70% of their kids successful in college and high school, and then transitioning into a college program. And by a college program, I do not mean a bachelor's. I mean a college program. Think dental hygiene. Like, for real, like, I always think dental hygiene. A college program coming out of high school. Both sides are benefiting. I'm on a statewide high school redesign committee right now, and the question that's driving this whole effort is how to make the high school diploma meaningful. My point to them is embrace that it is not. and figure out how to put a meaningful thing into this equation. What is meaningful? The dental hygiene certificate is meaningful. And so that is the kind of opportunity space for the leaders who want to shape that that's available. But it's also the challenge space, because every credit we run in dual credit here in Kentucky is at 94.50. It's half of the KCTCS rate. That is by law the maximum we can charge in tuition. The average kid taking an undergraduate class here in the UK is paying about 350 after scholarships, right? So our advertised price is about 500 right now. The average price a kid is paying is about 350 per credit. But that gap between 350 per credit and 94.50 per credit is a massive financial gap. That means we can't staff dual credit in the same way we would staff the bachelor's. Anyway, that was a little bit of a diatribe into this dual credit, but it's a massive trend. Just embrace the first year of colleges and high school. Just embrace it.
And
Yes.
they get to the K-12 era side of things. It's supporting us in school choice movement. If you can offer these classes at your school, they might want to come over. So like in this new school that I'm at, that nobody wants to be at, I'm working on the local community college to see if I can get them a track straight into their bachelor's degree from that school. But a cool thing that's happened is at my school, a professor from the university is going to come over and teach instead of, because we don't have a teacher that has the master's degree to teach it. So that was my part of it.
Okay, yeah. But I love Kimberly that you're raising school choice. It's trend number 3 on the K-12 side, because it is just a reality. Kentucky is actually very blessed. I don't know what language you want to use there, to not be a heavy choice state, but in the same way that just embrace that the first year of colleges and high school in the United States of America, you need to get to the place of embrace that school choice is a permanent part of the landscape of education. We won't go back to a time before school choice where you had one geographic feeder school only, and you must go to your assigned school without question. That I feel like that's over. So what does that mean? It means just exactly what Kimberly is saying, like you have to think differently as K-12 about how you market, tell your story, position. How are you recruiting, right? Think of that. K-12 has never had to think about recruiting. And you do now have to think about recruiting.
Can I offer that others can?
Yeah, like how are we competing against the charter or against the private school or whatever? And that is a completely new phenomenon to K-12. And very few people in K-12 are ready for that. Almost no one is ready for that. They're terrible at marketing. Terrible. Sorry, not personal view. Not personal view. Just terrible.
No, this past year I gave 4 student tours. Never before have I given a family a tour because this is your school. Like, what do you? Sure, I'll show you, but so yeah, we had 4 because like a private. It's not school choice per se. I didn't really have the time, but it's a private school that lost enrollment and was closing down, and so these families were like, "Hey, we're trying to figure out what to do next year. Can I tour the school?" And I was like, "Well, you're coming because we're here. Like, we're your school, and there are no charters around." But yeah, I'll give it to
Not necessarily. Trend number 9.
virtual.
Virtual education.
Yeah.
That is now also fundamentally different after the pandemic. Obviously, Mike can speak to it. He worked in virtual education up until this year. Previously, virtual education was in the K-12 world. We in higher ed, think about it, online programs, we've been doing this for a while, but it really wasn't a K-12. But now, after the pandemic, it is a permanent part of the K-12 model, and parents, just that exact group of parents Justin was just talking about, that group of parents is getting savvy about their options. Those options now include virtual, homeschool plus a little bit of virtual. Like all of that is blurring and mixing together. So to that point where even when there's not a school choice or a private school down the road, you're now competing against all of virtual in Illinois or all of virtual in Kentucky. And underpinning all of virtual in Illinois, all of virtual in Kentucky is a series of only about like 5 massive corporations.
Oh, wow.
Yes, so corporations are largely the underlying driver of all of virtual education. Am I wrong?
Nope.
Okay.
I know.
Wow.
Aren't you?
I am.
He's working on this.
The corporation, is it called Stride? Do they change the name again?
I think that it is the umbrella company is Stride, yes.
Umbrella company is
Yeah.
Stride. K-12 Inc. is what we used to, it used to be called K-12 Inc., but I guess that sounded so,
It's-
yeah.
Really? Which is.
So, yes, but Florida virtual, so just play the Florida game. Florida set up a statewide virtual school years and years ago. It's massive now. I don't know, tens of thousands of students.
We got rid of
Yes.
bulk virtual because why not just go to
You
Florida?
can't compete, correct? Okay, but then who's teaching the classes in Florida virtual?
Teachers across the state.
Maybe,
Okay,
maybe.
okay.
Those are questions that we all need to be asking. That when you take geography out of the equation, a teacher anywhere can teach that class. That teacher can be certified. There's going to be some expectation of certification, right? That they may not physically reside in your state. The principals, many have rules where the principal of the school must reside in the state.
So interesting.
But the teachers don't necessarily have to reside in the state. And people who might grade an essay may or may not be certified. So we've seen corporations like export to India grading papers.
Right.
And now, right, like why even have a human? Correct. So, anyway, the point of this is these big corporations view this as economic opportunity. And so give you the Kentucky story of Cloverport Independent. It's amazing. It is amazing. It could be a novel. It will probably be on Lifetime someday or something.
It will. It'll be an after-school special one.
Yes. This company Stride, they want to get into the Kentucky market. Okay, so underlying this is corporate profit motive. They want to get into the Kentucky market. They know they can't just open their own school in Kentucky because we don't have charters and we don't allow for that stuff. Okay, so they identified a district that was on the verge of closing. And they essentially did a corporate takeover of a school district. Where they said, hey, school district, we know you guys are about to close and you don't have any students in this tiny little town called Cloverport, which is out by Evansville, Indiana. Anyway, it's not okay to know. I've been to Cloverport. There's only about 30 houses in the whole town. Okay, so, that's Cloverport. They want to maintain their own identity. They want to maintain their school district, but they know they can't do it on their own. So they partner with Stride, and Stride then says, we're going to use Cloverport. And then now Cloverport is going to be a statewide virtual school. And we're going to enroll students from all over Kentucky into this tiny little school district that has 30 houses in it. That is exactly how this has unfolded. Cloverport Independent Schools probably has 20 teachers,
It's 200 students.
200 total students
Total
in
students.
the old historic district. And now, I don't know, where do you have a sense of where they're at?
Last numbers I heard was a little over 3,000 in virtual.
Whoa.
Yeah. So only to position that where choice and virtual is now a permanent competitor.
In that case, where's the money coming from?
The tuition, the per pupil.
Right.
From the state.
So the
So-
tuition never goes to the local school.
Right, okay,
You'll never see it
Kentucky tax dollars are flowing
yeah.
out of the state.
to a corporation.
Oh.
Yeah.
Anyway, So that's another one.
Intellectual colonization.
Oh,
Yeah.
Um,
I don't know if you have time.
We only have about 10 minutes, so what's on your mind? What is on your mind that you feel like is a massive thing that we need to have some time with as a whole? You have both of our documents to take with you. This document for me was produced as an internal document at UK originally for vice president level about some of the trends in K-12 that are impacting us here at UK. So there are probably other big trends that I should have talked about, like demographics that I didn't talk about in here, but this one was sort of around like, where do we as UK need to be positioned on these trends? So that's what was the original impetus for this. So you have these two documents to take with you with other trends, but
yeah, mine was designed, I was hoping that you would say, aha, I'm going to do this in my action plan as a leader in higher ed. So hope they'll do that.
I think it's a little self-serving, but I think like my biggest interaction right now with higher ed outside of being a student is the teacher pipeline. So I know we're like obviously a doctoral program here, but thinking about the other hallway, right? Preparing teachers, like I think
Exactly.
when I'm looking at losing teachers, it really is I have to recruit teachers and then I have to keep teachers. It's like I try to partner with like our local university. We host all the students we can. As soon as they come in, I load them up with swag. So we're the Bulldogs. So there's Bulldogs everywhere. I'm like, look how fun it is to work here. Ignore that kid that's kicking me right now. That's fine. Look at the sticker you have. I don't know. I started my undergrad here in a teaching program that is no longer an option, which is why I finished at EKU because they still had that program. So there's no question in that except like, I don't know what to do outside of stickers because it seems like we don't want to be teachers and I don't entirely like which is also what I wrote down about the practicality because there really is only so much you can do in a university. Yeah, first year in a classroom is insane.
It's a thing. Yeah, it's a thing.
Because there's only so much you can do.
What do you think about the Teach for Kentucky? And I guess the pipeline from that program into Louisville?
well,
Is that Teach for America?
Educators Rising. Are you in Teach for America or
No, I
Educators Rising?
thought it was Teach for Kentucky. I thought it was, that we used to have that program. I thought we still did. But it's like Teach for America, but it was focused in Kentucky and it was people coming from all over, but
He is Teach for America.
He did.
you're Teach for America.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. I've been so 2 years. I was sent to Oklahoma City.
That's
Everyone I was sent with left after 2 years. I ended up loving the school, so like we stayed there for more than that. So like it fills a need because especially in Oklahoma, we're giving anybody that's been to college an emergency teaching certificate because we don't have teachers. But it is a 2-year commitment, so we're constantly cycling out because these are like business majors and people that want a little bit of the AmeriCorps money and to say, look at what I did without having to like join the Peace Corps.
I see.
So there's also the white saviorism of it. We don't have to get into that. But
Right.
the school I was at would not have been able to open its doors without Teach for America. But long term, they're still having to do that because
Yeah, I was curious. And
Yeah.
We're in Oklahoma. What?
it's in Oklahoma City. So it was Millwood Public Schools. So it's in Oklahoma City, but not part of OKCPS.
I think.
Yeah,
But you're in Iowa, Illinois,
Yeah.
one of those nice states.
one of those guys.
You're in Illinois now.
Yeah,
So where, I'm not saying that this is a good model, but in the area that I'm in, Virginia, there's the Rockingham County has, I don't know how they process this, but they're like, if you go to the local university in Rockingham County, James Madison, and get your teaching degree, we will guarantee you a job in a Rockingham County school system.
Yeah.
And I mean, I'm not quite sure how they can possibly manage that, but that is not actually my problem. But then, of course, that perpetuates,
Because teacher turnover.
I guess so. Yeah, I mean, we are, especially in a
Will
high
never
teacher-
be an option for what? There's nowhere to put them?
Yeah, but of course that perpetuates the no offense to all us white women, but like the white women teaching, you know, the changing demographic of.
And it's a high quality teachers we're getting.
Well, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, all of
Cause
that.
I have two LGS, I got to do a virtual interview, and at this point, it's like. Are you alive?
Are you breathing?
Yeah, like, yeah,
Cause it's almost July.
yeah,
We'll see you in August. Like,
yeah.
yeah.
Oh my
I've been
God.
Something that came up to me with the school choices that, well, I'm from Arizona, so we have the ESAs, the empowered student accounts, so the vouchers. So for any student that is attending private or homeschool, they get a $7,000 check. So like they're like, peace out, public schools. I'm gonna go and cash in my 7,000. I'm gonna go enroll in this charter school. And I'm kind of in the middle because I work for higher ed with dual enrollment with the early college program, but I'm also a school board member for a K-8. So
Yeah.
recently we, in December, we went through school closures. So we had a total of 18 schools. So we closed 5 schools, we consolidated them. So now we're down to 13 because there's 30 surrounding charter and private schools in our district. So now we're having to compete. Obviously, they're getting a $7,000 check, and we're just like, please come. So it's been tough because, and then I go to my job and like I have some like students that are homeschooled, but then they're, you know, we're getting money from the ESAs through dual credits because they can use that ESA to pay for dual credit, but others are like, hey, like buying a grand piano because why not? They have $7,000, and it's just really, it's rough out there in Arizona. So
Well, can I ask you, do you have an Arizona State charter school near you? Like ASU charters? Okay, so, but this is something to be in this overlapping space. Higher ed is not missing that $7,000 check. Higher ed is noticing there's a $7,000
oh
check.
yeah, higher ed is definitely benefiting from the vouchers.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
so-
higher ed is in the business in Arizona and other states as well, of beginning to open their own K-12 systems.
Yeah. Oh, like
So,
ASU, we have like ASU
ASU
prep.
prep,
Yeah.
and then Ed Prep Digital, which
Uh-huh.
is the online virtual school.
Yeah.
So higher ed is paying attention.
Mhm.
ASU or UK or insert your powerhouse university here
Yeah.
has massive resources, deep pockets. And so if we were to open like ASU opened Ed Prep Digital,
Mhm.
like we could go head to head with Stride, where random school district is going to struggle to go head to head
Yeah.
with Stride. I think you should notice that blurring that is happening
Mhm.
between higher ed and K-12 as higher ed sees the chaos
Mhm.
and is saying, maybe we could help. And if there's a $7,000 check, that definitely helps get our attention.
Well, now we have like 5 empty buildings. So now they're like, well, the charters are like, well, can we? Yeah, I'm like, dude, I just closed because of you. And it's just like,
Now they want your building.
and like
Yeah.
even our legislator, they're trying to push bills that it's like, well, now we can't, like, if we want to be community focused and be like, well, we're just gonna open like a community resource center, but and they're saying, okay, we're gonna give you $100,000, and then a charter's like, well, I'm gonna give you 200. Then it's like, now this bill is making us know you need to choose the 200 one. Even though this one's more community focused, you need to go with the 200. Like, hopefully, I don't know, but that's kind of where we're going. So I'm like, man.
Let's close.
Yeah.
Because we got to do a quick break and then get
Transition.
on to the next one. So
Yeah.
closing thoughts and then I'll have a couple.
Well, no, I think it's really interesting, all of your perspectives today. And, you know, my thought is that we really should begin to move forward in terms of the actions that we could possibly take. I know we can discuss this all to death almost, and we will. And you're doing dissertations on topics that are very much related. But I would just encourage you not only to discuss, write, research, but take some small actions that you can do from your institution. And I'm sure you already are, but just keep it up. I think it's really important. Thank you.
Yeah, similar from me of while this feels like chaos, To an innovator, it feels like opportunity. And so you all have to think about what is the relationship to all of these trends that you want to have. To what extent do you want to innovate into it? To what extent do you want to try to protect your institution against it? Right? Like either is a good choice. Like I know there's not a right choice here. You know, you though have to really know yourself, know what it is you're trying to do. And then if you really have a good sense of what it is that you're trying to do and what's important, you can work amongst these trends and you can shape them potentially to your benefit. Just Kimberly looking at dual credit and higher ed saying like, look, we've been attacked by charters. We're in this hyper competitive space, but I want to leverage the trend of dual enrollment to help kids in my building. Exactly. All of that's available everywhere. Elena was in the private world playing alongside of this.
Yeah.
Opportunities there. There's so many opportunities. And so, you know, while these trends are very scary, it also represents really a sort of sea change in education, which our generation is going to get to shape. And that's sort of cool in some way.
So, thank you all.
Thank you.
Even, yeah, whoever wants to keep them, there was some sort of pattern, but we didn't get to talk to all of them.
What is no?
I know you haven't seen me in a while.
How are you?
Good, good. Yeah.
You can have any both.
Yeah.
This is how
This is your.
this is.
Oh, okay. Okay. I know, I'm connected. No. Independent.
Okay.
So my daughter, she's going out to college.
Okay, yeah.
So now that I can be focused on.
Now it's a poll. She was driving. So they were all shaken up. Oh, hold on. Oh, okay.
He's talking about fifth grade.
I mean, it is.
You picked up the hands.
No, yeah, they were in the early childhood.
So I was thinking here, maybe. Go over to that one.
Good, how are you?
Yeah, love it. We don't. Like, like it may not be launched, but yeah. And like with the whole bunch of it. Prepare, so. Yeah, sure. I encourage it. They're on the journey. I'm good with that meeting during the.
We have nothing on
How
me.
about you?
I know.
If we get up there and girls.
Actually,
Rock that. Can we say they've got it in this number?
Like, this is our meeting, right?
I will say, I was. I'll figure it out. If you don't hear
Of community from instructional coach, the specialized programs to the instructional coach.
So what it?
Yes.
Yes. Also, thanks. I'm talking very much. Yeah. All you have to do is upload it and then head down to ours. Yeah. Oh, they're on it. So they're K-12 that you should fund me and they'll hire.
I'll be back in my terminal to call us tomorrow. I can get us here.
Oh. Yeah. I'll be out. Especially with our president is on the way out. Thursday, I'll just love. Wow. Oh my God. Yeah. All right. Well, I know one closed in Cincinnati. That's like a charity. Oh, that's. And I read the competition. Thing. I know. It's not actually. But you don't have to say it's good. Yeah, we'll get there. So I'm finding time and I got the you're in the like the. But if you're like, sorry, I'm trying to hire you.
Well, I'm gonna use that. Oh, wait, there is.
Yeah. Oh, that James? Yeah. Well, I just saw. Yeah. I'll be used to it. Okay. Yeah. She just like walked through. I don't know how you guys missed each other. Looked at Jade. I know what. I turned around and she's gone. Yeah, she. Like I'm sure I just where'd she go? Yeah.
You're relying on that, like, all these steps.
Yeah. I think I'm just rushed. Yeah. It's crazy.
That's okay. I'm from. Well, this is not in there.
Oh, wait, how we could have.
I was out to leave, but
This, I did too much paint.
So great.
They don't like to
So how are you? And I said this back. Did you? No, I just explained her. And I know she's had stuff to deal with, so. I think it's funny. From all the Friday, I will be joining. So, and I, yeah. And then. For sure, yeah, I said she for work, so yeah. Oh, and I got her mom. I knew she was like, oh, you another family. Yeah, her baby. Yeah, I worked with her for about like. Yeah, I might just see if I can like say like, oh. But I knew she's fine. Yes, I wasn't even sure. I agree.
Oh, okay.
Very, but I have a big party, so I don't know what your lunch plans are, if you leaving there.
So I don't think so, but I might come back. I can probably,
Yeah.
are you here tomorrow? Or no, not tomorrow. Okay. Okay. Well, then tomorrow. Okay.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
Still on.
No.
So I'm here for
No,
the academic session. I don't know if ours is here. I'll try to find it.
But yeah, that's what she's. I mean, I didn't get a lot of like.
Okay, everything is here,
Right.
because.
Right, so- Yeah, if she doesn't respond, she's not agreeing. No, I knew, I just wanted to, I was curious, yeah.
Yeah, I know. Oh, she passed it.
No, cool, barely, but. Yeah, that's why I was hanging out, but. Wow. You're like, oh, so-
Yeah, I still, I left.
You guys have bigger.
Yeah.
Actually, I understand.
You're ready. I have a clicker for you. Right, these direct ones.
Those are, yes, I did have some.
Okay, did you add them? Because I pulled these from.
Oh.
I'm Okay.
Yeah, I will read my report really quick.
Okay, okay. I will not take credit for it's good.
I actually got your, but a little snack too. Oh my God.
How you doing? Yeah, good to see you.
How are you?
Recognize you.
They offended 2019.
Good, right? What's called that? Really?
Wow. Yeah.
You're sitting there with your off. I got animal head.
I'm full of nonsense.
63. Yeah.
Really leveraging.
Let's go and how that's become a thing now.
Oh, really? Got out so.
They're private, you know.
Probably costume. I probably. First of all, it's been even more.
I'm like, oh no, I know you guys thought I was fake or not. You're not.
Yeah, they're
Yeah,
so
it's a tribute to
struggling.
you. Bummer. How are you?
Good.
Oh, yeah. Yes, fine. Frustrated. Hunting or that's a boy.
And then I kept, no, you're a part. It's very.
Oh,
You don't run the calls.
sorry.
So I get.
Oh, and that's why he's.
Well, good, yeah, why take you to the police, do it yourself, like, you know? Like,
I was gonna-
oh,
Yeah,
I said, that's right, other than you're
that, yeah.
Either I'm gonna-
Taylor, one of these guys. And you're just okay.
All right.
It's better be good, Dr. Bjork.
Yeah, I'm excited for it.
Yeah. Alright. Better teach me everything I know.
Everything we need to know. Yeah. Right.
Thank you.
Oh, you have it. Oh, good. You brought it.
Yes.
Yep.
That way I'm not like.
Oh, you're good.
Hey, how you
Hi,
doing?
I'm good.
Good to see you.
Okay, it should be on there now.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, thank you.
Here's your real food.
To the other room. Yeah. So thank you for the process. Right. It's not 20 jobs.
There probably sings going on right now.
Okay, we're just thinking forward. That's what it is. We should.
Preparing for that. Yeah.
20-ish.
Yeah, 202-ish. I love.
We got this now.
So, yeah,
Be in the fall crying.
fine. So, yeah. Are you gonna switch back and forth between the?
No, we'll go, well, actually, probably will switch back, but it won't be a hassle.
Okay, yeah, because I mean, if you're ready, this is.
Let me see how it's going.
2042, you'll have the public in.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
And so I
So I'll
joke from
hop
last
in.
night.
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
like,
Right here in the Browns.
the tall dude.
Present.
Yeah.
We are.
Right here, and we were trying to figure out.
That
okay,
device
hold
is
up.
the, like,
And he held his up and
audio.
it showed forward view of his side, so we're like, oh yeah, I'm just totally don't want to take that one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
But it-
well,
but it-
keep an eye on it. Okay.
It's fine.
Okay.
Nobody's been there yet, so.
Okay.
And I've learned that.
Consider
now.
If.
I love the lap sitting circus. I speak fair, I didn't consult anyone else about that. No, that was all me. This was all me. Instead of doing homework,
I'm trying to-
right, I did.
Yeah.
This morning.
How you doing?
Good, how are you?
Good to see you.
Thank you for your attention.
So you have are you coming in or are you going out?
Yeah, I'm going out.
Oh.
You're just putting stuff here. You want me to stay?
I've been dropping in and out.
You can have my neighbor. We'll offer Chris. Yeah, take me. Welcome. Check my window. Not my fault. Oh, that's it.
Yeah.
I'm good. How are you?
All right. Hanging in.
It's good to see you. We're live.
Okay. I have to see how this works.
Oh, yeah, this is for girls. Put it in the presentation view. Oh, no, it's working still.
I know. Where's the full screen?
Yeah.
Is that-
But that's my, so the check the clicker. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Oh.
These are. There it is. Yours go. There you go.
But you're going first, but
Yeah, if you want me to.
yeah, go ahead, because I
Okay.
think that's the way we.
Okay, great.
So welcome, everybody. I'm sort of like here. I have to explain myself last night. I was gonna go to the cookout. We don't have a kitchen. A bomb went off and we redid the kitchen and the painters were in all day yesterday and they didn't leave until 8:30 last night.
Wow.
And I had to stay and I had a dog and I had, so I was looking at my watch and, finding to come over and so they came back this morning, so I parked the dog in jail and let them have the house and all that. So I'm sort of like missed some of the sessions, especially the cookout, which is really good. Sorry about that. But one of the things that Virginia and I want to do is really talk about, basically after you graduate and when you're thinking about publishing and going into the academy, a lot of good things to think about. Basically, I think we want to talk about what it's like, what the expectations are, hard work and fun. It's a good life. And Virginia has some really, really good new experience, one of the best in the country. We got the best in finance again.
Yeah.
And I'm sort of like been in the publishing thing for a long time. I was telling Virginia in the office here that I looked at it about a few months ago and I had like 6 books and about 250 publications, papers, maybe 125 papers and 50 book chapters and 50, 60 articles and research. So what it is, the longer you live, the more you get, because everything you have to produce, publish or perish. And so here I am. I've been in this business since 1983. Yeah, look, didn't perish. And it's been a lot of fun. So it's just like some of the insights that we've, both in more recent, in terms of Virginia's experience and just plotting out how you go about it.
Yeah.
And then looking at some of the things that I've done that's the longer grind. You can pick up some ideas of how to be more successful than just going at it blind. Fortunately, when I looked at the PowerPoint, it occurred to me that a lot of the things, and we'll get into this more, but a lot of the things that you learn in the doctoral program are exactly the things and the skills and the knowledge and the attitudes that you need to be successful in publishing. And as I told Virginia, instead of learning out 200 quick pages, right? Because that's a dissertation, you have to condense that down. Yeah. And so what I did in the PowerPoint, you'll see this later, but I'll give you examples of how editors of journals actually work and look at and check off and review and so on. So that should be helpful. So the stuff you're going to see, it's, sort of like an overview of us in the academy and what your expectations are, how to do some planning and really strategizing. And Virginia is going to take that on, and then I'll get into the publication stuff in a bit. That should give us some idea. I think the big thing is we like to start some conversations. And one of the things, I got a couple of years left in the biz, okay? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to be working with some of my doc students to publish, to get them actually published. I'm going to co-author with them, mentor them through and get them launched. And I don't know if you know Elizabeth Malinowski. She is a doc student. She graduated this year and she and I presented a paper in Paris, France, not Paris, Kentucky. And
a lovely place.
Yeah, it's a great place. And they really like the paper. And the nice thing about that was she did her dissertation on mathematics professional development. I did a study a few years ago on mathematics professional development and student improvement test scores. I didn't publish it. So I said, hey, you want to join forces and we'll go ahead and do this. They got a paper done and now we're going to get published. I can tell that for sure. She said, how do you know? I know the editor. One of those things. But I mean, I'd like to be publishing more with my doc students to, get them launched and get a feel for it. So that's kind of what we want to do this morning. But the conversation, I think, is more important as we get into this than just doing a pony bear show. And
curious for folks. I would say I'd love to hear from each of you thinking about one, when do you think you'd be preparing to be on the market? And two, if you give a rating of 1 to 10, how strongly are you thinking about the academy?
I hope to graduate next May.
Great.
That's the goal.
Great.
So I mean, after that, I guess I probably after doing being a TA the last year, I loved it, and that solidified for me that this is what I want to do. So I would say probably a 10.
Yeah.
I also hoping to graduate next May as well. I'm currently an adjunct instructor, and
Great.
yeah, and I oversee a leadership institute down at the University of North Florida.
Yeah.
So I'm on I've had 3 publications, but I am last author. I'm there, but I'm on it, right?
Yeah.
So I know kind of the navigation of it, but definitely not even like how they get to that point. So I'm just the one inputting, writing a little bit, and they're the ones sending it off, coming it back. So
Got it.
although I'm like on them, I'd love to know more about how to even get that process going. So definitely a 10 as well when it comes to being all in on it, because this is what I want to do. So
Cool.
Yeah.
I'm the outlier.
Nothing wrong with that.
I am an elementary school principal, assistant principal. Possibly considering staying in P12, but also equally open to going into higher ed.
Okay.
I love being with my children at school, so that's a big plus. But like when I'm here and in this setting, this is what I want to do.
Yeah.
When I'm at school with my kids and my students, that's what I want to do.
Absolutely.
And so I'm just kind of open to anything right now. I think eventually I would love to go into higher ed.
Okay.
I'm not like that door is not closed for it to be next year when I graduate in May.
Great.
So I'm just kind of trying to figure out what I want to be when I grow up right now.
Awesome. Wonderful. I feel that.
Hello, I'm Ashley. I've actually been teaching on and off full-time adjunct teaching in higher ed already since like 2009.
Okay, great.
So I have the teaching experience already, but as a person with a master's degree, there's not a lot of opportunities for anything further than teaching.
Right.
So I haven't had like publications and all that kind of stuff yet. So that's what I'm trying to bolster up here. And also working on like my experience with teaching is all of those first year gen ed, because I teach English 101 primarily, not my choice. So part of what I'm trying to do here is to kind of get myself out of that pigeonhole, so to speak.
Okay.
And expand out into other things that I can teach.
Okay.
You know what occurred to me, listen to you. Bowman did a study, it's an older study, but in 1990. And he looked at all of higher education. He was a senior professor, published a book. Only 1.5% of everybody who graduates with a doctorate ever publishes after the dissertation.
Wow.
1.5%. Of course, this is dated, but basically,
but
not a lot of people go into
probably-
the academy per se. The other thing is when we look at education leadership programs in the country, there's a really interesting dynamic that's been happening for 25 years. They're beginning to increasingly value the practitioner experience. So when you come in as a scholar, they also want you to have some savvy knowledge about what schools do and how they do it.
Yep.
In order to be more effective in the classroom and also have your research more relevant. So those couple of things that you need to know about the movement in the field and also about how many people you're competing with PhD. Not a lot of people jump into the higher ed.
Right.
Exactly.
Hello. As a student, as well as a teacher and mentor, I definitely want to be thinking my work and related to depth education. The research pool is so small, so I'm definitely going to be continuing that work, potentially publish as well as have more people involved in the work, whether it's in rural or any other realm of depth education. and that'll probably be that.
Great. Yay. Yeah, so basically what I wanted to talk about is definitely more for folks who are thinking of maybe starting to apply for jobs here in this next market season. But please ask me any questions you have, like about any of the process I went through in more detail, or if you want to talk to me after, I'm happy to share. When we get into publication conversation, I can dive a little bit more into my experience with that and just kind of how you, I think, Ashley, to your point, my first publications were actually in science education, which I am not a scientist by any means, but I was just getting involved in research at that time. So I can talk a little bit of like, how do you negotiate, trying to really articulate where you want to go with your research agenda when we get into like the publication mode. But for this first half, I just wanted to share a little bit of like, if you're thinking about applying for the market, here's just kind of how you can set yourself up to think more about these 3 pillars of like the writing pieces. Of course, publishing is a huge factor, but it's not the only thing. And so if you are really strong in your service experience and you're strong in your teaching, how do we get that to be strategic to what you need to be successful in the market? So the first thing, and I do have this as a handout with direct links, so I'll make sure you all have access to that because you can have that forever. But the thing I really think is pivotal, especially at the start of your market search, is thinking about where your resources are. So are you all familiar with the Beyond the Professoriate? Okay, a little bit. We have access to it here at the University of Kentucky. I highly recommend you log in and get access to the webinars that they have. They host live webinar resources on every phase of the market, as well as how to write your statements. So that includes your CV, your research statement, cover letters, all of those things. But then it's just a really helpful resource as you're getting all your materials and your basically your ideas of how you want to talk about your research agenda stretch. So highly recommend you connect and tap into Beyond the Professoriate as a resource. And then I also included additional things to think about in this year is definitely logging into your professional organizations that you're affiliated with, that you may go to their conferences regularly. A lot of times those places have job website postings, but they also have like handbooks to help you think about the market itself. So just another helpful tool. For example, UCEA, which is the University Council of Education Administration, has a handbook that talks about the beginning to end stages of how to prep for the market and even to the part of negotiation. So helpful handbook. It's a little dated, but it still gives you like the nuts and bolts of what you need to understand of how this season works. Here soon, there's going to be opportunities to be a part of what are called Faculty First Look programs. These are hosted by institutions that either are shopping around for future faculty that they may want to hire. It was used as a recruitment tool. I think now more so they're used as more professional development opportunities, but to connect with faculty and get a sense from different institutional types. They're often titled Faculty First Look, but they are a little different depending on the institution. I believe NC State has one, NYU has one. That's the one I participated in, Buffalo. So they're across the US. So even if you're thinking, you know exactly where you want to apply to be a faculty member, professor, go to these Faculty First Looks anyway, because you get to network with people in different institutions, as well as just gain the insights of how to think about preparing for the market. And a lot of times these programs include ways for you to practice your job talks and practice your pitch more. And I know you all are doing that tomorrow as well, but any opportunity you get to practice how you talk about your research is going to be pivotal. So those spaces really offer that opportunity. So be on the lookout for those. Those applications will probably be coming here in the next few months. And they often do programming either in the late fall or early spring. Then last, of course, is social media. I feel like now it's a little off in terms of how people are posting jobs, but LinkedIn has become a bit more of a space for higher ed professionals and posting positions. When I was on the market and looking at either postdocs and things of that nature, Twitter was still very popular for that, but I think that that's kind of phased down a little bit. But still, just kind of look, if you're on social media, look around and see who you might be following in the network that may be helpful for that. I also included higher ed jobs as a job search board example. There's a few of them and the links are included in the handout I have, but I would suggest bookmarking those right away in like August to just kind of plan to check those periodically. But higher ed jobs is probably the most user-friendly of the searches. A lot of them can be pretty messy, especially if your research and your interests are not just within education leadership. Maybe your work connects to directly teachers. So you might be looking at curriculum and instruction departments. You might be looking in different realms, and this was the most helpful of sites to find your different field places for research. But so that's just kind of the collecting of what types of resources are available to get you prepped and ready to think about the market. Any questions about these?
Where do the applications, where do you get those for the faculty first look?
They're usually housed on the university's website.
Okay.
And so I would do like a search for like faculty first look type programs. But I included links to the ones I know.
Oh, awesome. Okay.
But I know that they exist basically across
Okay.
the US, but yeah. So then this is a very important part, is thinking about who do you know in academia, and who are your peers, right? Going through this process of thinking about being on the market. And it's important to really get your understanding of who's on your team early on. And I would highly recommend by like the end of the summer, just kind of really reflecting and thinking about who do you see as kind of like your pivotal, like, oh, that's the person I would strive to kind of think about being in terms of their scholarly work, in terms of their service, teaching, and publishing. And this can start with your current faculty, right? Like folks here in EDL, who's on your committee that you're like, oh yeah, you're really publishing heavy in this realm, and that's something I want to gain more insight on. Asking about their experience on the job market. And while everyone's experience is a little different, and also with time, it may feel a little dated, I still think getting a sense of understanding how it moved for them, very, very important. And especially for recent graduates, and definitely I will always offer myself up to that in this year of talking about what do you think the projections are looking like in terms of job market and how this year was, and getting kind of into the weeds there. So really just asking about what folks' experiences have been. And then also, of course, how to think about your research in connection to departments you may want to be in. So like I mentioned, the Inside Higher Ed had a really helpful way of searching through stuff to find your more expansive ways of thinking of which departments you're interested in. But it is kind of hard to figure that out on your own to say, well, where could I apply? Like, where would I be most competitive? And where could my work really be supported and get that support to help publish? And who would you want to publish with, right, within a department? That's hard to figure out from one single job posting. So really having those conversations with current faculty would be very helpful. And then, of course, asking for templates of things. Ask for templates of everything if you can, because you can just at least see kind of how you want to maybe backwards map your materials for the market. See if you say, okay, this person put in their first paragraph this really strong research statement that I want to make sure I get to craft mine very well. So you can do that by looking at examples from others. I would say definitely in these conversations, if this is people you know, really thinking about assembling your letters of rec people early on. because as the market comes, it moves quite fast, especially as you're also working on your dissertations. And so you realize you've got two main priorities, and you want to try to get a lot of these things solidified early. So really think about, as you think about who your letter writers may be, how do they speak to you in terms of these pillars, right? Like, how do you have someone who can speak to your strong teaching skills? Do you have someone who can speak to your research trajectory? It doesn't have to be like someone you publish with, or, you know, it could be just someone who knows you, has talked to you about how you've been thinking about your research. That's super important, because then they can see kind of how you've been thinking about it and can communicate that in letters. And as well, of course, with service, it's like, have you been in capacities with folks that can see how you shine in a leadership role, and what does that look like? So definitely think about who those people are and how can they help really articulate you as a holistic professor. And yeah, I say solidify those as early as you can, not the letters themselves, but who you want to write them, because it will be a bit of a chaotic, like, oh, this deadline's coming up, this deadline's coming up. You don't want to be trying to figure out who your letter writers are for each job that quickly to those deadlines. And I highly recommend really being in community with each other in this season, because it is very isolating when you're in it. It's quite stressful, and it's intimidating, because you're all applying for jobs that you may be both interviewing for the same job, right? And that means nothing to you as individuals, but it means everything to like how you might be feeling about the situation. And so it's really important to just be clear and be in community with each other in this time, and just share kind of how things are going, but you know, not in a way of like, oh, I got that interview, you didn't, right? It's not competitive. You want to build a space where you have that support, because it's really tough. I suggest starting like a writing group, to just really get a sense of like, before applications really start to pick up, you could work together and share each other's work on how you're thinking about your research statement, your teaching statement, and all of those things, and get that feedback before the jobs even come up. So then that way, if you're like, oh, we're going to be applying for the same job and you want me to look at your research statement, that's weird, because now I'm going to be writing that same, you know what I mean? Like, really trying to stay away from the tensions that kind of show up in that. But it's so nice to get feedback from your peers who you've talked to and have thought about your work together. Like, you're in this as a community. So it's really good to have at least some space for that early on. Yeah, any questions about that?
Silly question, but
yeah,
so if most of our teaching experience is in P12, do you want your person giving letter of recommendation somebody who is in higher ed themselves, or can letter of recommendation come from anyone?
I would say you want to be strategic about it. I think higher ed is probably preferred.
Yeah.
But I don't dismiss, especially thinking to Lars's point of how a lot of the, specifically the educational leadership departments, want to see your practitioner skills. It may be more beneficial to have, for those specific departments, a letter from someone who's seen you in the P12 setting, because they can, and make sure that they're just describing what they're looking for. That's usually the key thing, is being really clear with your letter writers of like, they're looking for someone who does this. So if you can give examples to how I exemplify that, that would be great. And at that point, it doesn't matter really who's doing the writing, because you want a great letter. I would say you'd rather have an exemplary letter from someone in P through 12 practitioner versus a so-so letter from someone in higher ed. You want someone who can give those examples to what the position is asking for. So yeah.
If being strategic is important, one of the things, if you want to have a professor write on your behalf, is to, beautiful point about being strategic, give the professor a rundown of your strong points that fit the job. That way, they can put out a really good letter without too much of a, I have to go through her resume kind of thing. It really helps.
Yes.
It really
Yeah.
does help.
Give them as less work as possible so
Yeah.
that they can make that letter be the most shiny, beautiful thing. Give everything that you can to them, what you want them to target early on. Yeah. Awesome. Whoops. Things moving very fast. So basically also something will be very helpful is to organize yourself. Because like I said, once applications move, they move quite fast. And it's a matter of you just trying to organize. Like I said, you're not only a human living your life, but trying to navigate eating, sleeping, being healthy. You're also really trying to get your dissertation done, because at the end of the day, that is what you need to do any of this stuff. But in terms of the market, it does not care that you have a dissertation that you need to defend before, the summer. So it starts about August is the typical season of the market. So I would highly recommend, before you even get into that, build some type of organizing system for you. This is just a screenshot of mine. So you can see I built a spreadsheet that I could share with my letter writers so that they can get frequent updates to how everything was going. And I included, and I have the access to this that you can actually see. But there's a folder that I would link materials for the letter writers based on that position. So I would send it to them with the folder that would include my CV, the talking points or the points that I really wanted them to really hit based on how I knew them and how they knew me, as well as instructions for submission. So a lot of times with faculty positions, they won't ask for a letter of recommendation or references at the time of your submission, but you still want to get all that organized, right? So that when that time comes, you're like, it's already there. You don't even have to worry about it. But a lot of times with postdocs or like fellowships of sorts, they want all of that at that specific deadline. So it's important for you to just know kind of what types of positions you're applying for. Also thinking about what is your fit interest, right? Like, is this a position that you're excited about because it's where you want to be, or that it's just literally written for you, right? Like, this is the perfect position, and maybe the location isn't great. Like, really be real with yourself about what you're most excited about and if it's a really good fit for you and your scholarship. So when I thought about my fit tier, that was more of like, okay, does my work really align well with kind of what is going on within this particular department? Is this a space where my research can grow in the direction I want it to grow? So really having those reflections, because you'll see a job posting, you'll be like, yay, a job, I'm going to apply. And just be like, wait a minute, is this actually a job I really want? Or is it because I'm excited because it's a job, which is also very fair. That is very real. We need jobs. So just be real with yourself, because there will be a lot of positions that come up. For me personally, there were some in states where I was like, I absolutely do not want to live there. And I had to sit for a little while to just say, okay, yeah, the position seems great, but I don't think that I can be myself and thrive in this space with this great job, right? So I was like, we're just not going to apply for it, and that's okay. And in my heart, I was like, oh my gosh, I'm so nervous. I'm saying no to a job. That's crazy. Like, I should be applying everywhere. But that's just not helpful for your timing. It's not helpful if you got the job and you move and then you're like, actually, I don't want this. Then you have to reevaluate what is it that you even wanted in the first place. So just be real with yourself. Yeah.
Good question. So did you apply for these after you graduated or
No.
the summer? So I think my big question is, like, do you apply ABD?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
You can start applying ABD.
Okay. I just don't know, like, when obviously if a job says like your qualification, you need the doctorate.
Correct.
But if you're just showing your ABD, I don't know. I think that's always my big question when I hear people applying for roles. So
yeah, because how it works is these positions will have start dates of that following fall year. So by that point, you would have your degree.
Yeah.
So
you're saying apply for it Like, say, if we want to graduate, yes, ma'am, hold on, let me
Like,
write that down, write that
like
down.
next month. I don't think
That's
there will
exciting,
be.
though. Yeah.
It is.
Yeah.
I really think what's really fun about the market, and there's a lot of it that's very stressful and not fun.
Yeah.
But what is very fun about the market is that you're really learning about how to talk about your research and talk about it in a way that's bigger than your dissertation.
Yeah.
Because your dissertation is just going to be that foundation, that one piece that maybe will build to all these different avenues that your work can take. And that was so exciting for me to build because it's kind of, you don't really get the space to really craft that as heavily, which I love that you're doing the pitch, that practice early, because that's kind of the stuff you really have to hit as you're writing constantly your materials to show that you're a great candidate. So yes, you will be.
And they just like they know or assume that you're graduating this day. Okay.
They have telltale signs.
I
would say you don't even have to make it clear
Okay.
to that because
Yeah.
they'll know. They'll know based on like your scholarly trajectory, and your CV will say you don't have an appointment anywhere, right? So it's very easy for them to know that. But how you want to go about your letters or any of your writing is that you are a colleague. You are entering now as you, as a researcher, as a scholar, as an educator. So the way you'll write is you won't say, in my dissertation, you say in my current research, I am exploring this.
Right.
Versus saying, in my courses that I TA'd for, no, in the classes that I've assisted with instruction, like really being clear that you have these skill sets. These aren't anyone's given to you in a course. Like this is something that you now have. You've done the coursework, you've done these milestones. You are now moving into a position of thinking of yourself as a scholar. Which is very hard and scary.
Right.
But it's, like I said, it's really fun when you get a chance to say, okay, this is where I want my research to go. This is where I want to think about my education, my classes that I would want to teach, right? Like what is needed for students today to help build this research agenda or idea of you as a scholar that you can see in practice, right? So yes, I would say here in the next month, you're going to start seeing postings. This past year, it was a bit later. It was around late August, September, I would say, was when they really started to heat up. But getting yourself organized is key. And what I would do with this spreadsheet was like every 2 weeks, I would send an email to my letter writers just saying, hey, here's an update. No word yet on this one, but I got a feedback on this job and this didn't work out. So giving kind of an update, and if there's any specific deadlines, I was like, this postdoc has a deadline of November 1st. Just remember, this is the link to do that, because everyone needs a little reminder. But it was nice. They liked being kept up to date, even if you don't see them regularly. It's nice to say.
One of the things too, most departments plan the end of the year, but they can't get approval until the new budget year, like July 1. Okay,
So I like working at it, I know, I'm just like, yeah.
Everybody's
obviously
sort of
you're
like
ready.
hanging there, and then the dean says July 1, you could roll with this or
Then in
not.
October, yeah.
And then you have to go through the university. I want to see the job description. We have to do this and that and so on. So by the time, Virginia said, by the time you roll through it, end of August, early September, all the pieces are in place.
Yeah.
If it's a good department and they know how to do it.
Yeah.
Then it comes out about that. And you'll notice that the really good competitive departments are early on the market because they want to grab the people who are really looking for a position.
Got it. And it's in, you're saying early July or just
August?
Yeah, it's usually,
mid-August,
mid-August,
early
early September.
Yeah.
I mean,
okay. Yeah.
you're in trouble if you hit October because a lot of people are already,
Not you personally, the people posting
right.
positions,
Okay.
the department.
we really
That
kind
means
of
someone
really
lives
anxious
locally.
that we
Yeah.
make sure
Good luck.
we're on the job market in before September. Early September is okay, but beyond that, it's like real issues.
Right. But yeah,
Thank you. Good.
yeah.
So yes, here's kind of the breakdown of the timeline. So I would say this summer, really just try to get your materials drafted. They can be ugly. They, you're going to be building and crafting and molding these throughout the summer, but it's really nice to have at least a solid draft that you can get maybe your committee members' eyes on early so they can give you some preliminary feedback, and again, sharing with your peers to do that. So that way, when the jobs start coming in, you're not starting from scratch. You want to have a solid template you can build on and know that you can move things around. I always have like a little document in each folder for like my Word dump document is what I call it, where anything where you're like, I don't think this applies to what I want to put here, but I don't want to lose it because I think it still speaks to a lot of what I want to do. Just put it in the Word dump document and come back to it, because it may be for another position. You're like, haha, they wanted to see that. I have that. I'll put it in there. So it'll be a lot of like moving pieces of patching your documents together to really speak to what that department is looking for and how you exemplify that. So getting at least a solid draft of each thing would be very great. And that Beyond the Professoriate has a like step-by-step webinar that's already recorded of how to do each of those documents. CV, teaching statement, research statement, diversity statement, you name it. They have a webinar for how you do each one, and it was very, very helpful. So I will keep plugging Beyond the Professoriate. It was very helpful. Yes, I wanted to say too, this summer, definitely research new hires on the market. You can do that by maybe if there's a few departments that you're interested in applying to, just kind of pulling CVs from more recent assistant professors would be the way to look at that, and take a look at what their publications, how many they have, what kind of did you see that maybe made them competitive in the market, and how you then may tailor your stuff to fit to say, am I competitive for this type of department? And with publications, it really varies on what people are looking for in that realm. So I wouldn't stress if you're like, I don't have any yet. But if you do know that you are working toward a publication, it's okay to name that. Just be explicit about where that actually is, what stage that's in. But you can see just kind of how many publications folks have had, where they book chapters, where they co-authors, right? Which is also a great experience. But just seeing then, okay, what does that mean for me? And is this my season to be in the market for a professor position, or should I be looking at postdocs, vice versa, or fellowships even would be great. So August through December is the first big wave. That's when you're gonna get the really big push of positions. Like Larson mentioned, August 15th, September is a very heated month. And then I would say October is when it starts to go toward the end, but there were still a few positions posting November, December of last year. So, but this will definitely be the heavier time where you're going to see a lot of positions posting with, I would say the August positions had deadlines in October. September positions that posted had deadlines in November. So you kind of can see, it's like, okay, maybe a month and a half before you really need to get it together. But like I said, get started on it right away. Don't push it to the last minute, because they will move fast and then you're going to be scrambling to get all your materials together, and that's just not fun on top of everything else you have to do. So I would recommend scheduling your time, like scheduling times in the day of blocks that you're like, I'm going to commit these 2 hours on Monday and Wednesday to working on my job materials, whether that includes time for you checking job postings and the time to actually build out your materials for jobs. Schedule that out at the start of the semester, because again, like I said, some things that just moves really fast. Life is happening. You've got a deadline for your chapter, other stuff that you also need to prioritize. But if you carve out time to do it, that's just very helpful to say, okay, I've committed this time. Nothing's happening at this time but me working on these materials. So then in January to May, there's a few job postings in the early of the spring semester, but it really starts to trickle down where there's not much. You may see more postdocs at that time. So that's something to definitely think about. But then around January is when you'll start to get interviews. Oftentimes there is a first round interview for either done on Zoom or phone, depending on the department. And then the final round is a campus visit where you would then do your job talk, a teaching demo of sorts, things of that nature. And that tends to happen in that second wave. My advice during what I would suggest in terms of thinking about your dissertation and being done with your program is that you at least want one of your findings chapters completed by the end of the fall semester. So that one, you have something really strong to take with you as you prep for your job talks, but also helping you get done because this is a very busy time where you are not going to have time. If you're going and doing interviews and job talks, you're not going to have time to write. So really trying to get your writing done as quickly as you can. And at least if it's just one chapter, that's great, because then you have a template for all your others you can move through in that same manner. So, but yeah, keep your letter writers in the loop. However, whatever system you build with them, whatever works for you will be good, but just staying on top of things will be pivotal in the spring because that's when it really starts to feel busy. And so this last thing I just want to talk about is just really, again, connecting more back to reflections on how you might be thinking about yourself as a scholar moving forward into these positions, but also thinking about yourself as a human and what you need as a person. So it's really important to think about how you might describe your current research and how that might connect to longer research plans. So talking through either with yourself, with your peers, with your committee of being like, where does this go, right? Because a lot of times on the market, what they're looking for is someone who can speak to where is this research going to go beyond this one particular project? Like what plans do you have for applying for grants? What plans do you have for what types of courses you would add to the department, right? And think, how does that streamline across you as a scholar? So in whatever ways that feels good for you to reflect on, that's just really important to think through throughout this entire year. I'm a big journaler, so I would often, after a day of just like heavy writing or heavy teaching, I would go sit down and like, okay, let me think about myself for a minute. And what does this mean for what I'm doing now to what I want it to look like in the future or moving forward long term? So whatever way helps you to think through stuff, voice memos, just kind of talk to yourself a little bit about your work and what excites you and where do you see it going. And lastly, just thinking about what do you need as a human to get through this process? Because as I've said a few times now, it's quite a busy year. You're really trying to get your stuff done for your milestones within the department, but you're also trying to plan for the future, and that's a lot. And also, like I said, you need to eat, you need to sleep, you need to be well, and you start to sacrifice things and when things get busy. And so just think about what support you need, who's in your support circle, and communicating with them early on that this year's going to be a lot. I had to tell my partner right at the start, I was like, I will have no time I want to dedicate time to you, but I really don't have it for this next week. I need this week and the evenings to be for me. Next weekend, let's go on a date, right? Like, and just really think about how can you still prioritize the things that are very important to you as a human. The love of your family, your friends, your colleagues, like you want that and you need that to sustain. But you gotta sometimes communicate at times where you're like, hey, y'all, I might need some help. Send me food, money, whatever you can, if whatever way you can contribute to my well-being this week because it's a busy week for me. Then they will be supportive of this. Your people in your circle have been supportive of your journey this whole time. So they know and they are happy to help. So, but yeah, any other questions about just kind of,
What advice do you have for somebody who's geographically bound?
Yes. I actually have a few of my colleagues who are geographically bound. I would say you really want to think about if the market is very small in terms of opportunities for working in higher ed and where you're geographically bound. Think about other spaces where you can still do these three pillars in some facet. So are there jobs that are in nonprofit organizations, think tanks, policy spaces? So if you're working near capital, right? Like how can you get involved in the policy work that maybe you can do more of that practitioner level, but still engage in ways of thinking that is very research driven and very possible to do publishing right off the bat? Can you in those positions carve time to work on your writing? So once you're done with your dissertation, can you still create some space to write? Because it will be important to find a position where you maybe can still try to get a journal published in that time if you're really thinking of going into the academy. So whether that's while you're teaching, right? That's great. You're going to have teaching skills really solidified and ready to go. But can you negotiate time to work on your writing? Can you negotiate time to really show your leadership skills in a service-oriented way? So that would be my advice. One of my good friends is geographically bound to New York City, which you'd think there's a lot of opportunities there, but there are a lot of people who want to live in New York City. So the market was super competitive. So she had to think outside the box a little bit and say, okay, I know that I'm probably not going to get a position in one of the institutions right now, but there's this organization that does advocacy work in the area that she does her research in. So she's able to do that. She has that job. She's working in the advocacy oriented role. She's publishing policy reports, which is also very great for the market of really how you're engaging your scholarly knowledge into practice and into the real world. So that's a great application. So she was thinking deeply about what does it mean to still do the work that speaks to these three pillars, right? How can you still do things that help you exemplify those? Because at that point, when you're applying for faculty positions, that's going to look very well because you have that real world experience, you have an understanding of how your research connects to that. That's key.
Virginia, I'm in the wrong. I gotta go to the EDD.
Oh, okay, my bad.
But I was listening. I'm like, this is good. And then I'm like, wait, they're all PhD.
Yeah. You know what room they're in?
I just looked. It's a T.
Is it 122 that there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Taylor.
Yeah, and Taylor.
Hey, Allison, it's not divided between PhD and EDD.
Right.
Well,
It's just
no, yeah,
it's a team.
If you want to go into
Academia.
academic,
Well, I do. I want to work at the campus. So should I
Yeah.
stay?
Stay.
Thanks. Yeah. It's fun.
Okay, I have one more question.
We like to press people, you know.
Yeah. That's exactly what I want to do.
Good. Yeah.
How do you navigate, like,
Mhm.
for me, I am geographically bound in Kentucky, like this area is Kentucky, which leaves not a lot of options.
Yeah.
But at several of the places that could be options,
Mhm.
I'm already known there, like as, maybe as a 12-month staff member.
Right.
Or
Right.
adjunct faculty member, or like
Mhm.
somebody who just had maybe one class to teach or whatever. So how do you get over like, that's what they see you
Yeah.
as? Do you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
well, now I have all of this other stuff and I can do all these things, which I probably could have done some of them before, but you know,
Yeah.
it kind of like, this is the view that they have of you, and that's the lane that you stay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't avoid that. But having the terminal degree, the PhD, is an announcement
Correct.
in your professional life that you are intending to do something different.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, when I graduated, my department hired me, which was weird because that never happens.
Yeah.
And my faculty, and they were great people, but they had a strange attitude towards me because they always saw me as a student.
Yep.
Yeah.
You know, one of those things. I only had a 1-year appointment, and then, you know, I went to the National Institute of Education, but it was sort of like, oh, we didn't know how to relate to it. we know you're a faculty member and you're in our department now, but,
Yeah.
you know, you're still a student. Should he be in these conversations?
Right.
You know, what-
The place
Kind
that
of
like
things.
the closest to where I actually live,
Mm-hmm.
I was an advisor for a bit while I was like laying in wait for something to do with teaching. And I entered the doctoral program at that institution.
Mm-hmm.
And then the person that was my supervisor was also the head of that department. That I would go into as a teacher, but also. the
Have you
doctoral
talked to
program.
them about?
She told me
Okay.
that I couldn't teach in that department because I needed like outside like experience elsewhere, right? And then I could maybe come back.
Right.
Right. But she kind of made it clear that she didn't think I was gonna do that. So that's why I like nixed that program, come here.
I
And
see.
even though I
Yeah.
already had teaching experience multiple other places
Right.
before I got there
Right.
in the first place. But
Right.
so do you have any advice for a situation like that one?
Yeah. I would say, in terms of that particular department where they were like, you can't come back here until you've got some outside experience. That is what it is, but I would think about maybe who the University of Kentucky's connected to, like think about all the networks that we have even within EDL faculty and who we work with, and find opportunities to show your research in a way that is like practical or profitable in whatever, if it's a department, if it's the school district, right? Like if it's somewhere where you're like, oh, I'll host the workshop for folks to highlight my experience, you know, my research that I think will be very valuable in your district and your office and your, you know, institution. Just kind of really showing up in the ways that you want them to say, oh, okay, she is a scholar. She has got all her things together. We actually think she'd be a really great fit here in whatever capacity that is, right? So I think if it's like Pritchard, if it's like, you know, any of these spaces that are doing this work, finding opportunities to connect with them and say, this is what I'm about. I can show you what I'm about. You know, I can host a guest lecture. I can host a workshop. I can host a whatever, and really try to show up in that way. Obviously that's a lot, that's a more added work. But even if you just are communicating with people and finding time for conversation to say, here's what I'm about now. I know you see me in this capacity, but I am finishing up and this is my expertise and my skill set. And I think it'd be very strong here. What type of opportunities could I consider, right? Even that conversation alone, if people are just on the radar, is that you're switching up now. Like you're wanting to kind of move to this next level and you just got to communicate that. It takes a little bit more time, but I think there's a lot of different opportunities and ways you can showcase the skills you have. Like I said, it's just a matter of really finding a position that can help you build out those three kind of areas that higher ed really looks and values. Yeah. What else? Yeah. Maybe you got something. Okay. I was like, and we'll talk more about publishing and the nitty gritty of that. I'll switch over to but yeah, if you have any questions, if you want to see any of my materials, I'm happy to share. Just email me, find me. If you want to reflect on anything of the market and vent to me, I'm happy to be that person as well. So don't hesitate to reach out.
Yeah, I think it'd be useful. I was just thinking as you were talking, having the PowerPoint.
Yeah.
That's super, you know, just such good information and stuff.
Well, you all have access to all the documents and stuff in that folder.
Yep.
Okay, that's where everything
It's all in
is.
SharePoint.
Perfect.
I've already pulled it up.
Beautiful. Okay, that's where it all is in the SharePoint. So feel free. I put links in the handout versus in the PowerPoint. So there's direct links to things. But like I said, if you want to see something more in depth, if you want to see any of my materials, I'm happy to share.
Yeah, one of the things that occurred to me when you were talking is that, you know, when you start out in a position of higher education and you start combining your dissertation. So you're basically starting out as the Lone Ranger.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you're doing it yourself, then you become known over time. You move towards collaboration and you start to network through association and conferences and meetings and stuff like that. Articles published in research journals say you're an expert. Okay. When you move to the book chapter thing, you at that point, it's a statement of recognition of your knowledge in the field because it's an invitation usually. So there's a nice thing, nice balance between book chapter and articles. Like one is sort of like the lodestone, is the research or article. But then as you mature as a scholar, you can begin to contribute book chapters and things. And that's an affirmation of people recognition in the field. Just thought I had. Anyway, we're going to look at publishing in the journals and we're looking at the whole idea about, you know, how are you going to succeed in a position in higher education and research and teaching and scholarly work. And getting published is important. I developed this PowerPoint when I was a Fulbright scholar, and I presented it in Finland to Finnish students. So basically, they had the same sort of idea that they have to get published in Finland and to proceed and work in, you know, higher education. And so we're going to look at the purposes of scholarship and tips on writing, submitting manuscripts for publications, and evaluating manuscripts. That's interesting because if you know how a reviewer is going to move through your article, and you know what they're going to look at specifically, it's going to give you a heads up on what to do and do well. So we're going to do that at the end here. So the purpose of scholarship in a university is why should you engage in scholarly writing? You know, and basically the purposes of scholarship, there are a couple of things here. The functions of the universities, a three-legged stool, okay? It's research, teaching, and service. And so you want to excel in all of those. And what we're going to do is look at the generation of new knowledge. And that's the publisher parish part of your work. One of the things is tenure. You know, as you come into a department, you're looking at not leaving. Okay. And if you have a good department, they protect you. They put your arms around you and say, don't bother this woman until she's got at least a year here and got published and she's teaching under control and everything. And you have to understand the departments have a real investment in you. If you get selected, you're considered the best and brightest in the field. Not just, oh, we're going to get it, we'll go again and we'll try a better one. No, it's an investment of the department in getting a person they really want. And so they really want to keep you. So the whole tenure process, it takes 6 years. So typically in our department, we protect the person for the first year, meaning we keep everybody off her back. And we tell them to leave her alone. And we do, because other departments want to come in and have you serve and do this and do a lecture and do that and everything. So our department chairs say, no, you can't do that. And no, you can't have her. And you can talk next year. And so the investment goes to how the department protects you as well. The promotion process is basically, if you have a couple of articles a year, you're good. Because that means you get 12 in 6 years. And that's about what you need to be in fairly good research journals. You're probably not going to be in the top journals per se, but that's enough to have a committee of the university, not only of the college, but the committee of the university say, yeah, this woman has done the work, this man has done the work, and credible. And also the academic fit. Part of that is a good academic fit, as Virginia said, with the department in terms of the scholarly work going on there, about the teaching needs of the department. There's a good fit there. But sometimes there's a good fit among colleagues in the department. Like Virginia and I just talked, and she's interested in the superintendency, and I've done that for 20 years, you know, that kind of stuff. So we should talk, you know, one of those things. In some instances, you're the Lone Ranger there because they brought you in to fill a hole. That's not a problem because you have colleagues that you're going to be looking for nationally as well to work with. So don't despair that you're the Lone Ranger in this particular area of expertise. That's fairly typical. So the academic fit is good. Good in the sense that the department should protect you. Academic fit is good if you have a colleague in the department or even in the college. Over time, during that first year, you're going to be going to association, present papers and things. And so you'll be meeting people in your area that you could work with at other universities. And that's easy to do because you attend these things and you listen to their spiels and papers and you read their stuff and, you get to know. So, and they want to do the same thing. That's why they're there. It's the network. And by the way, going to association meetings like AERA and other really good meetings, UCEA, is that you get a chance as a young scholar to see the breadth and depth of research in an area that you really like. Yeah. And it's a good way to get up to speed on literature that you haven't read. And you get to know, because these people are writing, they're going to be published too. And sharing papers and things, it was a great way for me for 25 years to keep up in areas and identify new areas. Okay, part of the publishing thing is the university itself gets its stature from your work, not only in research grants, but in publications and books. It contributes to institutional prestige. So they're very interested in you being productive, not just a grunt teacher, because you're really valuable to them because they do count, and the institutional status, the mechanism of status of the university is both in publications and in grants received. So that they have a real investment in you being good at what you do. And the other thing is too, as I mentioned earlier, in our field in administration leadership, in the past 20 or 25 years has been a real interesting move, particularly starting around the 1980s as they started looking at education reform. They really wanted practitioners who really knew what schools did and how they did it. They wanted people with experience and knowledge and a sense of that environment. So the faculty moved from people who were like 50s and 60s and 70s. They were like sociologists and they're anthropologists and they were studying human behavior, really researcher types that were in our field, and started getting replaced by principals and superintendents and so on who had the chops. Right. And because they realized that they moved from a scholarly orientation towards a scholarship for improving practice. And so they wanted those people who were savvy in the department, but also had the scholarly chops. So it was where we are now is at that nice balance of people who've been there, done it, but also who can write about it and do research in it and work with colleagues in the field, in the profession, in schools to ask the right questions that will be of interest to journals and also enhance understanding of how to make things better in the field. So that's a kind of a nice scenario where we are right now. In other words, the practitioner isn't shut out. It's a good credential to have. They want those savvy people in the classroom. They want those savvy people doing the research. One of the things, this is sort of like, I'm going to tell you all about the things you know from your dissertation, okay? Because these are the skills. Know your work and define the purpose of your writing. Well, you've already done that. You're doing that now. You're going to do that spin here in the next couple of days. The other thing is know the audience and identify a journal that's a good fit. And part of that is the work that you've already done in your review of Lit. You probably already tapped into some of those exemplary journals. Just look at that because those are possibles. Also, know the format of the journal, the journal, the reference style, Chicago, APA, and so on. That's important. Outline your article, lay it out, what that one singular important idea. And by the way, your dissertation will have 2 or 3 beautiful articles in it. plus one in methodology. Okay, I mean, you've already got all of that work done. You have like 200 pages that you can work with, those 4 articles. So you're golden going, and so long as you can identify those opportunities in those journals and so on. Know the format, write your draft article, and it's like I said, it's not the massive lit review that you did. It's a shorter, focused, tailored piece that is scholarly. It's less verbose. I mean, academic BS, you need that for the dissertation. The journal has to be a shorter, more elegant writing, but make the same point in fewer words, but good, up-to-date references that are like maybe within 5 years. Revise and edit, find a colleague to proofread, write a final copy. One of the things that Dan Lorty, who's a senior professor at the University of Chicago, one of the big guys in our field, he retired 20 years ago. He said, I was with his group of his students at the University of Chicago, and he said, you know, I always send my manuscripts to the best journals in the field because they have the best reviewers. And he said, I get really great feedback. I may not publish in that journal, but I get great feedback. And I sent him out to another good journal. And he walked out in his office and he pulled out a drawer and he said, I have maybe 50 rejections right here with the best critiques of my work that I've ever had. He said, let me publish it. So, you know, you're getting feedback, you know, may get rejected from a journal, but the feedback you get is terrific because it means that you can sharpen that article and you can really get that thing published eventually. So it's a process, not say hit every time. You just be persistent.
Can I add something to that?
Yeah.
I think in the current scheme of the publication cycle, a lot of times people see a revise and resubmit and think that that's bad, right? When you're like, oh, I didn't get accepted outright. Oh, devastating. Like my paper is not good. That is not the case. It is much more common to get a revise and resubmit than I've not seen many, even scholars who I have admired for many years still are like, yep, they call them R&Rs. Like I get a revise and resubmit. I just got to turn it around because you're getting really good feedback for the most part. Sometimes not the case. But don't get discouraged by a revise and resubmit because that's very common.
Yeah, and as an editor, I was telling Virginia that here in our department hosted Education Administration quarterly for 6 years. We were senior associate editors, and when we did revise and resubmit, it was like we were really interested in this.
Yeah,
you know, this is good stuff. You do this and you do that, and we're on. Right. You know, so on the receiving end, it's like, oh, geez, I didn't get it. But the reality is that editorial board has put a lot of work into your manuscript. They've looked at it and they say, you know, if this was changed and you did that and you did this and you did this, that's golden. That's absolutely the best stuff that you've ever had because you get like 6 people sitting around a table reading your manuscript and saying, hey, this is good, but not good enough. Do this, fix it, and we'll look at it again. And it's sincere because otherwise, if they go, there are 2 types of reviews. One, the editor looks at it to begin with, and then they throw it out to some person on the editorial board to take the lead on it. But everybody, maybe if you had a board of 6 people, at least 3 people will read it fully. And then the lead person will take all the input and so on. Then there's a discussion on it. So it goes through a lot of people who are sharp in the field. And if they say revise and resubmit, boy, bingo. That's almost like yeah, that's good stuff. Only one journal at a time. Don't spread it all over. You know, just get one journal at a time. Shoot for the best one. Have a good copy, you know, cover letter that introduces your article. Is sharp, good sharp paragraph, tight. Send in required numbers of copies if they still something now it's electronic, but understanding the peer review process and time. Typically, a paper journal will take longer than an online journal. Only longer in terms of when you get approved and accepted to the time it appears in the journal. The electronic, which is the good part, an electronic journal is that if you get accepted and you submit your article, you might have a month or 2 months, which is really cool. And that's good for the field too, because we get better information, scholarly work more quickly to inform the field. So that's a cool thing about it. Understanding the peer review process is important because those comments aren't just off the cuff. And I'll show you some of the stuff that I've sent out so to give you an idea. They're really focused on your work. They aren't random. They aren't like, oh, do this and we'll look at it again. It's like really tight. This is what you should do. This is the page number. Here's what you need to focus on. It's almost like your chair of your dissertation telling you, I've read this stuff. This is good, but you need to look at that. And so that peer review process is very similar to that.
So are the people who do the peer review on the, like, who you said, like, who are they?
Oh, they're the top people in the field.
Yeah. How do you get them? Like,
Oh, a journal will,
when you submit it, it's that's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
they have,
assign, the editors will assign reviewers.
Okay, that's what I'm
So
saying.
you don't have to do any of that process.
yeah,
Once you
no, they have an
submit it.
editorial board, and
Yeah,
that could be
behind the
anywhere
curtain.
from
Right.
6 to
Right.
20 people.
Yeah.
And then they, like EAQ, we had an editorial board, and I think we had 6 to 9 people. And then we had about 30 or 35 reviewers who were top in the field. So the manuscript would come in, we'd look at it, we'd assign somebody to handle it. And then what I would do is I'd look at the approved reviewers for EAQ, and I'd see the top 3 people that you know that particular area in which you're writing, and I'll send out a request, would you love to review this, and we need it at this date and so on. And then they send back their reviews to me. And then I take all of that information, and I present that plus my own idea and work with the 3 other people on the board, which was like a mini board, but we present to the whole board and we discuss it.
Okay.
So then we say, okay, this looks like it's a keeper, but we need to do this, and so on. We could disregard that reviewer's comment because that was off the wall. So we sift the things in, and sometimes people just don't get it right, but there's enough reviewers in the pool to have confidence that nobody's taking a cheap shot at it.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, because there's a lot of work that goes into it, and not only at your end, but in the reviewer's end, we want to make sure that we honor your work, and we do that by making sure that it's a good, honest review, and you get good information. And if it's a revise and resubmit, you're looking at do this, and we'll look at it again seriously. Okay, so it's a good process.
And it's all anonymous. So they won't know, the reviewers won't know who you are.
Yeah.
And you won't know who the reviewers are. But,
Is there a specific link that's better than others?
like a journal.
Well, yeah, like if you're submitting something like the length of it.
Oh, a link.
Oh. What I would do is I would go to the journal itself,
Mhm.
and I would look at the length of the articles that are published in the last year or so.
Okay.
And that'll give you an idea. Also look at the headings,
Mhm.
look at the sections, look at how the intros are written that have been published,
Mhm.
and see the style and the format and the sequence. So what I do when I go to the journal and look at it, has this, and that, and I just replicate it.
Yep.
I use those same headings.
Yeah.
Why confuse them? I just.
They love make it as
yeah.
easy for them as possible. You want to get your argument as clear and don't let the formatting, everything else mess that up.
When submitting to a journal, like, do you just go to that journal? I guess how do you even apply to submit to that journal? Is it in?
Oh, yeah, you go to just the website.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, they have,
Place.
otherwise they wouldn't be able to survive. Yeah, the web, go to the web. and say- They have the submission requirements and the
Yeah.
procedure. And then they usually have opportunities to look at articles within the journal,
Yeah.
Free.
Yeah.
You can look at that and download them and read them. And then you can submit. There's, the other thing, there's a couple of things. Some journals, international journals in particular, you pay a fee to get published, and that just covers all of the editorial staff work.
Right.
Other journals like EAQ, and other top journals, there's no fee. Right. It's just a matter of, how they can cover their costs. In the last 25 years, it's become more prevalent to have a fee, a service when you publish than it used to be. But
I think to that point, it's like, say, talking about like your dissertation and having it split up into 4 different parts. At what point would you like break it down and start submitting for that? 'Cause, you can't just like throw out numbers there that you got, without IRB approval and stuff like that. So I guess in that sense, how would you break down a dissertation in a way to submit it to a, like you're saying, maybe 15-page article that maybe, I don't know, like you wouldn't do that before you graduate because you don't have all your stuff done.
Right.
So it's just those questions, I think.
My best advice is talk to your committee.
Yeah, like really like a preliminary study, even just like outside of I guess dissertation work, when it comes to research, like you don't want to, you may want to publish to an article, but you don't have everything the final stuff yet. So I don't know.
So basically, one big advice I'd say during your defense, that's a conversation you should be having is if there's opportunity for you to ask a question of your committee is, where do you see this work being published? Like what's coming out for you? Like what are some things you think? Because you'll have a really good conversation where they're like, oh, that's Education Administration Quarterly all day.
Right.
I think that's like your first one to really try to push out. Like they can give you that feedback.
Okay.
For me, my program had kind of like a pilot study where I was able to do kind of a project that was a little bit lower stakes than the dissertation, but still getting a chance to do the research. And after I showed my advisor that and my committee members, they were like, I think this is publishable. Okay. And that's all you need to hear, right? And then it's like, great, now I just need to craft who I want that to go to, what conference, what argument do I really want to push? But a lot of times I've had some of my peers, their assignment in class became a journal article because, and so, you just got to know where you want to publish and get feedback from your faculty, your committee members, and feel like, is this publishable? And if they're like, yeah, let's work through that, right? That's an opportunity. But
the other things too, there are sections of the dissertation. Journals will consider theoretical, pieces that no data.
No data.
Okay, right. Or their reviews of research. No data, which has like potential for future research as a final discussion. Those kinds of things, you don't have to worry about IRB.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, I think that's my question is like, can't throw out all these numbers without a correct level of doing it. So
and some of the things that I've done is I've looked at existing data and superintendent national reports. And I pulled together lit reviews and used their numbers.
Right.
And I don't have to have permission because it's an open publication. I bought the book, it's mine, and that provided really good insight.
Yeah.
And it was really validated because it was great data, but not mine. I just did the article. So there's opportunities like that, or methodological things that you have run into and solved that may be really interesting to, it's like a qualitative research journal. So there's things like that, but talking with your committee would really help sort of like straighten that out. But there are opportunities there.
It's more about the argument you want to make, right? Because that's the bigger piece of the purpose of a journal article is that you're expanding the field or you're pushing something to say, we need to be thinking about this, or this is a great framework to think about this, right? So you're pitching some argument that you have some evidence for, whether that evidence is not your own data, but data through elsewhere or systematic literature review. There's a lot of different ways you can answer a particular question to get to an argument that doesn't require data, like your primary data.
Got it.
Yeah.
And my dissertation is different, obviously, because it's the MMAR. But the more I would do the lit review, the more I kept seeing there needed
Yep.
There's not a lot of research on,
Mhm.
you know, teacher agency, teacher voice, but there's
Mhm.
student voice. And there's a lot of that. And it's like, you know,
Yeah.
most of them kept saying it needs to be researched farther, you know, this and that.
Correct.
And that's what I'm doing. So I'm hoping.
You're
somehow-
entering in some good conversation.
That's, yeah.
Yeah, and part of it, I was talking about Virginia, we had a great conversation in my office, and by the way, when she was talking about her interest in, was part of it was a focus on the superintendency, but in the broader community, that she worked with some superintendents who are very much engaging the community, like I'm here, you own the schools, I'm part of the schools, my kids go to schools,
Yeah.
you know, like being part of the community.
Yep.
I did a study in North Carolina that engaged the entire community in rethinking the public schools.
Right.
I never published it, but I'm going to talk to you about
Well, we
doing
need
that together,
in
because it
North
was just a random, it was that random
Right.
conversation that, hey, I got
Yay,
to pull
that's
that out of my, I have.
No.
I did all the research in North
Yeah.
Carolina at the behest of a superintendent of schools there, and I got all that qualitative data. Never published it.
What?
Until you show up. You know,
Right.
one of
There
those,
you go. You're waiting on it.
yeah, no,
There it is.
I'm serious.
And that's so real. There's even for me, I have data that for my dissertation I have not touched. It's not in the dissertation at all. And I'm like, well, I hope someday someone comes to me and I'm like, let's do it. Like I have some data we can work through. If we need to expand on it, great, but let's play with the data that you have.
Yeah.
I even have one of my colleagues at another institution, we're about to play with a paper here soon because she has this set of data on school staff and I have this data. We're like, well, let's talk about it together. So there's your dissertation is not going to include everything involved with it. I'm sure you are collecting way more than is necessary for the 200 pages.
Right.
So think about that too. There's a lot of data that you will have that you can rethink or say, I wonder who I could be in conversation about this with. And it may be sitting for a few years, but then it's like, great, you found that person. Or
And that's the beauty of going to UCEA and AERA.
Yes.
I mean, there's a million people staggering around talking about ridiculous things.
Yeah.
But you're gonna run into some people who are really interesting people that think and act and like your work. And you have these conversations that advance your thinking.
Yes.
You may not work with them ever, you know, or publish with them ever, but it's just the idea that that life of the mind, you're just like get excited about this stuff.
Right.
And you can make huge leaps. That's what I found the benefit of the association meetings. It was like, God, these great conversations. But the beer was better. The beer was better. Anyway, one of the things when you're looking at manuscripts, take a look at the target journal and understand how your work is going to be evaluated. And these are some of the common, criteria. The choice of the topic has to be a good fit. Advanced knowledge in the field. Yeah, you have to give them something that advances the knowledge. And you synthesize the research, you lay out a foundation for that. Do you have good, clear, and rigorous methods, and so on? These things you can pick up on, but what I'm going to do is get to the end here, which is important. I want you to look at the journal articles in terms of headings and writing style and length, and the number of citations. They have to be fairly current. Like I would say, typically within 5 years, unless you're dealing with some classic theory,
right,
you could do that. But looking at the editorial process, you got to know the journal's procedures and editorial guidelines. I mean, that's right up on the web. Submit the manuscript in the format required. The peer review process is really good. Good journals have really good people on them, and they're not in there to ding you. They can give you good feedback, and it goes through several layers before actually you get the letter. You say, do these kinds of things. So it's sort of like within the editorial process, there's checks and balances that give good information. And by the way, it's important for the person writing you the letter that's like handling your piece, is that it's really important that they be supportive and not critical. Because you could really damage somebody, who's really working hard on an article and say, this isn't worthwhile, you're up a tree, you don't want to do that.
Right.
So it's usually, just in terms of the way that you are rejected or request revisions and so on is really important to the journal themselves. And the editor of the journal typically reads all the letters before they go out to make sure that language is appropriate and not damaging to people. So, the other thing is, if you get a resubmit, do it timely. Don't wait a year and submit it again, because your opportunity may move beyond that. So
I was in a revise and resubmit and they gave you 30 days and it was nice.
yeah,
Because you had no choice.
yeah, that's good.
to do it.
Yeah.
So
Well, one of the things, here's an example.
yeah.
Here's an example of the Journal of School Public Relations, which is a really great journal. Ted Kowalski was the editor and I was on the editorial board. And this is the form that they used to guide my review of any article that came in. So it was like conceptualization, relevance, writing quality, technical quality, scholarship, and comments to the editor, and accept, reject, revise, resubmit, all of that is there. And so when you look at one of these things, you realize that it's very focused, so it can help you focus on your sections of your manuscript. Make sure that you check the boxes. And here's an example. You could read this later, but basically it says manuscript number, and I give this to the editor. Okay. And then here are the strengths, here are the weaknesses, here are the research methods, the data analysis, the conclusions. These are the things that are good. These are the things that should be improved. I even include page numbers and some suggestions. So it's a constructive process. It's not just a critique and a slam. If you have a good journal article and you can improve it, it really helps the journal. So it's a lot of work that goes into that critique and the letter that goes out to you. So, and that's beneficial because, even still, when I get letters of, hey, do this, I appreciate it because I didn't see that or I didn't realize that. I took it for granted still that people know what I'm talking about. And, you have to make it clear. And so these kinds of letters this is a review that goes to the editor or the person handling, the manuscript. And then from this point, they craft the letter to you.
Yeah.
And sometimes they include, like, they don't have my name up there.
Right.
But they just include the whole review.
Yeah.
If it's good.
So is there is it more prestigious to do it in a journal or online, or because it seems like online wouldn't be but is it the same, like publishing online versus
online journals are more prevalent than they were years ago,
right?
Because it's more cost effective.
Right.
Good research results get out to the field sooner, so it's beneficial to practice to have those journals. Sometimes there may be a fee associated, particularly international journals. They have fees associated with it. But I remember I published something in December, last December, and it went out into an electronic journal, and it appeared in a review of a scholarly, review of research or something, came out 2 months later. So that was already out there.
Wow.
And so I started getting requests for full manuscript and stuff like that. So it's really nice to see that kind of energy within the field.
Yeah.
It's good for the field. If we're into a education reform, innovation era, then the more good research we get out quicker, the better, because that's just the engine that feeds on itself. Those practitioners can really, get to move on it. But you can take a look at that. That's just an example of one of the ones I wrote that I thought was, you can see how helpful it is. And it intentionally helpful,
right?
Not just slamming.
Right. But critique, good
Yeah.
feedback.
Good feedback and use it.
Yeah.
Actually, when you resubmit the article, you want to say thank you for your help. Here is how I improved the article and used your suggestions, so they can then take, the editor could then take that and then go right to the article and see that you did the work.
I added to the folder with our information a link to a book that was super helpful for me. It's called 12 Weeks of Writing a Journal Article by Laura Belcher. I believe you can get it. Yeah, it's from the library. I got it from the library and I got it in PDF form, which was magical because then I just could write all in it. But she literally takes you through this entire process from one, identifying a journal fit. So like to your question, Allison, it's like, what do you think might be the best fit? There's like a lot of factors, like an impact factor, right? To determine if it's a high top tier journal and what does that even mean for what you want to do. Then it goes into how are you structuring your argument. Bill has workshop ways of you getting feedback on how to really craft your argument for a journal. Then it literally takes you through the cover letter, which that was the part that was very new for me in my solo author paper. I was like, I don't know how to write a cover letter.
Yeah.
It tells you how to do that. It tells you how to apply the feedback that's given once you get it. It takes you through the entire step with the intent of you writing a journal article within 12 weeks. So it's very helpful. You can just go at it at whatever pace you want, but it's a very helpful workbook. So I highly recommend using that when you're ready to like really craft. It's how to write a journal article in 12 weeks or 12 weeks to write a journal article. But I put the link in our shared folder. And if it's not in the library, just email me because I have the PDF and I can send that. But
one of the things too that I found when I was beginning to write, and think about presenting research, even when I was a student, a PhD student, going from the concrete to the abstract was great. Because I remember talking to a student, one of my colleagues at the University of New Mexico, and I was doing a dissertation on change. And she was too, in a different area. And I said, well, how do you write the lit review? And she said, oh, here's one I just did. She was a year ahead of me. And I read it and went, oh, that. You know what I mean? I was fussing around and stressing about all of that. I didn't know how to do it.
Yeah.
And what do I do? And once I saw one, it was like, oh, that. I can do that. You know, one of those things. So the concrete examples were so useful.
Yes.
So helpful.
And I would even, when you get to the stage of submitting a cover letter, asking around colleagues you know that maybe have published in that journal for an example of their cover letter. Like I love asking for examples and I love giving them out because I just think that that's just very helpful. So that's something you can do just to figure out how you want to organize it. I think that's the key that some people struggle with and how you want to communicate to the editors, what the strength is of your paper, right? So.
And that's important because, excuse me, that helps the editor to find the reviewers that really fit your work. It's not random, like, hey, you got a PhD, read this thing. You're in music, but that's all right. I'm in leadership. You know?
You want to give them as less work to think about who, because they may not understand what you were saying, and then you get reviewers that make no sense to the work you're really trying to push. That's not helpful. So you giving it to them will say, great, perfect. We know exactly who to go with. You'll get the good feedback.
And you look at your own abstract, your own dissertation, because it requires you to make a statement. So,
yeah.
So you do a lot going for you once you have that dissertation, you know, in hand, or even moving towards it. If you want to get sections of that published, whether it be theoretical, conceptual, written review, whatever. Questions, suggestions, rude remarks?
Wait for that part. My question earlier was if reviewer 2 is always the worst part. I swear that joke is very true. I had one come back. Reviewer 1 was like, yeah, change these couple of things. Reviewer 2 is like, this is horrible. And I'm like, change all of this. I'm like, I'm sure not get on the same page here. What happened? So
it's very much a culture now that I don't know from the editorial side. Is it that you structure that the reviewer 2 is always someone who's more
just in depth,
critical of the work, or is that just something?
No, just you pick good people in the field, but there's always a screening to make sure that the language that goes to the author isn't brutal.
Yeah, right.
And no, that's important for the status of the journal, to treat research as well.
Right.
And be constructive and
Yeah.
I always wrote letters that were very positive to
Yeah.
begin with, and then made suggestions for.
Right. Yeah.
Because, they put a lot of work in. So
Right.
they didn't send that out just randomly.
Right. I wouldn't stress about it. It's
It's
just
more
a
of a-
funny,
I've seen
yeah.
people like dress up for Halloween as reviewer too.
Oh,
like just
wow.
so scary, right? So just funny things like that. And it sounds like Dr. Bjork's not reviewing. too,
Right.
So
And who knows,
you know,
you may
or is
run
it?
into that at some point,
Yeah.
but it's just, I wouldn't put anything to it.
no. It's always how it falls though.
Yeah, yeah.
It's more of a joke, but
Yeah,
that's
I
why
like
I'm
the
like,
academic
don't
joke.
worry about
I
me.
like
Don't worry
it.
about me. So
I will say when I submitted my purse, I was so nervous
Yes.
about reviewer two that I had like mini anxiety, and I was like, it's fine.
Yeah.
Then when I read,
I don't know who this is. So
you and it doesn't matter because you're still gonna do the work. So yeah.
well, thanks.
Right.
Have that uploaded to the SharePoint.
I
Yes.
think, yeah.
Yep. Everything should be in there.
Yep.
That should be, and I think your stuff.
Yeah. Yep.
I think they were.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, it's very fun. You have any other questions? Just reach out.
I definitely will. Definitely will. Thank you.
Dr. Downing, can I talk to you sometime?
I have to be right now. You have other places to go.
I'm good. I'm free right now if you want.
I have been
How you doing?
like talking to different people about whether they might be interested in being on my committee.
Yeah.
I was watching my tenure and I've been asking them like, well, like, I'm also trying to read myself too, and your name is in there twice. So I feel like that means we definitely are talking to you about that. We're so cute.
One of us,
Oh, yeah. No, I'm just barely getting.
So,
together. The very beginning.
It's like I'm ready. The left, the end of my first flag out there. And I would take. Sure. Really press. Like, if I can be any help with educational play, you can finish your now.
Navigating.
Yeah. Okay, good luck. Would you like to
Here's some of.
I did, I still.
Is that?
Yeah, and I had a K-12 one too. But I
Yeah,
that's the K-12.
You know, I have to be before.
So you gotta post it.
Right, right. But I would say, yeah, let's find.
A lot about yours.
So hopefully I'll have my class right. So then I'll have the better, but I'll just go side of my.
When I was in Paris, was that on paper?
That's good. Okay.
So we can definitely try it out. Probably in August, but that'd be okay.
Here's all
So,
these.
I'm not
Getting
sure
like the.
here, so I'm not sure all the time. I know it's not here. Well, we're supposed to be like in the process. Some of my. But I, Dr. Midnight.
Oh,
Here. Do a debriefing and like, where do I go from here and what are you thinking? And so it's really just like at this point, I'm just kind of getting a preliminary.
Yeah.
Or if somebody like is interested in following, like, and just think have a.
Yeah.
So,
You're in the clear and I'd be super excited. Especially if you're thinking about like kind of the pump to the public school system, so it's something while I'm in K through 12, I still care very deeply about what that is. That's how we think about it.
Yeah, and it's like, so what we were supposed to do is like go online, research like how and people even research interests, et cetera, but we still have to get. So,
But mine is really around, the reason why I identified around
But I just think this is reality.
how
It is, and it's
the
like,
like reality between what the faculty and like they're doing over here, they're
We need to just
students who
live
back
with just for it.
and
There's a
makes
hundred,
it difficult students,
there's 100 reasons why you should send your kid here.
including like
Yeah.
diversion issues.
All principals like
So,
need to have in their office, like,
that's the direction that I see it be going.
right, what's up?
document. So anytime you get that question from a parent,
Yeah,
like, bring it us.
what do you prophesizing that? It's like.
And I don't know about the other states, but there's no accountability, or
I
any of the.
So actually,
super interested in question experience. I've been researching it for like 5 years on my own.
it was just showing
Because I am a first year.
judges do.
And I think that over the past year or so, I've started to kind of grow into, the literature about undergraduate experience.
Oh, yeah.
First year undergraduate experience, that's the lifelong interesting to be the culture when you get into the world of reality. You don't have,
And they did a study and I just put it out where,
yeah. So that's kind of like
it's like
the lens that I'm
90%
looking at
of
this
people who are
with, and
receiving
also knowing
vouchers
that
are already sending their kids actually.
most of the post-secondary faculty members don't feel like it's an an effective teacher. So, so it kind of brings in that.
Yeah.
And I'm also looking at, specifically Kentucky in general, like, Kentucky has a specific geographic location for it. We have a ton of different types of institutions here. So there's a whole lot of like differences with that.
Absolutely.
And then also
Are you like
the like economic and political, educational, just the attitudes and the like lack of education overall, the lack of economic like development, community development and all of that, especially in this. So those things play in to, and then you also have that element of like, personal development for questions, for mentor, get them through successfully. So in my brain, it all connects because if you have more first gen faculty, you're pulling in more first gen.
Yeah, I think it's.
So I feel like most people would be first gen.
Yeah.
So, anyway, so that's kind of where I'm going with that, and I don't know if that answered your question.
No, that's very
That's very helpful. And in community, I don't know if you're familiar with what's going on educationally right now. There's a like state initiative called 60 by 30, and then you have everybody with some kind of not necessarily a degree, but credential by 2030. And I think right now we're kind of moving around like, I forget, I looked it up yesterday, maybe 27%.
Yeah, okay.
It might be more than that.
Yeah.
27%, I think, is the number of people who have high school or less.
I see.
That's what it is.
I see.
Yeah, so there's a lot of illiteracy.
Sure.
And then, but there are, it's like increasing.
Sure.
So Kentucky CPE, I've been on some of their like, communities of practice. Right now I'm on their leadership exchange cohort thing, that they're starting to do to sort of like get people to think about things from a systems, design. Design.
Yes. Design thinking.
Yes, that. System thinking, design thinking.
Great.
Let's solve the problems that we've had in higher ed. So the more people that we have on board here that kind of understand what we're looking at, what the needs and all of that, then it's better for you in your local sphere of influence to try to help get everybody on. So, so that is, looking at.
I think it's really, really powerful that you'll have very technical hopefully. For that, figuring that out is really exciting. That's possible. It sounds like a very job. It's a very, very job. What is it? It's gonna be like, why is this
leading in crisis and sort of leading with this through crisis.
And what that means for how to be
But that whole crisis stuff has been very.
what outcomes they come. Oh, that's
Yeah.
right. So
So,
Yeah, that's awesome.
so I don't know.
okay.
TBD.
Yeah,
So in my notes, do you want me to put that you're somewhat interested or?
I gotta pull out. I mean, Christ, that's way more.
Let her know.
I know.
And then I need to just make sure I understand.
Yeah.
I know you're right. I'll be back.
The potential committee member may.
Oh, and I'm right in the.
Right.
As
I
an
know.
insider in higher ed, I think I'm trying to understand.
Big pleasure.
So it'll be more so that I won't be able to really.
Yes,
Here.
Yes,
Clear, but then.
as you should.
Did you get a selfie?
Check in, you know what I mean, periodically, I'm.
Okay.
Okay. Just knowing,
You're gonna
maybe someone who comes. in
Prototypical
later.
doctoral look. I'm a
Yes, maybe like
doctoral
student
student.
or committee member.
It's more like you consider your, like, thought.
I know.
process, kind of
I'm like,
role.
That's good.
I was like,
Like,
well,
talk to Dr. Mendez.
Yeah.
Let her know.
Yeah, every other community, I want to take it a long walk right now.
Oh, that was nice. I want to get feedback.
Yeah, it's gotten a lot better.
Understanding. of
Really
that.
sounds
good. for
Yes.
our role for
Yeah, it was just full,
Then.
we maintain that same.
Yeah,
grip,
I'll
but, like,
definitely let you know
everything
after
really
I
was
debrief with her.
Yeah, was really improved the look.
Awesome. Yeah, thank you so much.
And of course.
I'm happy I'm excited that you're here.
Oh, yeah.
It seems like a really great
Yeah.
fit.
Like the column.
It's a good idea.
The professor knew that they made the article.
Yeah, so like, too.
Yeah, so
I said,
I
it
say
is
a lot more.
pretty cool. Yeah,
It's
But it is
brutal. I've been on school
Yeah.
committees
Full
for
working buildings that are.
senior
actually-
track
Oh,
faculty members and I've seen like
Yeah.
those
we
ABs.
Tons of buildings. So they maintain.
Oh, yeah, terrified.
Fresh inside.
It's scary.
Okay.
So we're the College of Education. So
Right, because you're gonna be the last one.
Like, right, that's an old.
Okay.
That you can feel.
I mean,
All right, I'll
you're
see
assuming
you.
we're last. I don't assume we actually are on the list at all.
Now that's great.
Yeah. They knew that they didn't match
Yeah.
well with the department or that they didn't want to be in that place.
Right.
And then.
We
So
had
it's-
one time he was like excellent,
Yeah.
like perfection, except for
Mhm.
like he was much more on the research side and the
Mhm.
place where I was working
Mhm.
is much more like teaching.
Yeah.
Side. Right. And we were like, clearly he would never be happy here because he wouldn't be able to do the level of research that he wanted to do with his time, you know, so.
It's hard for folks in that state to be honest with themselves, but that was something that was really pushed on to me. That it was like, you have to be honest about where you want to be and where you see yourself. It's so important. So,
That's good advice.
yeah.
I've learned a lot through the School of Hard Knocks from just higher
Higher
ed. Since like I started,
You learn,
so
I
yeah.
think what's fun about being first gen is that we're just very curious people about the legal system.
And observant.
Very
You seem to be.
because there's a lot of things we just didn't know.
Yeah.
So then you're saying, okay, well, some of these people it's just in their second nature because their parent was a faculty or their parent was
Yeah, there's no.
had their degree. That some of we're like, well, why are you doing that? And for that leads to more inquiry to be
Right.
like, well, this isn't helpful for us, right?
No, like you're
Population
excluding a
age.
lot of people.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, so I think it's really cool. I'm excited about it.
Awesome.
And like I'm interested in so much too. It's hard to like
Yes.
really narrow it, but being here and listening and talking to people, it's helping me. Like we're just trying to bite just a little
One-
taste off of this whole thing.
What I've been told is a good dissertation is something that leads you to more questions.
Yeah.
Doesn't answer, you're not trying to answer everything. You're trying to build out more questions because ultimately you want to get to a point where you're publishing.
Right. That's my main
And-
goal right now.
Yeah.
That's what I'm like back in most. I'm great at writing. I'm not scared of the
good.
dissertation. I'm
Good.
fine.
Good. It's
Um,
distracting.
It's just doing it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
It
But
will
it's an
come.
exciting
It's like
process.
grace. Yeah.
I'm excited.
And I was like, just seems like it's fun to, this is like your brain project.
It really is.
It's
fun.
not. And
I
no
also-
one's- you are going to be the expert in your project.
Yes. I also have ADD
Okay.
and like hyper focus. So like dissertation feels like a field day for hyper focus.
Yeah.
I'm like, yes, somebody will like encourage me to do this, which I've already done on my
Oh,
own.
that's
to some
a
extent, you
yeah.
know, like without actually writing anything.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah.
Because that,
I've
you
been
know,
saving stuff for a long time just on the things that I'm
Awesome.
interested in. So
yeah. Well, good. I'm glad you got a system.
I'll get
Right. It
there.
doesn't scare you. It's going to be great. I mean,
No,
I
I
will
teach
tell
writing.
you that there will be days. No, you do not. Even if you like writing, there are going to be days where you are so tired of looking at your
No,
dissertation
don't love writing. I'm good at it, but I don't
Okay.
like doing it. So it's
But it's-
gonna be
like I
difficult
said,
sometimes.
the biggest thing, I think the hardest part of finishing that milestone is being honest with yourself.
Yes.
I had people, my colleagues, we had writing groups every day of the week, basically. But I had a colleague of mine who never could really write in the morning, was a night owl,
Yeah.
but wanted to join in the writing group. And I said, why are you here? This isn't helpful for you.
Stop doing this to yourself.
So she started a night owl writing group
That's awesome.
and was just go. And I said, you make it real with yourself.
For real.
Otherwise, it's
Your
not going to get done.
limitations.
You're beating yourself up.
Yeah.
Like you're in the state of just sad because
My thing is like procrastination when
Uh-huh.
something doesn't give you the dopamine hit. Like,
Correct.
you know, it's harder to
It's so
like make
hard.
yourself do it. And
but you know how to do what's best for you to move through that.
yeah.
And it is
Yeah.
not everyone moves so different that it's hard in that time frame because you might have colleagues being like, well, I write at this time. And it's like, well, I don't write to write at that time.
I think just having accountability in general
Yeah.
is really helpful too.
Absolutely.
Well,
Yeah.
thank you so much.
No problem. It's great chatting with you.
Have you talked to many people yet about that kind of thing? Has anybody approached you?
No. Really?
I can't believe it.
Which it like I said, it's probably a good thing just because I won't be
Yes,
able to
it's
commit to
really hard
anything.
to say no sometimes.
It
too,
is,
when
yeah.
everything seems like I would love to do that.
Yeah, so I think that's a good thing. But at the same time, I'm sure it will be coming and I will be prepared and excited just to hear more about what you all are doing.
Well, I'm excited to get to know you better.
Yeah,
Best of luck in your first year.
Thank you. Thank you.
That's you.
I
Conquer the world.
Yeah,
that's the right statement. I'm just watching the movie over lunch while everybody is out and about, and then people come back after lunch.
Exercising servant leadership.
And one of our students, Chris Braga, is leaving after lunch this session. So I'm a little curious about how that's gonna go.
What's the session?
Leading with integrity in times of crisis.
Oh, yes.
Which is a very Mary John
Uh-huh.
kind of thing. So I sort of
So that's what you talked about this morning a little bit, or kind of
we
more.
were talking about big trends shifting.
I see.
But Mary John has put a lot of effort and published books on
Yeah.
leading in crisis.
Yeah.
And so I guess it just hit me as like, obviously it's Mary John, but then there was no name. And I was like, that's weird. And Mary John just said, I'm going out for lunch, see you later, heading out for the day. I'm like, no, you're presenting. What's happening? So anyway, you're one of the students. So
Awesome. Okay.
see how that is.
Cool.
What we can contribute.
Are you ready?
This is lovely. No, but remember, don't. But we should, I'm happy to just go ahead, although I should keep an eye on it. I can probably block it.
Yeah.
But I'm glad that was lovely to see you and Lars do that.
Yeah,
For
it was
me,
very
it was lovely. Sorry.
I love,
It's fun.
yeah, it was great. We had a good conversation and
Jordan's only here from the super seasoned and the really good.
That's what was in my mind.
it was beautiful. And now Lars might have an idea of writing. So like, it's fun.
Yeah, Lars is good and he might help you one of those that you need to get done. He's still got a lot of good relationships around.
Yeah.
Even though he's not as active going to conferences as
Sure.
but
Sure.
still got lots of good relationships. So
Yeah.
journal on it.
Yeah. No, I was like, that was very helpful even for me, for his part of the session. I was like, yes, I do want to do that, but no, he's wonderful. It was great. It was fun.
How's it feeling 3 days in? Feeling like this is doing this?
Yeah. I'm sure there will be seasons of overwhelmness. I'm prepared for that. It's more of, I just want to make sure I'm getting my rhythm early. You know what I mean? Which that's something I try to do no matter what. So
It's not like you're not
no,
working on it. You're
right,
coming out of your dissertation with stuff to do.
right. And I have a little bit of a plan of where I'm starting with that. So that feels good, but it's more just like, once I get my classes, my meetings and things like that, it'll be like, okay, what is my rhythm this semester and how can I get bolstered and get going? So that's basically.
We need to get her the 4-4. So minimally, let's get.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Chris and I did talk a little bit about if she really, really wants Brian on that class.
Okay.
If I, you know, our next one, so So I told her, okay, we gotta figure out something else in the spring to do. So
Right.
I don't know exactly what that is yet.
Okay.
I mean, we can always add more sections of things.
Sure.
I also don't want you. I feel like I'm only teaching, just that 4, 2, 3, 4 sections.
Sure. Which I'll do 350 in the spring.
Yeah, so I just want you to be closer to the
The major.
and really begin to get a sense of the nature.
Absolutely.
Versus these other broader classes that everyone's taking, which is great.
Yeah, which is good. Yeah, but I need to
you need that
be,
to succeed as well.
because especially as we're pushing the major to be more engaged. Yeah, yeah. I hear you.
So,
Okay.
anyway, that I don't have the answer for the spring, but one way or another, the 404 for fall is a clear piece.
Okay,
So.
great. And I'm already,
And the 350 in the spring is, so we're both in agreement on that front.
okay,
I pushed the concept of like doing 403 in the spring though, because the react great to that.
Okay. okay,
So that's where we're still trying to figure out what's the other piece in the spring.
okay. So it'll be 2 for the spring for sure then.
I guess I'm leaning that way.
Okay.
That's not what my preference was, but also whatever. I try to make it work with faculty, so.
Sure. And I know we're revamping, we're gonna do some adjustment of the readings for 404, and I offered to help with that, since that's what I'm teaching this fall. So that will be nice to get that kind of at a solid footing, and then, yeah, then I'll start prepping for 350 in the fall, going to spring, and whatever comes next. But I hear you, I think that makes sense. For me to get more into the foundational classes as quickly as I possibly can. So.
That's sort of my preference.
Okay.
And then you need to help Chris get, I mean, well, I'm a good chair, but I will still try
Right.
to help Chris get more comfortable with change to that board.
Yeah.
She knew how it was working coming out of that.
Mhm.
We brought it over here, as we got it off the ground, we make a lot of changes to it. It's very great. But like, we just did not stay the same over time. I mean, especially the
Yeah.
enrollments, if the enrollments were.
Right, we need to be a bit more distinguishable
Yes.
against the ag major, because otherwise they're going to win because they're more solidified, not win, but they will get the higher enrollment because they're more solidified.
Yes.
So we need to think about,
Who are we distinct from that in the past? And that is always been a little bit hard for Chris and just seeing you.
yeah, I understand that too.
And so it's not something where like, in August, we're gonna change all this. Definitely don't do that. It's not even worth your time.
No,
But over the course of the next couple of years.
yeah.
I do think that major courses need some redefinition.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
In part, like to make it its own unique
We
thing.
need to be more distinguishable to us.
Do we need more classes? Do we, what do we need?
Right, right. And I agree. And I think we have a lot of different aspects we can take with it. There's a couple of programs I've looked at across the US that I was like, that might be very close to what we might want to do.
Mhm.
Nothing I'm trying to implement, right away, but it's something I'm just, once I get a feel of the courses,
Just
that's
to
what.
make it better.
Okay, yeah, but
That's how I feel about it.
yeah, I
I'm
hear you. I think I just want to get a sense of how,
What's here?
what's here, what could we push to make us distinguishable as a whole department, and how does that even look connected to the graduate programs? Like
Mhm.
if action research is very pivotal for us, like how do we implement that kind of philosophy into the undergraduate program and what does that look like? So yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, anyway, all perfectly fine, but I guess we'll lean more towards 2 this spring, which is not terrible. It's the
Okay.
normal way a professor would start.
Okay, okay.
So me asking for 2 in the fall was abnormal.
And that's, like I said,
We'll
I'm flexible, but that will work. Okay, that sounds good.
So I'll send this one right now to get a section of 404 shared with you.
Yes,
Um,
so I can see on campus there.
exactly. And
Okay,
then you
great.
can,
And I have the
you won't be able
syllabus.
to see, until you're in all of our systems, you won't be able to see the fall section.
Right, So not until next week.
Did Wisconsin campus?
Yes.
Okay, good. So you're,
So I'm familiar, yep, and I've definitely built classes many a time. So I know how that campus works, yeah. Yeah.
If it probably, so you won't see that fall section pop until later.
Okay.
But what you could be doing in the near term is still adding to an old section. So this is fall of 20.
Right, just building the shell out.
Correct, because no one is really paying attention to what the hell's going on in fall of 24.
Right.
And so under the modules, you can continue to build and add, and then when it comes time to build the new course, you can export all of that stuff, plus the new stuff into that new course.
Great.
So, I mean, I don't think anyone's gonna care. I don't think I would work.
I was like, isn't there a way to make a copy, like a working copy?
They might be. I mean, I'm always actively teaching them, so I never really make them working copy.
I can play with that, cause how I've done, there was a class I was building new in our department. And they gave me a Canvas template from another class as an unpublished like draft. But then once I was done, I could export all of that into the actual class that gets set up for me. So I think there's a way, but I can look and I can ask to see about it.
Well, hopefully it's not a super long thing.
No.
2 weeks, you'll want to be
Right.
getting access to that new show.
The actual
once you
show.
come sign into a class.
Okay.
I mean, because the new show will come the minute we sign into the class.
Oh, great.
But we can't sign into the class. So you're not systems. All this.
So I can plan, I can follow up on that and just keep checking in the next week and see when I can get popped in.
But let's get from old course to share with you.
And I know that, so Chris and I and is it John who teaches that course? John Hill. Okay.
Yes.
We're gonna meet the three of us
Okay, good.
and toward the end of July to kind of, we're gonna revamp a little bit of the readings that the students were saying that it needs to be updated.
Okay.
And so that's basically what we're gonna talk about, but I'll be prepared to come in with some stuff that I think could be really helpful to still keeping the course objective the same. None of that will change, but it'll be more so the change of what they're reading. And some shifts in the asynchronous components to the group project. And so I mentioned that my summer class that I often taught was asynchronous online. And so I have some stuff that I can build into that I think will be helpful.
So remind me of including
ERGO 223.
we know what that is. I can see if I can share it with one.
Oh, yeah.
Which will give you
The access.
it's fine.
I'm excited. Maybe that'll be a big chunk of what I'm doing in July, which is practical. That going. It was ready for the students to start, and then we're moving.
Exactly. Well, see. Okay. All right. Well, other things that hit you over collaborating.
Yeah. Okay.
Just keep firing away at us. But I take over his chair in the 7 weeks, and she'll probably want to meet. Sure, she's a talk about. Yeah, but I'm sure she will.
Great.
And then basic startup kind of stuff that's obvious kids.
Yes. Yep.
Which is nothing major.
But just be prepared for it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, just help answer as many questions about the department as we can.
Yeah.
So get a sense of how this place is working.
Yep. Yep. Do we have department meetings set up on the calendar already? Okay.
That's, I saw an email where she said she shared them with you.
I don't think, I think she said she was maybe going to, and I can touch base with her going into next week about it, but I just have the orientation and the retreat Houston. And I could register for the one for.
No, you're good. We want the over one because we're.
Yeah, so there's EDL meeting on September 10th.
Yeah, okay, so.
Are those reoccurring for some reason?
Well, we 50%. So it's all, oh, yeah, you're right. Okay, I'll be here then, right? Yeah. So it'll be here. Chris's emotional support here.
Yeah.
Don't lose that.
First, for the information, I know that the.
Anya will be here.
Correct, maybe for me.
Yeah, so it's in the past, it happened on the.
So you're correct.
So it's definitely a good question.
It was like everyone's sitting there. Just trying to.
Okay. Yeah, I did not hear the,
You will probably get a meeting in college.
I got it right then. Okay.
I feel like.
Yes. So we gotta handle that in college.
So it's in partnership.
Don't mind if I don't. Okay.
We'd love it.
Please.
The council tried to keep.
Come on, you're trying here, so person for me. I'm gonna come back to the mark.
Information systems. This is a where we go. Here's all the communities. Here's all the communities in college and what we do.
Oh, I see. So everyone in the department is assigned a committee.
Yeah, we're such a small department that is how it needs to go.
Okay.
So John was put on faculty council. And then it was course of curriculum, that's all new basis of being approved. Packaging self recognition, so this company, it's a spread of people. John was CGS for state leaders, Beth was in council chair. So this one is one of a possibility for his term is expiring, and so that was where I was like, this is a really good potentially great. Laws staying on the PT, research advisor. It's a good thing to talk about.
Okay,
He's covered that committee.
Yeah.
For a very long time.
yeah, we talked a little bit about it, so that'll be, yeah.
Um, research advisory over time, so Sylvia being on two right now, over time, right? She would be on two, we'll figure that out.
Okay.
Rules turning until 27 with John, so I'll probably need to pull. Walk through this. I have confidence with that.
Yeah.
Once we don't start now. Eventually, you can see where Chris is on curves.
Yeah.
So this is graduate, retention, research, student success, and this is undergraduate retention, or something, student success.
Okay.
So Chris is covering it now. I'm sure we can cover it for now.
Okay.
I'm sure everything pretty much see.
Yeah, that would be great. Yeah.
As well. But I mean, you want to do something, but we also want you to
Yeah.
not have heavy array. So media and information.
Okay. Great.
Relatively simple.
Great. And who will tell me when that starts, or is that something?
Later.
Okay.
There'll be a chair of it somewhere in the college, and the chair will schedule meetings.
Okay.
I don't know yet who that chair is.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, but they'll have insight to know that it would be me or just go out to their department.
Yes, actually here. So I'll add your name.
Right.
Will.
Sweet.
Oh, no, I can't actually. Comment only. I'll comment. Sure. Well, it looks like the. I don't need to care.
Okay.
Anyway, you can still, there's one person.
I see.
And then on this morning, Amanda's also that Goins are very important because they are.
Oh, yeah.
Very needs IT, yeah, and so between them, it's a lot of. Public facing.
Are they consistently on these committees because of their role, or, okay,
So, but they're ex officio,
got it,
so they're not voting.
right,
You will be voting.
Right.
On this. Now, the relationship between staff and faculty has been very touchy over the last couple of years.
sure,
Percy's actually made pretty big changes to try to give staff. more
Yeah.
guidance,
okay,
But I don't know. What
okay,
the right answer is right now,
sure,
so writing the bias of this year.
okay. Good.
So, all the names, nothing here in June, that is a major problem.
Okay.
But we're just covering all the bases.
Well, just keep, yep, now my email's locked in. I'm in the loop and we'll go from there, but I'm excited. I think it's like any start of a semester, right? It's just kind of,
Yeah.
you gotta figure out your rhythm. And I would just be learning a lot more about just Kentucky University and all of that. So
Yeah.
it's adding that layer, but we're gonna be
You're
great.
good. Great first week.
Yeah.
Getting in the butt.
All right, I'm gonna go grab something to eat.
Yeah. See you after a bit.
Okay.
At Churchill yet this year? Have you been out to Churchill this year?
No, it rained on the Derby.
Yeah, it's about that, for sure.
That was the most un-Derby thing. Well, we had a massive flood like the week before the Derby. Thunder got canceled.
Yeah.
The Thunder typically kicks off the whole Derby season. And it was like, I was jumping, like, if you had not, I mean, I live right downtown too. If somebody told me, somebody not told me the Derby was going on, I would have thought it was just a regular week. It was the most Derby season ever. Last year, it was like everything you dreamed about. The Derby, sunny, the parade,
Right, yeah.
air shows, the visitors. This year was just totally not. I'm gonna tell you this, though. There was a race, no, it was the Belmont. What's it about? I loaded the daily racing form into AI, into ChatGPT. And I said, recommend, based on your analysis of all the past performances,
Right.
what bets do you recommend? And it gave me all these different exotic bets, like a super trifecta, vanilla five. I don't understand stuff. Like I said, they'll do like $3 across the board.
Yeah.
With like show. And I said, $75, choose these 4 different bets. And I didn't do it. Had I done it, I would double my money. And I'm like, okay,
Yeah, it's not terrible.
yeah, I don't know, maybe. So if I don't have my retirement account in there, because I'm gonna be retired. Right now, I'm like, if I'm just gonna test the water for next horse season. Like I said, a little bit of a gambling buzz decided to see a ChatGPT.
Yeah, make your little money on the side.
Yeah. Well, I feel like, did you ever see the movie Back to the Future 2? The Back to the Future series?
Was that the one in the Old West?
No, that was 3.
Okay.
2 was the one where they went forward to 2016 or so. You know, that was where they had the flying cars.
Yeah.
But the whole thing about that was that BF went back in time and he found a book about sports performances. Who won what game, and he took it back in time and they became a billionaire off of gambling. So I felt like BF wanted
On the AI thing.
to with the AI.
This is a cheat code. Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, it's just no probability. It's just basic probability.
Yeah. Yeah. It's doing the same analysis as any of us could do. It's just considering many more variables.
So I don't know. We'll see. But you can do that stuff on you can do that on your computer at home.
Yeah.
You don't go track.
Right. Yeah. You can just bet. Oh, for sure.
Were you saying that UK or UK had the first truly online EDD?
No, not the first truly online ED. We probably have the first online, global online doctorate at amongst research institutions.
Really?
Amongst other state universities.
Okay.
And then here at UK, we have the first online graduate programs that meet as far as we did.
Really?
The existing programs, when we got started, the existing programs were much more about being in Kentucky. And like if you were in Paducah, you could take that class, you know, whereas we were like, we don't care. We're planning. And so that was the new ground that we broke. We pushed the institution hard to switch from Blackboard to Canvas.
Really?
So you've seen the difference between those two.
Yeah.
Blackboard's gotten a lot better. But at that time, Blackboard was really awful. And so we pushed hard to switch.
2010, 2012.
Yeah, in those very early days, and Canvas was a brand new company back in those days. And then we also pushed the university really hard to make the switch. From that time, Adobe Connect was the video platform to Zoom. So I mean, we being that first sort of global program, we had to figure out a lot of things. One example was the university really didn't know what to do with global students because you had someone who was living in Bangkok or whatever, taking classes with us, and like, how should we charge them? Should they get visas? All those kinds of hard questions, and really how much what really matters in this equation was citizenship and not location. So, you know, while international, they use the word international students, but what they really are meaning by that is non-citizens.
Yeah.
And so that we had to learn how to do that all over the world, how to make all that work. So those are just a bunch of early learning that we did as we started these programs back then.
The idea of peak pointing and peak pointing models, we talk about that with JCPC all the time.
Yeah.
Because we're living it. We got JCPS, JCTC, Louisville.
Yes.
You know, right within, there's some people who live downtown, they've got a P20 model within walking distance of their home, you know, student.
Yep.
And none of those institutions talk to each other.
Yeah.
And that's where the dual credit and the, like, we feel as the JC's community college, we are that giant interchange between all of them, like, right at the middle. How do we fit the P20 model? Where the other two actors really don't care. Yeah.
Well, yeah, they're not used to it, for sure. A big institution like UofL has, you know, all the stuff it's worried about as an institution, trying to get a graduate and professional degree, medical school. And then JCPS, school districts, they don't have the capacity to do this. They know they need to work with you. They have one person at CPS whose job it is to connect all of college.
Good point.
Mary Louise Prosiak, yeah.
For the whole school system.
For the whole school district. Correct.
District.
For 100,000, well, I mean, 100,000 kids in the district. In a given year, you've got what, 8,000 seniors. And so you've got one person in charge of trying to connect 8,000 seniors.
Awesome.
Yeah. Yeah, the systems are not currently built. It's a new job we need them to do.
Yeah. Bureaucratic charge force, different boards, politics.
Yeah, exactly. People are worried about their own budgets and they're not interested in, for instance, what you all at JCTC, you know,
Their autonomy.
but there's some good examples. I mean, think of like the Shelby County location. JCTC is right next to Shelby County High School. And so they all, you know, on one campus, you have all of the component parts. And so like, and there's also a career technical thing there too, right? So you've got.
Well, the area technology center.
Yeah, you've got college, you've got technical, and you've got high school, all within a single campus. So for the love of God, could you guys work together?
I don't know, man. I think that's asking an awful lot.
Yeah. It is asking a lot right now. I mean, like, we gotta get past that.
Yeah. Sure. Well, loud and clear.
Is this equation, because I've only been sort of listening, include a four-year school?
Those high schools will also partner with a four-year partner. But it is not the sort of central partnership. It's most of the big high schools in Kentucky rely on the community college as the lead partner. So most, just like at Stevenham High School that I went to do, we have a two-year partner and we have a four-year partner.
Okay.
But that's it. What we also don't like is when high schools have like 7 different dual credit partners, they're all trying to balance at the time. Because to the kids, that's super confusing.
Oh,
You've got kids leaving with like 4 different transcripts, which they don't even know how to access.
Yeah.
They have 5 different emails, addresses, like, this is chaos.
Yeah.
So like, we try to coach schools away from them, try to have all the dual credit partners possible. But we also say you must have at least 2. You must have a 2-year partner and you must have a partner. So that's the kind of coaching they're trying to do to schools right now out of the century. But it's a very, very like a given institution. Like at JCTC, I think there's 2 people that work on this at JCTC. Is that about right? You know, there's a dual credit team.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
So,
It's gonna get better too. Dual credit's 33% of our student body.
yeah, I mean, that's actually small because you have many community colleges in Kentucky who dual credit population now exceeds the traditional population. So,
Well, we are gonna rapidly get to a point at our college where our English as a second language population is rapidly becoming the majority of the college. So that's intense. That's intense. I mean,
It's definitely a different experience.
it is, well, it's not just, I always said, I taught my first orientation course, my first college course ever last fall, which is freshman orientation. We called FYE 105. And I said, I could break my class down into 3 different subgroups. Second generation college students. I'll be honest with you, most of them were white students from the East End of Louisville. They had parents who probably went to college. They had multiple PCs in their home that they grew up with. So, a lot of these students, for all intents and purposes, except for the ones that were staying for specifically for a radiography degree, allied health, they were all on their way to U of L. They were just transferring through. They were getting their gen ed done at cost and then moving on to U of L, the University of Louisville. The middle group was first generation college students. The vast majority of these were underrepresented minorities from the West End of Louisville, Blacks and Latinos. And they have a completely different type of access to technology. There's nobody around them that ever went to college. I'm not talking about just the immediate family, but probably the extended family. So, just the culture of the university and college is nowhere around it. There's literally stepping into it, and it takes stereotype and imposter syndrome and just remove it. That they answer accounts. Then you have the ELL students, and it's okay. Not only are they first generation, they're having to go through a whole language filter as well. We had online content in Cengage for a textbook. On the average, the first third, the white second generation college students would they take 45 minutes a week for them to do their assignments. First gen, underrepresented minorities for the most part, was probably 3 hours a week. The ELL students sometimes was 8 to 9 hours for them to get through because they would have to read it. They read it in their native language. Then translated. I was looking at the analytics. I was shocked. The fact that a majority of our student body is going to be ELL coming up. That's from Jennifer. But they're great students. Really, really hard. They're dedicated, hard-working students.
I mean, smart kids. They're function in multiple languages, multiple contexts.
Oh, yeah.
You know, they have skills that those white kids don't have.
That I don't have.
They were, well, they are what all of our ancestors were 100 to 200 years ago.
Yeah.
You know, whether they were German or whether they were Eastern European or whether they were Italian or Irish. You know, they're making their start and they're I can start on them all and they're all driven. But having a whole college, like we graduate more underrepresented minorities at JCTC than KSU does in terms of total numbers.
I'm not at all shocked about that.
Well, you know, and this is the thing is like when all this anti-DEI stuff came down with House Bill 4. Now one of those politicians ever came up there and asked the students what they thought about it. You know, you traumatized a minimum of 33% of our student body. Thousands of students, thousands of African American, Black, and Latino freshmen. And their life, like they have to see their college erase inclusive language off of websites and say like you can't talk about this in class anymore. There was a reason they felt safe coming to the college in the first place.
Yeah.
So like no lawmakers ever asked that question. Ever. We'll judge not about that. I'll stop talking about DEI. Where's SACS CLC accreditation? Principles of accreditation mandate inclusive language. The lawmakers, now we could get them put on a probationary status for not having a language that our legislature mandated we pick out.
But then the federal government has said we're not going to give you scholarship funding if you include it.
Yeah. So we can't win it.
Yeah, it is unwinnable right now for sure. It's just about survival and trying to get to a new political context.
Now back to this online international students.
Yeah.
Trump says he's going to take away Harvard's ability to enroll international students.
Yeah.
Would that include online learning? Oh, wouldn't, okay. Right. So that's the way we can do the college.
Because all the federal government will control in that equation is the visa or the loan. And if the kid doesn't need a loan and doesn't need a visa, Harvard can enroll whoever the hell they feel like. Now the state of Massachusetts maybe could intervene, right? Like there's other actors. But the federal government doesn't have a lot of control over education beyond the money. So if you're saying we don't need the money, okay. So, which is partly what Harvard said. It's like, screw you.
$52 billion endowment.
Correct. I mean, you can do some things.
I could do some things with 2 billion.
Yeah. Now, what they threatened back was to take away their nonprofit status.
Oh my God.
And tax them.
And tax tax all of that and down, tax all of it. So, but that of course would take legislation. And so you have to actually get that through Congress.
Yeah.
I think Harvard decided to call it bluff and so try it. So, I mean, it's a lot of bluff and luster right now. And so kudos to the places that have just called it bluff. But if you are even here at UK, if it's too dangerous to try to call it bluff.
Yeah.
Instead of, you know, the administration is dancing like everybody else is trying to dance right now.
I was talking about my father about this over dinner last night, about the case. We did some case studies yesterday, and then one seminar about, you know, if you don't have the pocket. No, that was when the lawyer was in.
When Hutchins was in here?
Yeah. When he did the
The other lawyer.
No, but it was the idea of if you don't have the pockets, you know, this comes a question of is your stand worth laying off faculty and staff, shutting down services for students? You know, the reality is that it wasn't a greater good here. I would say keeping a college alive and keeping them alive, keeping the heartbeat is not collaborating with the You know, like even, we need to use 1930s Germany language. But those guys, you know, there were a lot of great souls that did keep those universities running, even as they saw a Jewish college leaving, taken away. But they said we just have to keep the university, keep the school running because it's real fast.
Terrifying. Yeah. Like that passing was.
Yeah.
Was crazy. Never had anything.
Yeah.
Close.
Yeah.
Yeah. Famous cross.
I mean, you know, like it's to the extent you can try to hold the democracy, right? This is why we try to have a democracy. It's sometimes you are going to do those stupid things, and then you can self-correct it.
Yeah.
But the system has to do the self-correction. You know,
We haven't self-corrected it.
correct, then you see the judiciary whose job is to help protect it.
Yeah.
Sort of deferring, which is the wrong action.
Yeah.
Now, not on everything. You see the Supreme Court is pushing back on a few things, and so, but still, like this was checks and balances were there for a reason.
Yeah.
I just read a book about political theory and it was saying like we may have run into the assumption in the West that liberal democracy is the only form of democracy, pluralistic liberal democracy. And they said, don't ever do some Oxford University political theorists. They said, don't ever let your guard down that democracy can fold itself into an autocracy.
Oh, yeah.
Under a certain condition, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Don't think liberal democracy is something that you have to fight for all the time. You know, nonstop. You always lobby for liberal pluralistic democracy.
Yeah. Yeah, that protects it. And I would always like spending prime companies. I love that statement from now the Constitutional Convention that he was asked that what would you guys create? The democracy if you can keep it with you.
And you know, that's what the purpose of the university is for, okay.
Yeah. I mean, you gotta get more kids to go. I mean, I'm glad that you guys handling such a heavy ESL population too? Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that's I don't know how well known that is. We feel like people know the heavy ESL burden that community colleges are taking on.
Probably so.
Yeah.
Because it
I doubt
happens fast.
I doubt that they know. Well, and ours has been because of, unless I'm mistaken, because this is not a strong area for me, but unless I'm mistaken, because of some legislative changes in Virginia, ESL has kind of been moved out of the community college system, but we still have an ESL program. It's just not as well staffed.
Right.
As it should be, and probably does not include all the students that it should.
Yes.
Because in Virginia, they started removing testing for things. Like English and math and, you know.
So the students are just in the classes without any support structures?
Some of them, yes.
Well, they go through, at JCTC, they go through remedial, like the we do the ESL courses. We also do RDG. Reading.
Oh, okay.
Basic fundamental reading. I mean, but there's some non-ESL students in there too. Mm-hmm. So they get certified through their ESL courses first then they start their Gen Ed. Their ESL courses don't even count for college credits.
Well, and
but even then, I mean, they still got real challenges.
That's what happened in Virginia is by the time they got through their ESL classes, they used up too much of their scholarship funding, and so they were not completing. Wow. And so someone in their infinite wisdom in Virginia was like, you know what? To get them to complete, we're just going to take away all these like foundational classes, and they'll be fine in the regular times. It's all good. So,
yeah, I mean, it's hard. You're paying for credits that can count, which
which would suck for sure.
Exactly. So I get the instinct to say, let's not do that.
Mhm.
Then the flip side, you're just throwing into the classes where failure is the most likely option.
Yeah.
I mean, I had, the vast majority of my ESL students in orientation were from sub-Saharan Africa.
Oh, yeah.
Rwanda, Zambia, Democratic Republic of the Congo,
Mhm.
you know. So, not only language issues, even though sub-Saharan Africans and African Americans don't really identify with each other.
Yeah, they're.
It's just, but they, because of the sub-Saharan African students pretty much could only find housing and affordable housing in Black neighborhoods. So they're dealing with American race caste systems. Then they're dealing with that they don't get any supports from the Americans that look like them. The Americans that look like them treat them as animals and primitive peoples. So they're dealing with that. Then they're dealing with the language issues. I mean, they speak Swahili or they speak, Kenyan as a first language. So they're always different about it.
Yeah.
And then, so we try, that's why at least we're starting to, that's one of the summer projects I'm gonna be working on this summer is that, we have the standard census demographic, Black, African American, Hispanic, Latino, Caucasian, Asian, and like Asian and Pacific Island. And, Alaskan Indian or Pacific Island. And we're gonna start discerning for whether they took English as a second language courses. We do those breakdowns. The needs of a sub-Saharan African student are drastically different than an African American student. Adjacent needs. Now, I'm not saying the African American students don't face certain issues, structural racism, stuff like the West End. Arabs don't know how to identify themselves as Asian or white. They have their own way of house.
The category I hate the most is Asian. I hate that category. It's the dumbest category. Everything from Middle Eastern to Indonesia to China.
India.
Yeah, what in the hell?
The Pacific Islander, because sometimes Pacific Islander.
It's not just
There's like 38 different nations.
category.
Asian Americans constitute 38 different nations. Arab Americans constitute 7 or 8.
I don't envy that task of trying to figure out all the security and everything else.
Well, we can have like self-identified country of origin, so that was pretty unreliable. So, and in the now that is we're in the anti-DEI days, we'll say we'll just stratify the whether they took ESL course. First gen is a big catch-all for the underrepresented minorities. If they took an ESL, it's for our international students, and we stay out of the scrutiny. We don't have to let the General Assembly come down on us.
Yeah.
These are the times. We just gotta get creative.
And they don't ever always know the consequences of their actions. And sometimes you get funny consequences. So, for instance, like they're very pro private education, but in Louisville there is the Islamic school.
Yep.
So if you take the public money and you let it flow into institutions, the madrasa, the Islamic school of Louisville will benefit from public money.
Yeah.
Like, was that your plan?
I watched the that show on the Kentucky Connect or Renee Shaw show on PBS. And it was during the whole anti-DEI. She was asking one of the state senators or congressmen from Oldham County, from Prospect, which is that's the ultimate white suburban. And she was saying, so you're against DEI? I said, absolutely. And she said, so if you have a daughter who was in engineering school at UK, and she wanted to do, they had a study group for all the female engineers to be able to study and work together. Would you be against that? He said, absolutely not. It makes perfect sense. She said, well, under the provisions of the bill, that's not allowed. He said, that's not the kind of DEI I want to get rid of. There it is. Yeah.
That's exactly it. For being clear. It's Renee, who's black.
Yeah.
Same.
Oh, really? Oh, my God.
Oh, yeah. She picks those guys apart. She's the best. She is the best. Okay, she doesn't take anything.
Right.
Man, you'd have to have a thick skin for that.
People on PBS and KT.
Yeah.
So. They don't want the questions, right? We have the questions.
Yeah.
Yeah, hard times, but there's still an opportunity, because one of the things that amongst all that, insanity, while they're focused on these issues, or bathrooms, whatever, nobody's paying attention to the entire overhaul of the education system that's happening with dual credit. Like, we're fundamentally changing the entire system, and literally no one knows it's happening.
Yep.
Because we're talking about dollars.
Yeah, the most important thing.
Yep. Well, I remember the old AP back in the 90s, you know, when we take the AP courses.
Yeah.
And dual credit's sort of taking that sort of space.
Yeah.
Because at our school, you know, we had the home ec, or I went to a public high school, I went to GRC, it's like, you know, there was like the home economics track, the vocational technical track, and then the college prep track. And all the college prep tracks, we were all taking AP courses our senior year.
Yeah.
Which eventually became our first year of college.
Yeah.
But yeah, with dual credit, I know people now that have got the equivalent of an associate of arts when they graduate from high school.
Oh, we have that around us where I live now. I went to a rural high school in semi-southwest Virginia. And we only had AP Calc and AP English.
Yeah.
And then obviously, as you guys both know, you have to hit a certain score for that AP class to count for whatever in your 4-year. And so the dual enrollment is a much better deal.
Yes.
Because it automatically counts. Because like, for instance, I only got a 3 on my AP Calc exam.
Yeah.
Well, at some schools that was acceptable. At JMU, they wanted a 4.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
So the dual enrollment is, I mean, I can see why AP is going the way of the dodo, because it's not as good of it's not as reliable of a system for the students.
We did a focus group with dual credit students who were traditional 18 to 21-year-old students at JCTC. And the only complaint that they had was that mixing a 16-year-old is living with their parents and a 19-year-old that's working full-time with an apartment, even though there's only 2.5 years, sometimes a 1.5 year difference between them. And in terms of maturity, in terms of where they are in life, it's a massive difference. And the dual credit instructor, through no part of their own, was trying to do group work. And it's just the intellectual levels and maturity levels. And then things like senior skip day, you know, so senior skip day, so they would show up to the dual credit class because they you know, it's a high school class. So the instructor of the dual credit class would cancel class for everyone. But the traditional 18 to 21 students were like, this is disruptive for us.
Yeah.
Yeah. See,
Mixing that seemed to be the pain.
where we are, we've got dual enrollment, which is the students who stay at their high school and typically take the class from a high school teacher who has a master's typically.
Yeah.
And then we also have dual credit, I think. And that's where the high school students come over to community college and take the classes with the college students. And I mean, I took dual enrollment when I was in high school and it's perfectly lovely. But as a faculty member, I like them coming over to campus and having class with the college students on the campus. And I feel like that's a better system because they are very literally in the college space rather than in the high school space, which includes the head space. And I mean, I'm sure, or I would imagine, having not taught a dual enrollment class in the high school, I have been very pleased with my dual credit students and their maturity and work ethic, the ones who come over to campus and have class with me on the community college campus. Now financially, that's currently above my pay grade. And I don't know if they're going to, I know that they're making dual enrollment where they stay at the high school think that's what they're making free somehow, unfunded free. But I think that the dual credit classes, I believe they're still paying for dual credit, but I'm not sure about that because it's not my.
Well, every single of the 50 states, every single state is different. There is
Yeah.
no commonality at all. And you're right about those very subtle, there's so many very, very subtle differences.
Yeah.
That it is hard to, even in a single state, it's hard to pin down what the hell is exactly going on. Because then each institution will do its own thing.
Yeah.
And we even have a statewide unified community college system
As
under
we-
a single family. But they all behave differently when it comes to accrediting. So none of our 16 campuses behave the same.
Oh, yeah.
So whatever JCTC is doing is not the same as what BCTC. It's just, it's near chaos. So like it's for anyone trying to study it, it's hard. But that said, in the midst of all of it is this vast opportunity space. You know, if you wanted to start up this idea, good. All you gotta do is a couple people agree. I think that will start a new college. So,
well, that's true.
Yeah, that's what we've been seeing some success. So we're really trying to get high schools to push themselves to become deeper learning early colleges, where for many of the colleges, for many of the high schools, they're in rural areas where they don't have physical access to a college.
Same in Virginia.
So the concept of like busing kids over during the day is pretty much off the table. So, okay, the kids have to stay in this town, but let's think about the structure of your school. And you need to begin to define a college space that's separate from your traditional high school space. And not just physically, you need the headspace, that's you were saying, right? You need them to think of their life differently when they're a college student than what they think of their life as a high school student. So, yeah, we've been working on that and having some success. We have a few different places that have launched. Like we have Greenup County, for instance. It's this little equation. They have a leftover building. They're like, okay, we'll start the Jesse Stewart Institute. So they created a whole new concept. Now, what are we going to do with that concept over time? So essentially, what you have is a high school that's starting up a small college. Correct, which I've always thought was possible. So there was a college, the mergers and acquisitions you brought up earlier, Michael. We had a college here in Kentucky named Mid-Continent University. It went bankrupt, went out of business. When that happened, this was about, 13 years ago, so a long time ago. So when that happened, a superintendent and I were really talking about, could a school district buy a university?
Like a K-12?
Could a K-12 school district purchase a university? And I was like, I don't really think there's a law against it.
Yeah.
I don't think so either.
And so, I mean,
it's
It's a
really
very
just,
novel, I didn't think about that.
it's seriously contemplated there.
it's really just a psychological law.
Yeah, because what you actually want out of that is not really a physical campus. What you really want out of that is all of the existing accreditations. So that you're not starting from scratch.
Yes,
right?
and that's one of the key focus in mergers and acquisitions, not in the higher ed space. I mean, especially if you're acquiring a school, not in your same state.
Yeah.
We have a situation right now where we're trying to strategize in my own institution. What's the strategy? Because they're two different regional accreditation bodies, and they're not, they don't have the same requirements.
Yes.
Now, what institution are you at right now?
Lewis University in Chicago.
That's right.
Small private.
Okay.
It's a private
Catholic, yeah.
But you have your small private Catholic college has two different accrediting bodies.
So we're acquiring.
They're acquired.
Oh, okay.
So we're,
Okay.
we're active in the M&A space. That's why my dissertation topic is in this area. So,
Okay.
so the other institution is in Tennessee, which is under the SACS accreditation body. We're under HLC, Higher Learning Commission.
Okay,
So there's a little bit of navigation to do. I mean, nothing that's not, overcomable. You can overcome it, but there are some strategies that you kind of have to be really cognizant about.
By buying the institution in Tennessee, are you getting new programs that you don't have? Yeah, so then you're going to then pull those programs from that Tennessee institution into Lewis's overall package. But those programs are currently sitting with SACS accreditation.
Yes.
And so Lewis is going to need to manage multiple accreditations. Yes. Eventually you can switch them all over to HLC.
And that's one of the strategies. The other strategy is there's a Tennessee, I forgot what it's called. It's like it's a separate grant funding by the state. And you have the entity. I'm calling it a corporation because nobody wants to, not in my world. I mean, you're more familiar with that, but in my world, we don't want to call it corporation. We don't want to call it this for profit or whatever connotation. But anyway, I said the Tennessee law requires that the acquirer has minority policy influence in order to keep the grants. Okay. So in other words, because we're going to be taking, we're on the level of intent right now. We don't have a definitive agreement yet, right? But we're kind of strategizing ahead. What if all of this happens? So one of the thought process is the board of trustee at the to be acquired institution will be made up of local trustees with a few seats from our trustee boards, just so that there's a sphere of influence. Because otherwise, they can't be really autonomous. Yeah, and then they will mix all of what we're trying to do, and then we're back to square one again. So
you would want to keep some of the physical campus.
That's correct.
well, that was going to be my next question. Like, how are you buying
assets?
The name and the program?
So it's a really philosophical, interesting questions that I deal with the leadership team every day. So they have quite a bit of land. Some of it is undeveloped. So what in their heyday they purchased a lot of the outlying properties, even though they're like decrepit houses, because they foresaw this expansion. This was back in the 80s. This was back in the 80s.
Yeah.
At the golden years of liberal arts education, where enrollment, they never thought that enrollment would never plateau or even go down. But anyway, make a long story short, so there are the assets that are available. There are the physical plan, but a lot of them are deferred maintenance, kind of minimum deferred maintenance. You kind of have to invest to bring them up.
Gotta have a roof.
You gotta have a roof. The top points, HVAC. Some buildings have been closed since COVID, so they never fired up the boiler or the chillers. If you want to repurpose those classrooms, you're gonna have to invest some of the infrastructure to put that back online again. Because that was some of the cost-cutting measures that they did, because they really got hammered by COVID. Mm-hmm. And they did not have a footprint in remote online learning. Right. So they're just now starting, but they're so behind on the 8 ball. Yeah. It is so difficult to catch up. So that's kind of where we come in. We bring those expertise.
Yeah, I definitely, this is the world we're in. And I'm trying to help UK try to notice it. UK, of course, benefits from being the behemoth.
Yeah.
And the bigger getting bigger for all those reasons. And so, of course, UK is like,
oblivious.
This is not our problem.
Yeah, it's somebody else's problem.
Someone else's problem.
Yeah.
But I need them to see that the mergers and acquisitions are happening. The other institutions are getting more entrepreneurial, they're figuring out new paths. Meanwhile, we're not changing anything. We're still a pretty rare program here at UK being a fully online. Like,
Oh, really?
It's pretty annoying. It's pretty annoying. We don't even have a director of online right now. Really? At the university.
Oh, really?
Yeah, no, there was a
A
position.
chief innovative officer.
None of that. None of that. It's like an associate provost just happens to have it under her portfolio, but really she's in charge of 17 other things.
Yeah, exactly.
So one of them, there's a small team that does compliance and whatever, but it just speaks to how unserious the university is about anything that's not Lexington. Meanwhile, the whole the landscape of higher ed is changing. And feels like we should at least be paying attention. Maybe we don't want to ever leave Lexington. Maybe that's the right play. But right now, nobody's even noticing that this is happening. And
It's
and it's not just the small privates that are doing this. You have like Arizona State and the University of Tennessee have teamed up.
Oh,
And so,
really?
Yes. Yeah. So like that's it. So Arizona State is now becoming like a platform provider for other universities.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
I want to talk about that. So the other pathway from mergers and acquisition is this thing called systemness. So the Chicago Psychology School. Have you guys ever heard of it?
Yes, I
Okay.
think I have heard.
So they created this system model where, hey, it's almost like a membership. You want to subscribe?
Yes.
We will do all of your centralization,
Oh, that's.
back office, your payroll, your purchasing, your IT, and it's all like in a cloud somewhere out there. And then all of the member institutions, all they do is the core curriculum, which is, their main business. But everything else is done by the system.
Oh, wow.
So that's the Chicago system. There's another one in California, the Claremont colleges. They created but that's been in place for like 20 years, maybe 30 years. But it has that same setup and same flavor. Claremont just don't call it the systems. So we're also kind of looking into that space and creating our own system just for the LaSallian schools. And there's 6 of us already.
Yeah, who are the others?
Manhattan University.
Okay.
LaSalle University in Philadelphia.
South Philadelphia.
Christian Brothers University in Memphis.
Okay.
Lewis University in Chicago. St. Mary's of Moraga. Yeah, the basketball, they're like St. Mary's, yeah. But we call them St. Mary's of Moraga because there's a St. Mary's in Minnesota too, which is number 6. So there's 6 of us.
Okay. Yeah, because even amongst the Catholics, it's not a unified field.
It is not.
The LaSallian, the Jesuits.
The Jesuits, yes. The Benedictines. So did you know, and I never knew this until I moved to Chicago, there's so many Catholics in Chicago. I have to be Catholic, by the way. So, but there's so many Catholics. Are you Catholic too?
Yeah,
okay.
There's a Catholic law conference coming up.
Really?
Oh, interesting. Catholic school of law.
I didn't know that. Where's that going to be?
It's in Louisville in like 2 weeks.
Oh,
it's been held in Louisville for years and years. And I didn't even know that was happening. I've lived here this long.
There's an association of Catholic colleges and universities, which business officers like me, COOs, CFOs, CBOs are all members of.
Yeah.
But in Chicago, there are 8 Catholic universities.
Oh my God.
Now, Los Angeles is another very big Catholic region. But guess how many Catholic universities there are? Only 2. In LA. There used to be 3, one closed. St. Mary's College. So there's only 2, Loyola Marymount University and Mount St. Mary's University.
That's surprising.
It is surprising, so I understand them.
But there's other big ones like the University of San Diego is a big.
Oh yeah, but they have a different market.
Yeah, different market for sure.
Yeah.
But I mean, it is surprising to me that there's not a bigger Catholic university in LA. You would think there would be a big Catholic.
At least maybe at least two more, if you know. But Chicago has 8, and a couple of them are at risk of closing because they just decided to hang on to that traditional liberal arts Catholic model. In person, traditional high school, coming out of, high school graduation.
Yeah.
And everybody's competing with that demographic.
Well, I think part of the reason that the the private, at least nominally religious schools are doing that is because my understanding is that since their tuition is higher, part of it is like you are paying for this in-person, more, I don't want to say intimate, but I'm not coming up with a better word, but like more intimate relationship between faculty and students than you're getting at the regional or R1 4 years. And
more of the one-on-one attention.
Mhm. And if you go online, then you're not providing that one-on-one attention. And so why would you be paying more anyway? Because we've got, so the area of Virginia that I'm in a community college. We have JMU, which is a regional,
James Madison.
James Madison, which is a regional school. And then we've got Eastern Mennonite University, which is
just a mission institution.
And then we've got Bridgewater, which is nominally Brethren. And then we've got Mary Baldwin, which was a women's university. So like this, in 2 counties, we have 5, huh?
Public? Mary Baldwin?
No, it's, Mary Baldwin's private. Yeah, only JMU and my community college, Blue Ridge, are private. And then I think Shenandoah University is the next county up, or 2 counties up, maybe. But I mean, in 2 counties, we have 5 institutions of higher ed. And I would say probably everybody but JMU is kind of in panic mode right now.
So you're familiar with Valparaiso, right? It's Indiana.
Mm-hmm.
Valparaiso was like the place, every president at the time when they were in their heyday, they wanted to be president of Valparaiso. Right now, the president job in Valparaiso is open. Nobody wants to apply.
Nobody's applying to Valpo?
Because, people are applying, but not.
I think of it as a good school.
It's a very good school, but it's decline. They're suffering mightily from the declining enrollment.
They're on the outskirts of Chicago, right? They're drivable for sure.
Yeah, they're very drivable.
Yeah. So that's
private.
It's a private. I think it's also religious. They have an affiliation.
Is it Catholic?
No, it's not Catholic.
It's not Catholic.
Okay.
I don't think so.
Well, yeah. So even which team you're on, it's going to matter a lot in this equation. The fact that you guys as LaSallian are trying to team up a little bit is important.
It is.
Because I think you need teams. I don't think that this is, for many small privates, this is not going to be survivable on your own.
It's not. It is sink or swim right now.
Yeah.
And so my president, my boss, he's very active in this space. So every time he goes to a conference or a president's, everybody's asking, hey, would you be interested, to have discussions with us? It's every day it's going on right now. And those who don't even want to brush the idea, they're going to be in trouble in a few years.
It is independent Lutheran, so it's not even part of it's Lutheran, but not part of the Concordia Lutheran. The Lutherans are all split up. So just part of the challenge.
Part of the challenge
is if you're not part of a team or a network, you're just completely on your own.
Is that elections?
And unless you partner up with
Not even have to be
like a
just
small
drinking it all.
institution, it's sink and swim.
I'm super worried. We have a college, we have such problems here.
Yeah, this is mine. I was thinking
There's one unfortunate town I live in. And it feels like on the brink of collapse every year. And they made some crazy wild decision. One, essentially, free tuition as long as you pay. So we want to be a housing
Brother and sister.
that offers free tuition. Yeah, so that was like,
How are they gonna sustain that? I mean, there's a lot of wealthy donors who are willing to take one for the team, but even that is not infinite.
Right, no, and so. I think the president that tried on that is out, and I think they're trying to undo it. But once you tell the community that's what we're gonna do, it's hard to untell.
Oh,
That would be
the
very
man it just like wildfire.
So, exactly, so like, I do feel like it could close at any point. Listen, for me, like. I go to Catholic church there in town, and Catholic church is growing and trying to build a new facility, so like, I'm lost in my mind, like. Your church should just buy the university. They can't. The Catholic church is the Diocese of Lexington does not have a Catholic university in it. Yeah. And so, and like total assets is about $80 million.
Wow, okay, that's not
Correct.
that's pretty good.
It's a big number, but like, or buy a university, $80 million is not an unattainable number.
Yeah.
And so, like, instead of us building a new church building for $5, $6, $7 million, take that money. They have a ton of physical assets already, so you can just use the church on their campus.
Leverage them.
Yeah.
Get creative finance.
All lovely, right? But then you're left with the problem of like, now how are we gonna run this university?
How are you gonna fill it? How are you gonna get the
Same problem.
Yes, that's where you, before you go in, you already have to have a strategy how you're gonna fill the classrooms.
Yes.
Because it's not, you can't take over the physical plan and the faculty and the curriculum and expect students just to walk in the door.
So agree. Yeah, so I mean, that's the reason that it really doesn't make sense, because there isn't really a local effort to want to have that Catholic university that would fight for it, or the kind of leadership structures in place that would try to reform it to do something new.
The other problem, of course, as you know, Dr. Batten, the entanglement cost, because if you are a public sector and then you're coalescing or, collaborating with a faith-based, there's entanglement clause issue. So,
But if it became Catholic, of your university, then there wouldn't be that.
Yeah, no,
It would be
it
private.
wouldn't- well, or you could have UK start to get in. I mean, that's part of the question that needs to be on the table.
yeah,
Everybody else is in mergers and acquisitions.
Mhm.
Our hospital is very active in mergers and acquisitions. We're buying hospitals all over the state.
Mm.
And so,
actually, that model came from the hospital system.
yeah,
The
I'm not-
universities are now adopting.
yes. So we've got a very aggressive healthcare system.
Is that here?
Yeah, massive.
The
Massive medical. We bought out, just in the last couple of years, we bought out 2 other very large healthcare systems in Kentucky.
Wow.
And so when you buy those healthcare systems, you get all of their assets, the main hospitals, as well as all of their little regional access points. And so now UK healthcare went from having mostly a Lexington presence to the entire eastern half of Kentucky is now run by UK healthcare.
Huh.
So, I mean,
Okay, so that's revenue that's outside of the state funding.
yeah.
Because you are getting there is a product, the healthcare product, if you're part of an HMO or PPO or, there is it's not like, the problem I think there's broken is the financing model right now in higher ed in general. Yeah. If that could be fixed, that could alleviate some of the problems.
Yeah, I don't disagree at all. I mean, you've got multiple layers of that feel broken to me. You add dual credit in, it only sort of breaks it further because you're generating much less revenue from the college class, and the state is not chipping in. And so, you're not making that revenue up somewhere else.
Yeah,
You're just running the product at lower cost.
Yeah.
And that's good if what happens is a whole bunch more kids go to college that otherwise would not have gone to college. But that's not what we're seeing.
That's not
genuine, not
right
kind
now.
of way
Yeah.
that you would actually need to financially justify this whole thing. But once you go down this road, then everybody else goes down the road. So if you don't follow along, you're the one left holding the bag of the first year of college goes into high school, but everybody else is running it. Now you've lost the first year of college and you don't have anyone. And so everybody sort of has to play, but everybody's getting hurt together.
It's an excellent system.
It's a weird.
It's a very weird, and it's downstream effect on everybody. For instance, this Columbia and Harvard. I mean, we're further down but everybody's feeling. It's like when Harvard sneezes, we get home.
Yes.
We get flu. Everybody.
Yeah, everybody's super skeptical of higher ed. All the legislators are questioning, pushing back. I don't, it's just a period of time that we are gonna have to survive, but not everyone is gonna survive it.
EDL.com predicted in January 2025, there's roughly about 20 to 30 liberal arts private institutions that will close in 2025.
Yeah, I mean,
Unfortunately, that's not too surprising.
yeah, 25 feels low to me, but that's just because so many are gonna hold on, even when it makes no sense to keep holding on. They hate, if you're a small town, there's a little bitty one that I looked at, the presidency of, not that I necessarily want to be president, but only that it's a college in Illinois called Blackburn, it's in southern Illinois, closer to St.
I heard of that.
It's a work-based college. They keep tuition really low. Every
Like
kid
Berea?
has to work. Yeah, very much like Berea. It's a Berea-like school. And so, but in that town, that's it. There's nothing else in that town. So if that college closes,
and that's a
end of
major
town.
employer.
Yes,
Yeah.
correct. I mean, the town will linger on, but none of the kids that are growing up there can stay there. So they're not gonna have jobs to stay locally. So like the decision to close the college is in some ways the decision to close the town.
Oh, wow.
And that is a very hard. So they will hold on to a little bitter years.
Yeah.
It's terrible. I don't know.
It's just the
I hate
future we live in now.
Yeah, especially with a school like Berea, the schools like Berea's got a great mission, but I mean, the revenue streams are just not there. And you're only running at 1,000 kids. You know, you see a 50 student decline in enrollment. And you teeter over the edge. Like, you can't keep all the buildings going. You can't, keep the maintenance staff. So that's where they're at.
The biggest fear is what we talked about earlier, the big getting bigger.
Yeah.
The UTs, the Kentuckys, the UCs, of the world, they will never go down.
No.
But the problem is once you start this contraction, now students who are not able to get in these larger schools or cannot learn in that environment.
Yeah.
Now there's fewer and fewer options for them. So that's where I think these for-profits, they're gonna make a comeback. They're gonna make a comeback because they figured out how to make money off of this. The University of Phoenix of the world. There's nothing wrong. I mean, to me, they provide a demand. There's a demand. So they provided the supply, right?
I have massive heartburn with all of those, and we have a private school that's not only for profit in Virginia, Liberty University.
Oh, Liberty, yeah.
Yeah.
They're
And
huge now.
it's technically a private nonprofit, but it runs like a for-profit. They've got all these online programs, as you obviously know.
Yeah.
And they have really sweet deals for veterans because one of my former colleagues got his doctorate there. Because he was like, if Blue Ridge for some reason takes away professional development money for graduate school, can I pay by myself? And because they give such big scholarships, they, especially to prior service, he could afford to get it there, even though I would be embarrassed to have Liberty Online. But it's not respected. Exactly.
It's not respected.
Yeah, like I would be embarrassed to have. That online campus where I got.
I have a colleague who just graduated from there and I'm like,
Wait, is it, it's nominally for profit?
It is technically a nonprofit.
Okay.
But it's run, it runs like a for-profit, and it's taking students away from all of the legitimate public and private institutions that are like legitimately nonprofits in their
Is it Liberty the one that was founded by like a
Falwell.
evangelical?
Yep. Yeah. That's exactly the one.
What's his name?
Falwell.
Falwell.
Gary Falwell. Falwell. Yeah.
So they're religious?
Yeah,
They do have,
and here's the thing. If you are an on-campus student, they have all these behavior rules. All these like, very stringent behavior, very evangelical, conservative Christian behavior rules. If you're an online student, it's not the same thing.
And what's their footprint in the online? Is it larger than their on campus?
I'm sure it is.
probably.
Really?
I'm
It
sure
is.
it is.
My understanding is it probably is, yeah.
Yeah.
You know what's funny is Southern New Hampshire University, which you would think is just like a regular university.
Right.
But in reality, it's, I don't know, maybe 10% is in person,
Yeah.
90% is online.
I think that's my impression of Liberty University.
Yeah.
Really? Wow.
Similar.
Yeah, and so
Like University of Phoenix is that way too, right?
Yeah, University of Phoenix. Yeah. I used to teach at University of Phoenix.
how's
And
that?
This was a long time ago, over 20 years ago.
Like before they got into the model that they have now.
Well, they were not as aggressive as they were, things
Yeah.
became. And there was really a niche market that they wanted to fill.
Yeah.
Because there were not a lot of options
Right.
before in terms of online or, these non-traditional. So I used to teach this, I forgot what it's called. It's like an accelerated program where it's 4 days straight, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. And then you don't come back. So it's every 2 weeks.
Yeah.
And then you're done.
Yeah, I've heard
Like,
of that.
so, and they were innovative in that space. I remember.
If you have the right kind of students, that could work.
And you have the
Yeah.
the population of students that really need it and are qualified.
Yeah.
I don't mean just letting anybody in.
Yeah.
But they
Yeah.
don't. I mean, at that time, because there was this demand that they were trying to fill.
Yeah.
And I remember I'm off on Monday, so I would take Friday off and I would complete those 4 days. They would pay for my board and lodging because usually it's like I have to drive. And then they would pay for my mileage.
Wow.
And then like maybe three of those 4-day weekends, then they're done. Then they go to the next module. It was a good model, I have to say. And this
See,
is
it can really
before-
work for some people though,
It can,
And so there's like I feel like there's some like logic to that. Like it's practicality that could work for certain students, but a lot of the students.
Yeah, well, and like having taken, so I teach like traditional 15-week classes, and then I teach eight-week classes sometimes, and then during summer I've taught 5-week classes, and then also as a student I have taken traditional 15-week classes and 8-week classes, and I have to say that for me, in terms of like retention and really like getting into like really understanding the course material, I much prefer a 15-week class.
For sure.
Like, because the class that I took is an 8-week class, it was amazing, and I wanted to be in it for 15 minutes. Now, if I was taking like chemistry or something,
It might be a different story. Yeah.
but probably I wouldn't have been able to handle chemistry in 8 either.
Writing in 8 weeks is really hard, but I
Yeah.
found it that way.
Yeah.
To students that are underprepared, which is even worse.
Yeah, and I feel that often the underprepared ones are
Are the
going to
ones
take
that
the
wanna
8
do the
classes. Of course, we're both
accelerated
in
one.
college. Yeah, because they're like, I want to get English,
I wanna get it done.
history
Yeah,
done,
yeah.
Yeah, and
I'm
then,
not here to learn, I'm here to check the box.
yeah, and they can't even check the box because they're not getting enough of the learning to be able to check the box.
Well, I finished the philosophical methodologies with Professor Weber.
Oh, yeah.
I think it's only 4 weeks.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, right after I got back from vacation and
Those
Memorial Day.
methodologies in 4 weeks.
Yes, the Professor Eric Weber, EDE. And like I was actually late with my Canvas, maybe like a day, and I saw everybody was posting on
Oh
it.
my gosh.
It's like
The anxiety I would
three
have.
chapters, so I had to hunker down and just say boom, boom, boom. And then finally I got caught up, and then I got advanced. So I actually finished maybe in 3.5 weeks. But I had to hunker down, man. Like,
Yeah.
so, but I'm glad. So I enjoyed the class, though, I have to say. It's a phenomenal class.
It was a summer one class. Though,
Summer
right?
one class.
Yeah. See, that's a little bit different because when I went back to graduate school after being out of college for 15 plus years, I took a 4-week summer class as my
That's your first class? Oh
Yeah,
my
I
gosh.
thought it was good.
Get you one.
Oh my gosh.
So like I almost dropped it. It was so scary.
Oh,
But because it was summer class and I wasn't teaching, and I was, once I, breathed into the paper bag, then I was able to make.
what was the
manage
class
it.
though? I did that, but it was 16 weeks with
It was
statistics
a
class.
different. It was a different school. It was communications class.
Okay.
It might have been intercultural communication.
Yes.
I think. And so there was a lot of reading, and we were like having a running conversation in discussion board or whatever. And I think there were maybe 3 papers. So basically after the first week, there was a paper a week. But again, because it was it was a summer class, it was something that I could handle. If I would not have been able to handle that during the school year, because you're reading multiple chapters a week. So
Yeah, that's tough.
yeah.
I really hate accelerated classes. I really hate summer classes, but I'm gonna do what I have to
Yeah.
do. But
Either.
Yeah, I'm not a fan either.
one
but
time I
yeah.
took a winter course in graduate school, and every student that I've ever met after that asked me like, "Can I do this faster?" I'd be like, "Sure, take some summer courses, but do not take the winter course."
We have started off.
The winter is shorter.
This is like 3.5 weeks
Yeah.
sometimes,
Yeah.
and it's over the Christmas holidays, which for some people doesn't matter, but
That's
for a
tough.
lot of people, that's the busiest part of your year.
Yeah, that's
Especially if you're like a
relaxing
primary parent
family
situation.
family time.
Yeah,
Yeah.
That's
it's
tough.
so hard to navigate everything if you're a person that's like not that traditional 18-year-old student. Sometimes even then, but if you're the traditional 18-year-old single kid that just came from your mom and dad's and you're like on campus for 3 weeks, it might be different, but
Yeah, and you have no other responsibilities, but yeah.
maybe a part-time job, if that. I would
I don't know
I
how
would
you
just
get
mention it to me.
I don't know how you get an 18-year-old motivated to take a class and finish and pass.
Some of them
3.5
are, but not many.
Yeah.
I know my son would never survive that.
No.
Never do that.
Michael, at my school, because we just started offering wintermester a few years ago, they, at least nominally, they're offering very specific sorts of classes. Like they're not offering anatomy and physiology.
Right.
Anatomies. But they're offering specific kinds of classes, and at least allegedly, they're checking GPAs before they let people in.
As they should,
yes,
because they have to be a special kind of student to get through that.
Yeah.
Successfully.
I mean, I was a very good student in undergrad, and I went for state through that.
I was a very good student in graduate school, and I still was. Struggle.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you're an adult in graduate school, it's even harder.
I was just like a traditional.
Oh, okay.
I was just a single lady out living in the world, and I was an assistant. I had an assistantship, sweet assistantship, so I really didn't have to do much. Just that.
And it was still hard. Yeah, I would think so.
Never again. Of my own volition.
Yeah, really.
Dr. Beth, what do you think about these online law schools? These are spring up here and there.
Are they?
Yeah.
Booking.
I don't have a problem with it personally.
Not fan.
I don't think that, I really like hybrid. And so I would prefer to have some physical touch for something like law. That said, learning property law is not something that needs to happen outside. You can do that. For me. And I went and I talked with law about that several years ago. Here, yeah. And essentially, like, they were happy to ride me out of town on a rail. I was so angry.
Even more traditional than the regular normal traditional.
Yeah, they were so angry that it was even contemplated that we would even offer an online class, not a whole degree, just a class. So I was like, okay, well, I work in a college of ed. It's not my problem. Sure. A couple of the law faculty invited me over to talk about it, so I talked about it. But not personal to me. But teaching everything we teach online, why not? I don't see why. I don't see either. For several of the courses, there are some things like trial practice that might be best on site where you can sort of have a courtroom and you can give that feedback in real time. So, then there are some experiences like journal where, maybe you need to have meetings of the journal physical on site. I'm open to what needs to be physically present here. And I like some physical presence, just like this, to complement online. But I don't honestly see what the problem is. One of the big challenges, though, where we, in our program, you all are adults and working professionals. Most law students are still sort of grown up high school kids. So they're not adults yet, functional, contributing society members yet. So they probably still need some of the supervision, I guess.
Very much.
Yeah, high touch supervision.
Yeah.
A law professor yelling at them a little bit to get their
Putting them
attention.
in a difficult, uncomfortable spot.
Yeah, so, but if you were to take someone older, why not do law school online? I don't know, I don't see the downside. And law is something that, as you know, is a really good complementary degree to so many other things.
It is. You will always use it, even if you don't practice.
And so there's a whole bunch of society that would maybe love to pick up a law degree. That right now, you have no access. In Kentucky, there's only 3 law schools. UK U of L only run daytime classes. And then there's NKU as a law school, Northern Kentucky. And they have a part-time program, but it is on site.
And is it at night or
there's some at night classes, yes. But there's still some day classes. So what they mean by part-time is they allow you.
What did you do?
Instead of 3.
Yes, take 2 classes.
Oh, Korean food.
That doesn't mean that they can accommodate the students.
All out. You, Cassandra?
If you're in good and you have a bachelor's degree and you're running a small nonprofit and you want to get a law degree, but you still need to run the nonprofit. If you're on your full-time job, it's unattainable. Yeah. So an online law school feels like a good idea for some of them.
You do.
I do. You want to do it.
You're leaving today, right?
Yeah.
Like I have my luggage. I'm like leaving right after 4.
Right.
So the idea is not that flexible. At least not yet.
Lexington.
Are you considering it at least?
No, they already went. I mean, that's.
People think that like Cincinnati.
They were in the 70s.
Yeah, no, it's.
They were, they,
Yeah.
the most of that now became, eventually became Northern Illinois.
Oh, did they? I looked right next
So
to
Northern Illinois.
Yeah.
Possible. Because it's so close to the college.
Yeah. Oh, really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, I didn't know that. Actually, I got accepted to Northern Illinois. I was like, what the heck is happening to you? Yeah, 'cause they were giving like a generous scholarship.
I can only do it for like.
No. I do.
Castro, are you gonna remember my?
Listen, you have to send us, remember, a name or.
Yeah, sorry.
You're having huge problems here.
Okay, all right.
This is the.
EHG.
Listen, let me take a photo of you two, and you just put the
Oh,
photo.
and here's my contact page.
Applications are
That is so
Uh,
special.
And, you know.
I'm gonna send the
they want
photos,
to
to Valley
ranking,
to,
there's,
Payton.
but like, I gotta look at it. And then beyond that, they've got a lot of problems and for some, it's kind of a photo.
Let me see.
But they're shot, it's very expensive.
Behind me, I can't even see you.
Very
expensive.
You know, new,
I can only imagine.
brand new office, so
that's
probably
what's
it's paid
that
like
other-
140.
This is the guy, that used to work in our office.
Yeah, that,
We just ran into him on campus.
this region, that's a lot.
Yeah, brand new. No experience coming right out of the like, or whatever, right? That's an extremely expensive personnel.
I mean, you don't want me to say it.
And so you see a small decline in enrollment, so you don't have to lay off.
Brand.
Yeah, you ready for your vote?
So they're not gonna be, we're trying to find the game that now, and even the interview game for. The interview is not good, this is one financial.
You want me to take it?
So they hired someone from completely outside the university to step in as an interim.
We just got this.
As they try to get some.
Okay.
And they're not.
Jade is next to me.
Jay, I don't like law school. I don't hear those things too.
Do we have
You know, I love this.
I know your daughter.
He is the best. Is he really? Fantastic letter. Be sure that hard. Like that's a background.
That's short. Okay.
Yes.
Yes. People waiting. Yes.
You should just back there on here.
He was in a patient, like, students, weapons, styles.
This is a Victoria Gatton built about the Cynthia.
Yes. That's
Used to freaking out.
that's accurate.
All right, so
It says.
Hold up, now we were here. We're sitting right here.
I need threatening that.
Maybe when you graduate, also credit.
Maryland lines.
There we go.
These. How the. Just be. Chris looks like his house is spins on Chris J. There.
What's that?
You look like a DJ and Chris Christian.
No, I like,
Yeah.
I love that. I think I'm
Dang. You always keep those little guys a stand. I don't think it's not one of them. Jay. How much slides you got? Does anybody want any candy? There.
I just had a insomnia rookie.
Get snickerdoodle?
It's a insomnia cookies version of a chocolate chip cookie brownie.
Oh.
Rookie.
The Bronchi, that sounds. The blondies are good too.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say.
A little diet stuff there, I remember that general hair.
It's been, start the spiral.
I said I mean I like the snickerdoodle more, but yeah.
All right. Yeah, because of the highlights, I get it.
Yeah. Just fine. What? Chris. No, need to get back to that front page. Wow. That one was dilated.
Yeah, so right.
I don't know. It's not there.
I'm just editing with it.
Yeah, you were just looking at your stuff. No, I.
Okay.
Oh.
Oh, no,
Paparazzi. Is it LG?
he's looking at the wrong. It's, meeting times of. Meeting.
I'm taking a video. Oh.
Oh, no. Yes.
Yes. What?
That's right.
I love it. You ready for 4:30? I guess. I don't know. I haven't looked at them since last week, so I probably need to look at them again. No,
And that should.
It's me, wherever they are. They be these summaries. I like those guys. We're trying to figure out what we're supposed to be doing. Like, you're so nonchalant. Bring it. She's like, bring it on.
I don't want to. Yeah.
You don't think you do that? I said, really not. Have you heard of it? Yeah. But here, let's say we hit 5 minutes, we're done. I must stop right now. Yeehaw. Thank you so seriously. It's crazy. We'll be back on. I thought I wish I. Yes. That's I love it.
Oh, they used to have five waffle sauce. She knows how to pick up the beer, so I just. No.
What you doing?
I don't know. It's a Waffle House brawler. Shot collar.
But you're the one for the. Oh, okay. So the police think that's.
She had a defender on her.
Why? Because I was looking in my business. I used to be really looking. It used to be, yeah, this girl really inappropriate. I didn't like it. She was inappropriate.
Yes, I did.
Just do a little bit.
I finished with the multi-rotor. And then I realized I should have started with group distances.
Redneck. Just like, I love it. Carolina. I love it. That's what I'm saying. I have a life that is this stuff. That's why, yeah. Good for you. Wow. How old are you? Your age. I'd be doing that. I'd be sitting in Waffle Houses. I prepared it up. You got something to say? You know what? I didn't even get it. You're welcome. I'm welcome. Oh, I'm so welcome.
Very
Was it?
Absolutely.
I don't get it. Oh, you
wait.
Yes, I gotta take what somebody else says. Yeah, my first name and last.
I tried that other joke.
Yeah.
Yes. Property and
Yeah.
Just get it. I'm still saying. Yeah, okay. I'm just gonna check.
Yeah.
Just make sure you're stealing it.
Oh, you get away. That's why I did the property. Right.
I thought you were joking first of all. Oh. Okay. I don't like that. I have a naughty thing hard to do. It's kind of make it better. I still have construction out there.
You know, reason that?
A lot of brains.
I just, you know, what they say about those.
Where I've never been to the thing.
I can't.
Their name. That's like they're getting it. Stay perfect. That's because they gave themselves Michael.
Wait, Lexi, let me.
Still stay.
Oh my God.
What else do you think?
I didn't. Oh my gosh. They're not like that.
He's like that.
He's crazy.
That's a wild. That's it.
We have state birds in the water.
After name.
Maria's.
Yeah. That's red.
State air. Do they have it? Squeezing these wild.
Oh, yeah. Okay. And I don't know if you
It's the gas still out there.
I have no idea exactly where they.
It's the great world of the state.
Grace Brook.
It's true.
Oregon.
People do say it's where it is, the American. People do say Oregon's or anything.
Not there.
It pissed me off when we were doing that.
I say everywhere else. People in Oregon, I'm like Oregon.
Yeah.
Okay.
But she wrote it.
How
to train it. Yeah.
Stay in.
I would take my
What
Oh, no bother. Okay. I was checking. Kind of thing longer.
The bad.
Yeah. Yeah. Do yourself what you're saying. Got yourself feedback. So we have all the potential. We have one from Bridger Mountain Dew. Big team. Can you get
never liked it.
What? How chicken block. Well, I thought it was cow pie. I was gonna say baby pie.
What do you think it's gonna?
Cow pie. Should we change our group name? It's obvious. I was waiting for it to change for the chickens.
I like to talk about this.
These are the chickens. No, it's not. It's called. I don't have to. EDD Doc. I got more. Oh. I want to change to the chickens, but. Chickens are sorry.
So you change the signature?
No.
Is it star connecting?
The chickens.
I can't believe it.
What do you mean you can't do it?
She's pretty good. Group text. You can't give it a name. Can't do it.
You can't see the name? No. You can't see that it says that?
He has an ear.
No. Get a new phone, bro. Yes, I'm not gonna say.
Mine's just called Mass Tech.
Mass Tech?
Yeah.
Chickens, chickens. Chickens down? Yeah.
That's your right?
Well, you did get knocked on, we'd still be great. I don't even care, so that
No,
happens.
it's not, it's just
Possible, but you guys don't even see the stuff that we have.
What?
What you said,
You try.
I don't care about that is less.
we are close.
Marginally. Marginally.
No, but I'm saying.
The shit.
Oh, yeah, it's not big.
Oh, change the picture. Me?
I changed the picture.
Oh, wait, I did too. Oh, wait, what was it? Change your one.
Like it would have a little leg.
Oh, okay, yeah, change it. Oh, well, that's kind of terrifying. Why is it realistic? I don't like that.
I want it to like muster some kind of emotion every time we see it.
You're meeting. Yeah, sorry. There's here and I want to have. It's on your TikTok.
It's funny because
I'm the facilitator. That's
it's terrible.
Until I go.
That's a real chicken. And it's a real chicken. No, I don't like that. I need to use a summarize everything. Right up in the hand. That's what I. You said this chicken go away.
About that.
And I don't know why. Right. Guess what? Chicken butt.
That's why.
Chicken pie. Yeah. It's what I don't like. So the one chicken pie should have breast too. Preferences.
You gotta,
You don't really like
you gotta breast joke.
praise, pickle bar.
Yes.
Sorry.
Easter. And iterating. We could say.
Real name.
Gets it.
William Wayne.
Everyone gets it.
William, I said Wayne.
Yeah, we can, you know, that.
Wayne is also the name of serial killer. You know that? Very prominent serial killer. So that probably is just the name Wayne. Oh. Step grandpa's name's Wayne. Yep.
Christopher is like the third year. Popular boy.
I could. Yeah. What's your middle name? I think his middle name. I knew that. I said one either. Yeah, because my mom's Michelle, one out.
You are not
Weird.
You're supposed to be working on it every day. Well,
Yeah, it's true.
was it Allison? That's what he said.
You know, I had to say that because my high school graduation, I went to stage and they also said Allison. I was like, oh, that woman's maybe so. What? Allison, it's me. I thought she's supposed to be my
Came
So my initials were supposed to be. Yeah, they switched it. My name was supposed to be Allison.
But I didn't know you were.
Yeah. And then I met a girl named Ashley Smith, and her name was an S, and I'm like, your parents were dumb.
Your parents.
Your parents are so
Yeah, Sam, much better.
What's your meeting?
That is so funny.
One household.
Why did I?
We all said that.
I can say Friday, even right my head. But now I'm raging.
Oh, see what this thing is.
Pierre didn't
So rich.
I hope you come.
Pretty place market. So, I'm so sorry. I was for a little note, I was going to just repeat. That's okay. That's like, if anyone's gonna not get here, so that's all. Get an Uber later. Yeah, he should have. That's what he's thinking about. It was like, he's looking at my name. I think everybody. Top banks with them. That's true, actually. I see you.
3M.
Right.
I was thinking.
Probably.
Say on it a little. You want to know thick or no?
I want it to be like Bob with and Asians. Little coastal vibe.
I've got one,
But it's not common.
I've got one.
Uncommon, but a real name.
It's a whole on your.
So right now. Okay,
That's gonna be.
let's have this conversation. That was me that died right after Mason's born. That always knows me. She's a good big OJ. OJ.
Not the great.
I'm sorry.
You got it up.
I'm like, look at me.
That's.
Okay.
I think it's good as well.
It's like all hard.
So the directions like Bridger.
I like Bridge. I feel like them.
Oh, I got it.
Yeah, my mother-in-law wants Bennett, like, Bennett. Too many Bennetts in her school.
Oh.
It's our speaking educated.
It is.
Katie wanted to name our daughter Olivia. It's like, I know too many bad Libbies. Like, absolutely.
Libs, Libby's.
Yeah, exactly. None of them are good.
Yeah. I like that. But I know growing Bryles, her brothers in the study. B-R-Y-L-E-S.
See, that's like easy.
Okay. That no more.
Right. Our executive director gets named Jake. No, my God, this is just shit. Be sure to remember. Purple. It's actually more. The girl thinks it's a name. She calls him stickers. I do like she has childhood. People could never like get his name because they say stickers. They just like stickers. So we've been like, yeah. Okay, so that's. Okay, oh my gosh.
Yes. I'm looking at July, which is a great. This is spring, which is a street.
What are you doing? I did.
I don't know.
For what? Summer? Right. Whoa. All started going. Wait, so his plan was to become an adult. Actually, the power cycle still has to.
Hold on, let me capture the moment.
Yeah, it's seven summer class.
Why? He's doing it. He's new.
But it can be done.
Hi, Michael.
Staying. No wire beef, no grass.
Send me the link, please. I'd like to do that. I was going to take it as fall. That's okay. It's going to be done.
Yeah. You ready?
It's already set. All right. All right, shall we? Shall we? Do this thing?
It's 2:45.
It's 2:45.
Check the time. Please don't keep a pickle point.
I will. So I've been thinking a lot about sort of how to frame this session because it's sort of atypical and it's framed as a master class, and I'm certainly not in any way, shape, or form a master at leading with integrity in times of crisis. So that's sort of facilitated at the bottom because I just want to be the facilitator of the session, really nothing else. But what I was thinking about last night is I was like, how am I going to set this up for the squad? And I was thinking that, like, at a foundational level, the reason why we all joined this program is because it's a program in educational leadership studies. The research piece of it, which often I think gets conflated and we sort of get stuck, that is like the output and the product that we're going to develop, is just a tool or a component of the work, because the work can't go anywhere unless we actually lead the work. And so I wanted to think about this session in that sort of capacity and context, and that let's have a session that's about leadership and is about our current context in our role, and not about the research, not about the work that we're doing connected to the research. That will come eventually. But for right now, like, what can you do on Monday when you go back to work? Sort of what are the things that you can put in place? Okay. So first off, without looking it up, and with the people next to you and around you, define integrity. So this is my integrity.
Almost. So you others.
Do to others.
Integrity. I have the right to be what no one's.
Just like for some around that you are. No, I think you're on. Qualified. Not perfect.
No.
But that external pressure is moving the right thing. Right. It's integrated, yeah. Okay. Well, the idea of it is like. Seeing the like a sheet. Right. All about fragment.
You know what I'm saying? Like I told.
In terms of person integrity, what do I think that they're, the person in front of me is the same person they know about.
To be guided by what's morally and civic.
Okay, what do we got?
Yeah.
All right, let's bring it back. Let's get the components and see what we got. I'll show some definitions. Super, go ahead. What do we think?
So we talked about how integrity can be seen in like different contexts. So how it can be seen in maybe a research survey, but also like people and their values and morals. So based on like how you move and whatever you do based on your integrity.
All right. What about this?
We kind of went from a standpoint of authenticity, integrity, not a perfection, so to speak, but that the person that somebody is in the public is the person that they're on there and talking about themselves. A consistency, yeah. Authenticity, consistency, honesty.
Love it. Mike, what did you guys talk about in the back?
We were talking about how it's doing the right thing, not just doing things right.
I like that respect.
Michael.
What about front group?
So yeah, we said integrity is about, doing the right things when no one's looking and what's morally and civically just.
I think you got most of the points. This is what the dictionary says. Quality of being honest and having strong moral principles or moral uprightness. North House, are we down? Leaders with integrity inspire confidence in others because they can be trusted to do what they say they are going to do. Holman and Deal, just kidding, they didn't come. Rick and Schneider call integrity part of this idea of relational trust. Does this person stand behind stated values and do what he or she claims? And then ChatGPT says the practice of acting in alignment with your core values, even when inconvenient, unpopular, or invisible to others. So the way that I've sort of framed this session has kind of been 5 parts. The first part is, well, not 5 parts. Okay, but it'll make sense when I say 5 in a second. We're gonna watch a video from the Lieutenant Governor, who is currently in this program. Is that right? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, she got a little busy.
Yeah, she's a little busy. She was gonna be here. It actually is, the video is made for us, so you'll see that.
Worked for Next Gen for a year before taking on the lieutenant governor training. But she was a teacher and principal first before all that. She came out of the schools in part to prepare partly for this run. So we knew this was going to come. Obviously, she didn't know she was going to win. So these things happen.
It's awesome. So we're gonna watch a video from her that sort of talks about this idea of how to lead with integrity. And then what I did is basically I took 5 quotes that resonated with me during that video, and I broke them into 5 sort of mini sessions that we'll sort of go through. And each of those sessions will have an activity attached to it. And then the goal when we leave will be sort of this leadership code, personal takeaway. Okay, so when we watch the video, here's what I want you to think about. What moment in the video sticks with you, especially one that stirs something or causes tension? So I don't want you to watch this with the like snaps every time she says something cool that you like. I want you to watch it with like, how does that sit? That's a very, like poetry slam way of doing it. Okay.
Hello, Doc Week students. This is Lieutenant Governor and fellow doctoral student Jacqueline Coleman, here to talk with you about some really important issues that I know you care about and I care about. I'm so honored to have been invited to join you for Doc Week this year, and I'm so sorry that I couldn't be there. But what we did was we gathered some questions that you wanted answers to, and so I'm going to just do a little Q&A with you via video. in terms of what P12 and higher education might look like in the near future, I hate to tell you this, but I'm really uncertain. And that has a lot to do with what's going on at the federal level, and states and localities obviously have to be responsive to that. And so in the near future, I think it's a little bit up in the air. I'm really hopeful that we can work through some differences that we may have in higher education for funding, for diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives that we know are on the chopping block. And in terms of P12, what I would really like to see in Kentucky is obviously that we incorporate pre-K for all 4-year-olds across the state. That's going to be one of our big initiatives coming up, because that is so critically important, not just to that student and their future, but to the immediate workforce in Kentucky. I'll give you a few examples. In Washington, D.C., they implemented pre-K for all 4-year-olds, and their labor participation rate went up 10%. And I know we're not Washington, D.C., but I do think that that gives you a little bit of an idea about what a boon it is to the workforce and the economy and how important that is. But additionally, we know that it helps kindergarten readiness rates, which in Kentucky is not great. It helps 3rd grade literacy rates. It helps 8th grade math scores. It helps graduation, and it is what improves higher education, ironically. But in terms of the distant future, what I will say is my hopes haven't changed. Just like every new administration, we have to kind of weather some changes and figure out how to make things work. But at the end of the day, school is the place where our kids show up to learn. It's the place where our teachers show up to help move our kids from where they are to where they want to be. And it's the place that deserves all of the resources that we can give them to do what we need them to do. And so that will continue to be our focus here in Kentucky, regardless of what happens elsewhere. But I'm still hopeful for the future of Kentucky's education system, and education as a whole, because of the hope and the opportunity that it provides for so many. And it's done that for generations, and it's going to continue to do that for generations. Integrity to me means a couple things. One, it means doing the same thing that you would do in front of people when no one is watching. And I think integrity also means looking at issues without bias. And that's hard sometimes. But in the political world, for example, I try to check myself when I'm talking about a politician or an initiative. And I ask myself, what if someone from the other party did or said what this person did or said? Would I feel differently about it? And if I might, then I probably need to do a little, processing myself on that one. But I also try to make sure that I am who I am, regardless of who's around. So knowing that I'm going to stand up for what's right in front of 12,000 teachers in red t-shirts protesting for their pensions in front of the Capitol, or sitting at my desk looking at an issue that we're trying to solve that is going to be behind closed doors. I try to be the same person everywhere, because that consistency is truly what, in my mind, leads to integrity. But it also means that you're trustworthy. It means that people know that you are who you are, and they don't have to worry about you saying one thing and doing something different. And in any business, but especially in this business in the political world, your word is your word. And once you give it, if you fail to follow through, that's going to follow you. And so I try to be very honest with people. I would rather hear someone tell me something I didn't want to hear than have someone tell me something I didn't want to hear that wasn't true. That, to me, that's just what's really important in these issues. And so that, to me, is what integrity is. In terms of compromise and where it is right now in the political world, it is really hard when you keep your red hat or blue hat on, or you're only looking at the letters by people's names in elections or in debates. And so it makes it really hard to work together and compromise, because you're demonized by your side of the aisle. Governor Bashir and I have really tried to stay away from that. We've really tried to work with whoever wants to work with us to do really, basic, fundamental, nonpartisan things like support public education, make sure that people have access to healthcare so they can see a doctor when they're sick, those types of things. And so I think when you stay in that pathway, you're more likely to bring people on board. And once you bring people on board for one issue, that improves your ability to bring people on board for future issues. So I think that's really important as well. I would say as current teachers and administrators, your job is to continue being what your kids need. You think about it, you will know this. You are in schools every day. You have kids that come to you in the foster care system. You have kids that come to you hungry. You have kids that come to you abused or neglected. You have kids that come to you and they may be hungry. Just things that if you don't work in a school system, you probably don't recognize happens. And those kids are depending on the adults in those buildings to take care of them. School is so much more than reading, writing, and arithmetic, and you don't know that unless you work in school. But I would say to continue being what our kids need. They're not going to get it from anywhere else in some cases. You may be the one person that speaks to them, that lifts them up, that believes in them, that changes the trajectory of their life. That's a heavy thing to carry, I know, but it's also such a great opportunity because for a lot of us, that's why we entered the calling to go into education, is to work with kids, to help them get from where they are to where they want to be, and to be that person in their life that lifts them up and helps them get there will change the rest of their life, and it'll change their future family's life. So keep doing what you're doing, keep showing up for kids. All this other political stuff will play out on cable news and it'll be what it is, but your job is still your job to show up and be with our kids, and that's what we need from you. Well, I am not a typical politician. So what I will say is I really don't care about political pressure. I care about doing what's right. And to me, if I do what's right, then it may, there are those times where it may not be politically expedient in the moment, but in the long run, it was the right thing to do. And that's really where I try to stay focused. And so there's 3 things that I use to judge, any kind of policy or initiative or funding mechanism that we talk about. And the first is, does it put our kids first? The second is, does it support the people who show up for our kids every day? And the third is, does it give our schools the resources they need to do what we need them to do? If the answer to those questions is yes, I don't care who's for it and I don't care who's against it. I'm just going to do what I believe is right for kids, teachers, and schools. And so I don't really fall to political pressure just because I don't really care. That's not a great political answer, but it's the truth. Anybody who knows me, I think would tell you that. All right, so Sonia has joined me for the last question because I brought her to my office today. So when it comes to integrity, and all of us are faced with some kind of challenge where our integrity is questioned, maybe we've, had a tough decision to make and you're not always sure it's the right thing at the right time. Well, I'll just share with you when I was a high school teacher and a basketball coach, I will just say my integrity was questioned by someone who had authority over me and someone who had ulterior motives. And so the easiest thing to do would have been to quit and walk away. A little bit easier thing to do would have been to cave and do what these people wanted me to do, which I didn't think was right. And the hard thing to do, which is what I did, was dig my heels in and show up every day and do my job to the best of my ability and not let those things get to me. And so as a coach, your job performance is out there for the world to see, right? Your record is known. People pay money to come watch your games. There's a lot of eyes in the stands that, think that they know what's best. So that's a difficult situation to be in. But, when I first started coaching, the team I had was not very good. So that led a lot of people to question my ability. And so I continued to pour into my players the best way I knew how. And by the time I finished coaching, I had risen above this challenge. I kind of fended off the haters, as the kids would say. And everyone who questioned my integrity was proven wrong because I continued to win, literally and figuratively. I had players signing to go play Division I. I had, I became the winningest coach in the school's history. I broke records with season wins every year. I could keep going with all of these things. But the reason that that happened was because I shut out that noise of the people who were critical of me. I never let it affect my coaching and my relationship with my players. And I continued doing what I knew was right. And so what I always say in these situations is I always try to do the next right thing, whatever that is. I think it'll lead me to where I'm supposed to be. And so I know that's a very vague example, but I think it's proof that there are going to be people out there who are critical of you and the decisions that you make and the things that you do and say. And in some cases, I think it's really important to take it all in and maybe reflect on it, which I did. But once you reach the point that you know that people are questioning your integrity and coming at you with ulterior motives, the best thing that you can do, in my opinion, is ignore it, keep doing the best job you can, and ultimately you'll win. And so that's what I was able to do. I was very fortunate to be able to do that, but it's not easy. It's a tough thing to have your integrity questioned, especially in a very public way. And this is why I always say coaching prepared me and teaching prepared me for being lieutenant governor better than anything else, because of those examples and because of those hard times that I had. And so I also know that it builds character and it builds the kind of resilience that you need to continue being successful. So thank you guys so much for your time. Those are great questions and really made me dig a little deep on that to think through some of the challenges we're facing in education, in the world at large, and really how we overcome them. So I hope you guys have a great Doc week. I'm so sorry I could not be there with you. But don't worry, I keep writing and writing and writing. If Dr. Rouse is in the room, somebody tell her. But thank you guys so much for having me. Best of luck, and I will see you soon. Hello, Doc Week students.
Not the dark week.
It says dark week.
Dark week. Thank you. The dark. Okay, so what sticks with you? What stands out? What made you feel? Not feel?
Doing the next right thing.
Doing the next right. Anything else resonated with you?
Sonia's pretty cute.
Say again.
Sonia's pretty cute.
Sonia's pretty cute. A little distracted. Okay. Love. All right. Well, here are the things that I pulled out. Hey, come on.
Did you say she was a Doc student?
Sure.
Oh, yes. She's in dissertation mode. She's been in dissertation mode for a little while.
Oh,
She became lieutenant.
I think she has a pretty. Oh, so she's been in way longer than we have.
I told you guys, sometimes people get new jobs and all kinds of reasons. People slow down. This is.
Wait, so he said integrity means doing the same thing that you would do in front of people and know and it's watching. So this is about consistency of character. Okay, so when we talk about integrity or we think about integrity, it's the idea that there's two versions of us oftentimes. There's our public self. That's sort of the persona, if you will, or the person that we are at work, because that's sort of outward facing to the people that we lead or support or whatever it is. And there's our private self. And really integrity is about closing the gap between our public self and our private self. So those are in line with each other. Okay. So here's the first task. I want you to write about it or think about it. Right on, right, go with you. A moment where your public and private leadership did not align. What influenced the gap? So time at work, when you had to be someone you didn't want to be or do something you didn't want to do because it was not in line with your values as a leader. I want you to think about that instance or moment, or maybe it's all the time. Maybe it's a lot of moments. You're always sort of in that space. So let's take 3 minutes of journal or think time. You already talked about it in a second, so having something is better.
Yes.
Take maybe another minute. Okay, so here's what I want you to discuss with your group or partner, however you want to sort of set this up. Tell a little bit about the moment that you talked about, but then I want you to think about and talk about what integrity would have looked like in that moment. So if there was a greater alignment between your public self and your private self, what would that have looked like instead? Okay, so that's what I want you to talk
All right, so. And it's I think that's one of this particularly with leadership and private. I would think it's about removing this. So, publishing, obviously, changing the university. Discussion. Just came in and I talked about the images and the words to use, the whole thing, and then happened. Like, so that was the thing about textile. The board of this class. So I guess where I try to bring it together was, let's talk about the images. And we're gonna in words to use.
Well, for me, no, I honestly, I'm thinking, I got a words.
Well, when I asked.
White, straight, whatever. Heterosexual seven.
And
A lot of them I don't.
Yes, that's what we're doing right now.
Oh, it'd be a good plan.
That's what we're doing right now.
And I don't think.
We're also starting.
I mean, it's like.
Variation of person. There's issues.
And I had to make a calculation decision, I'm kind of like.
I do have gotten
Conversation.
Yeah, that's.
Yeah, I'm not saying I'm having a ball.
Yeah.
But.
It's just.
Yeah, it's kind of like. by default, they don't.
I think that's okay.
What does it mean? I'm not trying to. I don't private. And so you only get something like an argument guys where you realize it's just a red. Absolutely.
But I said the gap
And so
is by like.
my thing is just utter avoidance and non-participation. That's why I guess. If you really, I mean, I'm agreeing, but not hanging out with you. And, but it's like, am I enabled?
So-
Body rights and single every single one event that we really, I struggle with that.
It's like.
Being a calendar. There's also a certain amount of input to that.
Trying not to party.
But I, yeah. But it's someone in the, so maybe like.
Yeah.
Someone in the shop.
Never to a point where.
Yeah.
Because like. I'm just trying to make it. But if I say something, that's not
Yeah.
this person.
Integrity of the bank.
Yeah.
Have a conversation about it as a team. Have a conversation about it as a gentleman.
Luckily, now, I would say, preamble, all the time.
How about that? You went to pay for over five drafts, guys.
If it wasn't public, yeah, I don't want any.
Some sort of
Let's take 2 more minutes.
to signify to them.
I'm not.
We don't just pay for something, you have to pay to change it. Just said, you have to use the words, you have to build these documents.
Right.
I would never have something like that. I know, so that's why. That's a perfect example. of what-
Like that.
Yeah.
It's a reflection.
I don't know.
Yeah.
These are the times. It's be like. It's the place. Yeah. The best
Mine is not that.
So I would really ask, so I work for support fellowship.
Don't make it easy.
No, I don't have that. But every time I like it, or you don't follow the script. Maybe it's just, activity of your leader. And I but even, I guess on average time that you need to kind yourself out of that.
Okay, so my guess is that maybe this wasn't as difficult to like think of the situation as possible, because this is sort of the dilemma that we face as leaders all the time, which is that a lot of us are in sort of very public jobs, right? Like if I consider my role as a central office leader in a large urban district, I'm at the mercy of public records requests and, sort of like the entire reality of being in that kind of position. And so there's sort of this constant grappling or weighing of like who I show up at work. And I think a lot of that has to do just with the political climate that we're in, right? Of course, is that, there's this attempt to sort of strip all the language feeling out of the work that we do. And so, this like work is hard. It's really difficult work, sort of like always be in balance and trying to think of that. So I appreciate the conversations that I heard. Second thing that bold from what you said is I try to make sure I am who I am, regardless of who's around. Okay. And so this is really about being authentic in high stakes spaces. Okay. So here's the task.
Go back. Sorry.
Yeah.
I just want to unpack. There's a fair amount of privilege in that statement. I get it. I like the sentiment, right?
Yeah.
I think about specifically like queer educators, right?
Okay.
Can't be who you are.
You cannot always be who you are. So I don't think it's a lack of integrity. But in that case, I think cisgender white people, be who you are. The world was literally built for you, right? Or people of color. You're not going to be who you're going to be who the perceptions of the people around you in the room are. So I'm all for authenticity. I just wanted to name the there is a little privilege in that statement.
Love that. I'm glad.
And that it's, and yeah.
I think all sort of anything that she said or that we say, it's all sort of, like it's all up for interpretation. So I appreciate just that. I'm gonna accidentally take a page out of Dr. Hudson's book. Give 2 scenarios about how authenticity or integrity shows up in these 2 instances. And these aren't sort of far-fetched, as we know yesterday. I don't have the legal basis to say like this is a legal argument, but here are 2 scenarios. As a group, you can choose either one of these to sort of discuss and talk about what it would look like to be or show with integrity or authenticity in this moment. What would compromise look like? And then how do you sort of stay grounded in your values while building truth? You read the 2 scenarios, you can choose either one. Maybe one that's closest to your work, maybe one that's not close to your work. And then as a group, you can decide which one you want to discuss.
Authenticity, don't understand, I'm comfortable doing is being on that. I hate getting back to that. We had to do our DEI program on our website a couple of weeks ago. And everybody took us to listen to right here. Do curse effects and yeah, we're already doing it. But we have to, we have to. Follow state law.
Stop it. What does all of us do?
That's right.
It's like,
I don't.
you have the pressure learning. It's not serious. It's not.
Then I think historically, not compared.
Presentations in your school.
Kind of. And I'm not coming.
And I think people really.
But
Yeah, so like, I don't see it as issues or like learning about.
You know, that's like.
Twice a day. Yeah, so.
Yeah, like, which one?
That's what, that's why I think
I
there's
don't.
different people figure that out. Like, here by two programs where there's it's boxes, what your job is to study so wide. The thing is just educate.
But it's a real.
What's happening.
I mean, it's
You're saying how much
yeah, like and I think that's
you're the boss and
doing the right thing.
Don't measure.
But it's very different. And I'm going to then you have one. For people
What
to
if
feel like they're
just trying to think of something else? What about resident?
it's not
consideration whether or not somebody did a day.
I mean, sometimes.
But then you have to think on it, you can't just have this other.
About that second. And then like rename. I mean, the second that I'm just asking those students. Comments.
Yeah, good.
Yeah,
I don't feel like that.
But not.
Yeah.
They're really not creative. You're just trying to stand yourself. Yeah. Sorry. Can't be closer to you.
So but they're getting within it's still some text. But
And sometimes it's like,
make it broad.
They don't want it that and cognitive.
Okay, we'll make it broad. Like you're gonna do this thing that was on it, and those kids.
Yeah.
Oh, it was in, legal cities.
It was chasing, so there was two. What happened? That's the limits.
Well,
That's Texas wanting to take them out of their paperwork. Because of this DEI shit, government. And our colleagues said, well, it's politically divisive. Outside the scope of what we do with anyone else, why did you do that?
She said she doesn't feel comfortable.
Ideology, removing some of the language, like sexual development.
Even if they live.
Why would you remove that? That's legitimate. So they want to change. Oh, they want their own development. It's a big deal. Because the argument that ideologically that's not.
The decision was they tuition. Residency.
Like resident citizenship, but you can have. Well, yeah. She got caught. She got fired. He's in a victim. Millions of dollars. So she had to do it. And her and I, you know, we had. But.
Right. They said, they're asking us to go back and amend it. We would charge anybody else money to do that.
I wasn't gonna bring it to you.
Yeah.
She brought it up, and I said, you, by taking matters and
We did something similar. Until we do. $10,000 to translate their stuff.
I said,
to
the
English.
thing that you shouldn't do. I said, it was-
To work on it,
we received a
collaborate, and then translate it back into their Italian dialect. Or we used to charge, we resign your charge because.
And that brings highlight of. I cannot do this, and like your application, somebody can force you, well, wait, they have to check. I resign, I will not do that, I resign in fact, that highlights it, the policy system, so that maybe figure out what that is. I told you, you have to be seen position.
I'm saying,
I'm not arguing. The way that you went about.
layers, that word. There are parts of your response that. Have multiple perspectives about the same thing.
And I said,
So.
maybe I have just less variety.
Job.
I do the job, but it's not for me to go find a better job. I said, it's just.
What are you do that?
Make a comment.
Say a word just.
And-
What about this like in this moment? Health and disease, its decision.
No, but the thing was, it's true.
Which is to.
But what is the right thing in this instance?
Well, this is.
That's the problem.
It's content.
Angela took the law.
Just pay it, just call it something else. Call it something else, it's brand new. Patty is gone.
It's definitely.
Well, let's go.
You're so,
a letter and you don't.
Because cutting with the program for this year, it's like.
dad.
There's no.
You're like 40, like.
It's not, yeah, it's just, we're just doing it.
It's true. Had to change our language. We went from helping. We went from, yeah, so not helping.
Have support you. It really
From,
just give it 20 seconds. A lot of times.
equality to.
It just. They're like, she's really, they're okay, they don't take the earnings.
But it still doesn't work. So like I still staying criticism.
As long as it doesn't say diversity,
But-
education, the word police.
Yeah.
Like their staff. So this scenario, let's change, but that program's over. Program's over.
Spiteful compliance.
We have a new program that costs, you know, a third less than the last program. Right, and we clean.
If we're gonna get
Because we're gonna look for funding elsewhere, so we're gonna deal with this to like really get into the budget.
And then I like, Eric said, it takes about, when you start looking for these funding streams outside of the scope of the institution. You got no reason, so you guys support. Okay, we don't need the school. These kids.
Okay. What do we talk about? Everything. Yes.
I'm just gonna authenticity in a way, but we really talked about how there's a big difference between equity and equality. So like understanding that difference is that I'm making sure that equity is how everyone gets those same opportunities and tools, but that may look different individually. So that's, I just want to like throw that in there when it comes to authenticity. Is like learning about this doesn't harm anyone, it only educates. And I think that's a big part of like the education system is you're always growing and you have to be in uncomfortable situations in order to grow, or else you're just going to stay stagnant. So
You're referring to scenario 2.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, what else are we talking about?
Mr. Johnson.
What I got from this conversation is just, you know, how to be authentic, but how can we couch it in another way? Because if we see those words, diversity, equity, and inclusion, but if it's taken out and we're couching it in another way where people are still getting served and all of that, then it's like going underground. Underground road.
Come on here. Yeah,
I see.
I know. And I think that's where I get stuck is I'm so sick of compromise because
So
it feels like one side is compromising more than the other. And so that's why I'm like, no, I don't want to change the name, but like you bring a really good point. Then we're not servicing anybody. Like, so then we're not doing anything.
That was the gist of our conversation. Like, where's that boundary between compromise and collaboration? Powers that don't have your best interests in mind.
Yeah.
Hard to define.
I think for us, I think we talked about everything but the scenarios. Yeah. But thinking through like, is compromise the goal? Or does that require us to give up some sense of our integrity to do something that's watered down and less effective? But then there's the conflict of, well, if nobody's doing it, how are we doing it? You know, how are we still elevating and moving through intentionally?
Yeah.
For me, like just with integrity, it's like it comes down to transparency too. So I looked at scenario 1 and it's like you have to cut a program, but like a lot of the times the people that are making the decisions to cut the program, they type up a very like, oh, I'm so sorry to hear this, but your program is cut. Like, I'm like, no, if you know that you're gonna cut this program, you better show up and gather all of these people that are most affected by this program and show them your face. And tell them, look, here I am standing in front of you and telling you I have to make this really hard choice. I do not want to make this decision, but how can we move forward? So now, yes, this program's going away, but you guys are most impacted. So what are the resources, services? How can we pivot? How can I still support you without this program? And it's really just be real. Like, why are we trying to like, oh, like, and if we do name it something else, like, look, I'm gonna name it something else, but like, I think it's those closer to the problem are closer to the solution. And it's really just being transparent with them and just not being fake and not trying to like write an email and saying, sorry to hear this. And like, you can contact my office. Like, no, you better show up. And yeah, that's just me.
Yeah, or not ready.
Too, because the playbook is written, Project 2025.
Yeah.
So it's all written. So we have the faces in the front that are, but the puppet masters it's already laid out. So it's just the orders are just being executed. But we don't see those people. You're right.
We don't have the playbook, you have to pay. We don't have the playbook's not publicly accessible. You have to pay. Of course you do. Because I recently tried to look at it for a product.
But when you pay library, did it hurt you? The library loan?
That's the question.
The 900-page document. Have you? Maybe I looked in the wrong places, but they are making money.
Oh, good.
Just
I appreciate the
probably-
conversation. I think the other challenge, sort of what Victoria was talking about a little bit, is that oftentimes the people that make the decision in scenario one are like so many layers above. Yes, sorry.
You can find that 900 pages through the online on the Historical Foundation. I saw it before, so it should still be there.
I got a copy.
I don't need it anymore. That passes over.
I think sometimes the challenge too is also that the folks who make the decision in scenario one, I think this is the point that Victoria was making too. I don't want to, take words out of your mouth, but is that oftentimes the people that make that decision are so far removed. And they often don't communicate it to you. So, in PPS this year, we cut $41 million from the budget. And some decisions were made about programs that I run that had no conversation with anyone that made the decision about those programs. So they cut all of the career coordinators out of our high schools who are in those buildings specifically to service short and underserved students and accessing high wage, high demand jobs, internships, those kinds of things. And so without actually talking to who's closest to the work, the challenge then becomes you're being told. I put that one up there specifically because you're being told this is what's happening, even though it's a program that serves historically underserved students. What choice? Yeah.
That's like in our district, they just 2 weeks ago cut 6 pre-K classes that were publicly funded or whatever. So they just, and it was the decisions were made from the top, and they're like, well, we don't really need pre-K. I teach kindergarten. They're like, you can do it. I'm like, okay. It takes us a long time to teach them how to be a little human, versus we can do the. Pre-K is so important, and they just were like, "No, we need money." We just snatched out like that. So it's just disgusting. They are far removed from the reality.
Who told you that message?
The 4-year-olds
Who owns that message? Yeah.
to tell us.
Yeah.
Well, the news came out with it, but
So you learned through the media?
yes, that's how we roll up in Carolina. Yeah, and that's how we roll. Yeah, that's how we find out things. And so then it was on the county commissioners to see if they would fund it. And so then that was a whole big community thing, trying to get them to do it. And it was 3-2 vote not to fund it. So now.
Not free.
Yeah.
So much integrity.
Yeah. We're full of
women in it.
Yeah.
There's okay. Well, not to end on that somber note, we're trying pivot towards some things that are, on the positive bit. So one of the things the lieutenant governor said is I always try and do the next right thing. The next, and I think Sydney brought this one up as well. So trying to have some moral clarity from that earlier definition in ambiguity. So I want you to think back to the sort of scenario that you came up with at the beginning of the exercise. And I want you to sort of work through these 6 questions. You can do it out loud or written, whichever you prefer, as sort of like a process to work through, like how to sort of end up in a place of integrity, especially with the dilemma that you are facing or the space that you're in, that you find yourself being out of alignment with your integrity. So maybe some quiet journal time for a few, and then you can have a conversation about it. They don't need me to rephrase directions.
No.
We're good.
We're correct.
Just making sure. No, I'm just clarifying. It's the teacher in me.
Well, I mean, it wasn't me in the leadership spot, it was. Now it has to perform with the maybe all the vice presidents put up a fight and said, we're not gonna be compliant. The president, Collins said, yes, we will. And don't make a fuss, because he said, he said, we got building projects, we're building a sign. No, I'm talking that you're the one. No, I'm talking like our college president. Well, we have 16 different colleges. Yeah, so it's Jason. So. The president almost uniform and said, we did not comply with this. To give us the documentation. Leadership. Well, his argument was they're always building projects. We got a lot of this stuff going on. Things can be. If we're not complying, we're no longer. Come raining down on their seats. So I have that, like all work's gonna start. And I'm not saying that.
You got a lot of state.
Lots of them.
We got, yeah, there's a lot of things. And it's that's part of the large. You know, we don't even build this facilities. We've got good relationship with the city government. And he's like, you know, that I learned more about we checked it out. We're facing out that where it could be his legacy. It's powerless because there are 7 hours that a lot of people thought this that was actually about leadership. Yes.
Decisions about it, like, it's a shifting level.
I don't have any
I love being within a culture that adds that.
It's not us as leaders, but it's already lives out. Including.
Right,
Yes,
right.
then. Well, all. Competing value.
Well, the competing value of pressure, what Victoria's transparency. There's some folks in the know, some folks are not in the know. Just not in the know.
Yeah, okay, you get it, you get it. Well, no, well, I'm saying it's different, we're kind of, I mean, you got. A little bit, what you're experiencing in the sky and probably what most of the.
Maybe just something. Maybe this.
It's a difference for us because most of us had our value services and they're intimately involved in there. They cause it, all that other, way more. So it's just one of those.
We have our own value.
That's what I'm.
That's right.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, like, I don't want to. Okay.
I find question why do you think to answer? Integrity.
You get it.
Stay consistent.
And we have second.
Snowball.
So, whole hand shut it down.
what message will your actions send about your leadership?
Around the room, I feel like, that was a lot of years ago. And I come from a lot of things. Yeah.
Based on our,
You know,
based on our leadership.
job was to fight, right? It's like, no, my job was to get these buildings.
So then it goes back to.
Like, no, it's real complicated. And he went and asked the board of regents. They said, what all my vacation, board of regents. And they were like, did you say, well, everything stuff is compromised, well, I get don't care. And, you know, like. But up until-
Oh,
so they were all much more doing this.
Well, he was just saying, you know, one again.
Full fortune. Start political action. Which would be the easy. Yeah, yes.
Yes.
It's exhausting.
Like, just give us a.
But then I feel like the next, we had a presentation.
So we have our values.
Right, so
Our own
I think, I think that's moving to black and white reality. Right, so push back on the back. I think what would be the next right thing to do is sort of getting detail to operation and consensus around
Spreading
and consensus around the next step.
We told our.
So it's not just someone saying, we're doing this now.
Is it consensus or is like trying to find like? Build the resistance. No. Or not, we kind of call a lot of these voices saying.
What are you?
Us alone, for example, like a Harvard going to. So now there's like.
Oh, tonight?
Right.
Stuff like that.
Stay as a topic.
Yeah.
So,
Oh,
okay, that would be a goal response though, because then it's advocacy around one person's perspective of authenticity and integrity. You might be a part of it, if you want me, and have a perspective. And we're going to build a coalition around one perspective, because that then right, so let's come to.
Yeah, I'm not saying what.
That's why it's the consensus around.
Trying to get the.
I think you do something about this.
That's like. I might double up.
I'll be done around 4.
On the. Like, it's just straight.
Okay, I can feel that we're coming to a close. I think people are a little tired. So like that's the end of the day. So I'm just gonna jump to the last one. And this is the one that's like the end on the most positive. So what the Lieutenant Governor says is just support the people who show up for our kids every day. So this is really about being people centered. So for your last sentence, all I like you to do is to think about someone in your world who shows up for students but is being overlooked. And then in 2 minutes, design a way to recognize them. Either fire them a text or an email right now. You can absolutely do that. Or write a letter, whatever you think. But think about the person that's showing up for students being overlooked right now. Or if your context is outside of like directly working with students, think about it in your context. And then spend 2 minutes figuring out a way to recognize that person. And if you want to, do it in real time.
We can bring the recognition program. We've got, we've got nominations. And they've already been there. Yeah, and honestly, it always lands on the right person. We call it the heart of Jefferson. It always lands on the right person. Always.
Turn the corner and
It's cool, yeah, hard.
Look, and look at.
It's been said here.
What's the question?
And another trainer of ours.
Look at, she's one question.
Everybody in real time.
Yeah, she put a question on it. What the hell she did. She said, actually, I got. Excellent.
Yeah, he has real time project.
Okay, anyone else need to take a picture? I've seen a bunch of people take a picture. You want me to?
No, I have a legal person.
Don't forget to do this.
I'm doing it right now. That's
Great. Love it.
Wow, that's
Oh,
gonna
yeah.
go.
Am I true?
You can put this into your day, your workflow. So at NextGen, Karen is our executive director, and at least once a month, we just set aside 5 minutes at a meeting, and everybody we have a stack of thank you cards, and everybody just writes out a thank you card. So you can just put it as part of your workflow to do some of the recognition. Otherwise, wouldn't happen.
That's right. Okay, the last thing, and this is not, we don't have to, you can get up and leave right now if you want to. But I want you to think about what principle you're walking out of here with. What's someone going to say about your leadership 5 years from now, or what's going to change for your leadership on Monday when we're back to work? So thank you so much for coming and being a part of this session, and have a great rest of your evening, and come to trivia tonight. Hi. Yeah.
Nice job. Huh?
Thanks.
Make that
Yeah.
That's what you I like to hold on financially, you know, like when I'm negotiating. Yeah.
I like that you said it, you build these presentations and
Me
they
too.
moved it over there.
Yeah.
Do it. Thanks.
It might.
Good question.
Oh, yeah.
I've been thinking about it, but I've been asked.
Same trip on.
So you'll be here tomorrow?
I'll be having them all send them and then I'll load them all up.
Give Jenny your email.
Why don't you just leave like?
Send it out in the comments.
I gave.
Like this slides, like
you know,
it's slides, and it doesn't do
Real big.
I know.
That's right.
I probably.
Why don't you make people's slides?
Oh, yeah.
And then later, like, and everyone else.
Yeah, that's a better idea.
So.
Make one presentation, blank one, and then send it all. And we can all add our one slide.
Yeah, I think that's like.
Yeah.
To make it second was in my camper.
Oh, yeah.
All do it.
Little bit of background.
Some of the characters had a little bit of years. Got the problem today.
Okay, but back in is done as for so. Okay. That one was. Hi. I can't. It's a thing I'm thinking. It's like your chat. People just say, I think you did. My mom got me this for Christmas. D10 card in it.